as Tickner bowls short down leg side. Ingram swings at it and is caught at fine leg. As that is, where's that one? Gone off the edge through the slips, over the slips. As Van der Hoogten wafted at it.
Right arm over to Andy Govin, who struck that beautifully, and they won't have to move for that. Beautifully on drive for 4, and that is the shot of the day. Last bowl of this over, and that's squared up Timmy Van der Hoogten, and there's no third man in place. That'll dribble all the way over the boundary for 4.
Anderson turns, he comes in, bowls to Govin off the back foot. Nice looking shot. It's going out towards the extra cover boundary, but it's picked up and then come back for a second, and then it well, he either kicked it or he went with his hand as he tried to pick up.
Chappell in bowls. Govin drives. He does get this one through the onside. This one may go all the way to mid wicket. It is being chased, but the ball will win ahead of Anderson. Is in bowls, and Govin does take on the hook shot and plays it well and gets 4 runs forward of the umpire.
Thompson comes in over the wicket, bowls, and that will be Van der Hoogten's 50 as he comes home for a quick single, much to the delight of the Glamorgan faithful.
Thompson and David Lloyd spinners back up. Van der Hoogten clubs an over-pitched ball down the ground for 4 runs. No doubt of that, because it's a 5-4 leg side field. So Van der Hoogten plays it through wide mid-off and has beaten the dive of the fielder, and that one will race away for 4 runs. Early football details halfway through the first half. The championship. Govin edges to slip, and Derbyshire do have the breakthrough courtesy of David Lloyd. Govin has gone for 39. Run round and try and get a second over if there are no aggressive shots played.
There's a shout for Thompson, and he's fallen. Well, that looked a bit innocuous from Van der Hoogten.
Lloyd in again, looking to pick up a second wicket. Leonard comes down the wicket and slams him through long off for 4 runs. Well, he's went up from Michael Hogan in that respect, but not in terms of actually hitting the ball. And he's carved it too long off, and he's out. Fernando goes for naught. Glamorgan 431 all out. Bowls, and that has dragged him on. Lloyd looking to play at a ball that looked outside off stump, and I'm pretty sure he got an inside edge. Fernando is into bowl, driven nicely by Kane. Nice way to get off the mark. It was probably turning into half volley length.
Coming in, bowls, and that's cut through the gap, through the covers for 4. Timed perfectly by Kane, rocked back on the back foot, some width which enabled him.
As Fernando bowls, short slapped away 4 runs for Caleb Jewell, his first boundary through backward point, racing away.
In he comes, bowls to Jewell. Jewell goes back, short delivery, and cracks it down to, well, a wide third man, the vacant wide third man for 4.
Comes in and bowls, and that's evaded third slip will go through all the way, will it? Yes. Down.
He's been unlucky, hasn't he?
His first ball then, Andy Govin.
Yes.
Oh, it's been caught down leg side, his first ball. And what a start for Andy Govin. And more so, what a wicket for Glamorgan. As Leonard comes in, bowls, fullish, and that's squirted outside, evaded third slip, and will go all the way because third man can't get to it in time. Timmy Van der Hoogten was down there. 0 for 9 for Leonard. That's a cut ferociously through the covers for 4. That was just all about timing from Marsden. It was Leonard wheels round, and this the penultimate ball of the over is edged and caught, and that is the 3rd wicket taken by Kieran Carlson at slip, just beautifully shaped.
Govin bowls, and that one is dispatched through the covers by Broadcast for 4 runs. Up on his toes there was the Derbyshire keeper. Aston Villa beat Fulham 1-0 earlier on, as that is a repeat of the treatment from Guest, hitting that one through the covers off the back foot, standing tall and dispatching Gorvin.
He bowls, and that's a good looking shot through the covers. That will run away for 4 through extra cover. I don't think you have to run for those as he crosses the rope now. And
racing in, and it's a driven 4 down to third man off a thick edge. Jewel flinging the bat at it and the ball flying away. Gorvin in to bowl. Oh, it's popped back to him and he's held on to it. And
that's a big one.
Extraordinary, really. The ball must have just stopped on Caleb Jewell. Popped back to Andy Gorvin.
In he comes, bowled short, pulled away down to fine leg. That's not gone all the way. I think it might have. Yes, it has. It's a short boundary here. It's Fire Gardens down by the river. Comes again and bowls. That's a good looking shot through the covers there from Anderson, and that's going to get him 4 runs. And it should get him. Yes, it just beats Van de Goten, who was doing a couple of moments ago. Comes in and bowls. He's bowling a lot of leg side stuff, and that's clipped away for 4 through mid wicket by Anderson now, who's moved on to 23. Coming in and bowls, and that's driven through the covers. Beats a despairing dive there at cover, and another half volley. And really, Fernando's proves win
now. He's bowling to Anderson, who slaps that one through the covers. Nicely timed shot, racing away to the grandstand side of the ground.
Caught by Chris Cook as Van der Hoogten comes in, and that's a streaky shot, but that flew over Kieran Carlson at third slip. Deep backward square leg and a deep fine leg, and that's pushed, bisects both the men on the offside. Will it run all the way it should? Yes, it will. That all about timing from Brooke Guest. As Gorvin comes in, that's whipped off his legs, and that will not race away, will it? Yes, it will. It evaded a wearily. Gorvin past the umpire, bowls, and again a bit of width, too much from Gorvin that time, and it's past Callaway at point and races away to the cover boundary.
Into bowl, and that one is hit away through the covers, and well timed by Anderson, and he's moving very nicely. 1-3-7.
Gorvin in, bowls.
Got him.
Oh, is that caught? Brilliantly caught. What a dismissal. He goes, Martin Anderson, who was on for a half a century. Gorvin comes in, bowls.
He got him.
It's been stumped.
Marvellous stumping
on the leg side. Sharp chance taken by Chris Cook. 2 wickets to fall in this wicket, and Derbyshire now are in desperate trouble,
as that is edged away for 4 runs. How's that one got through?
Ul Hassan, and he's bowled him straight through the gate, and Guest falls in the 40s just as Martin Anderson did.
Gorvin bowls, and that's flicked away down towards fine leg. It'll be 4 runs. As Gorvin bowls down leg side, and that'll be 4 as well. 4 somethings. Is he going to bat on that?
comes in over the wicket and bowls. Thompson cuts and gets 4 runs. It was short outside the off stump, and Thompson got right on top of that. This tall man, very tall.
After this ball by Zain ul Hassan, which is put away on the onside through mid-wicket, and it races away for 4. Does Zain ul Hassan in full that time, and that's whipped over mid-wicket, and that's gone all the way for 4.
Good shot by Thompson, because it was drifting down there, half volley length, and in comes the next ball. And
up and over.
Went over the top of slip, wide delivery. It really was a poor ball again.
excursion into the larger round ball activities yesterday. Morning, Dave.
Morning, Nick. Yeah, it's good to be back, if I'm entirely honest with you.
So the boys started well. Benno stuck one away from the penalty spot, but after the emotional energy of the last few weeks, they didn't have enough left in the tank.
Did you hear the post-match interview with the head coach? That was
No, I just made that up.
Pretty much the gist of it, yeah.
But Albin lost 3-1 to Charlton, in case you're wondering what we're talking about, and Dave was commentating.
It mattered little. Yeah. And so we spent most of the afternoon talking about the return of the flared trouser and the fancy dress in the away end.
Oh, good. I'm glad that discussion of complete irrelevance is spreading into the football commentary as well.
I think that might be my doing, actually. Yeah. But yeah, no, it was all right.
What's your take on the return of the flared trouser then?
Well, I don't mind it, but I don't think I've got any that I wore back in the 70s and early 80s. But even if I had, I surmised that I probably wouldn't be able to fasten them anymore. Which is a real shame.
There must be a way of taking the fabric from the lower half and transposing it to the top half of the trouser, if any tailors are listening.
There has to be a way.
Anyway, to talk about cricket briefly, Derbyshire resume on 215 for 7 in reply to Glamorgan's 431 all out, and need a further 67 runs to avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on. And therefore, the phrase "an important first hour" is, for once, actually apposite.
Yes, well done. Yes, well, it is, and with the greatest of respect to Zach Chappell, Blair Tickner. There must be somebody else as well. No, that'd be it.
All-rounder Zach Chappell.
Yes.
Average of 32 this season. Blair Tickner, average of 33 this season.
They can hold a bat, but you wouldn't want to risk your house on them scoring the runs that they need. But I suppose it's where it goes from there. Once it gets there, is the concern. The best thing for the game, clearly, is for Derbyshire not to reach the follow-on, which is not what I would particularly like, but then Glamorgan have to enforce it, and of course we saw what happened when Derbyshire enforced the follow-on against Middlesex, although they bowled a little bit more, I think, than the Glamorgan bowlers will have bowled, but not too much more. Glamorgan only missed it by Middlesex only missed it by 8. That would have killed the game stone dead. Yeah, they bowled 210 overs in the game last week, which might have explained why they didn't bowl particularly well, having decided to bowl first here at Sophia Gardens in the first innings. But it's a tricky one, isn't it? It's a gut feeling as much as anything, I think. It seemed to go out of fashion, and it's now just started to creep back in, which is nice. It's certainly Glamorgan's best chance of winning this match, you would have thought.
Yes, otherwise they'll have to think about timing a declaration at some point tomorrow morning. If they had a lead of 100, say, on first innings, add in another couple of hundred today, probably need to bat an hour into tomorrow morning. And scoring rates, well, most players have found it difficult to force the pace over the course of the 2 days so far.
Yeah, that's when wickets have fallen, isn't it? When they've tried to play an aggressive shot, even in the Glamorgan innings. I know Derbyshire's, I didn't see any of yesterday, but a lot of players getting themselves out, and mainly because they think, well, we should be pushing on a bit. You've got to be scoring at 4.5 in first-class cricket these days. That's what it's all about. I'm afraid on this pitch and on many other pitches, that isn't what it's all about. And you're much better taking fewer risks and scoring at 3.5.
That's been the lesson of this game so far. As the Glamorgan players are finishing up off their warm-ups on the outfields, and we're going to get some batters and some umpires.
Oh, 3 batters, of course.
3 batters, the 3-batter fun. Harry Kane was running so wide yesterday. He was in a different postcode at times.
It was the same when they had a runner. Lewis Deploy had a runner for Middlesex, and he was million miles away. Presumably he goes towards the grandstand, so he's off the square.
Well, he had been on either side of the wicket at various stages.
Oh, really?
Well,
You wouldn't want to run up and down on the
he was risking
main
the
pitches.
grand staff wrath at one point.
Yeah.
But how an umpire is expected to give an LBW decision, a run-out decision against a runner when he's 40 metres away, it's very odd. Anyway, here we go, as Dr. Hignell says his Borodars.
And Borodar, has he said them to the Derbyshire batters yet?
Yeah, I think he has.
Okay.
I think we talked over that.
Borodar as well to the not-out batters from
I'd heard him do 2.
Thompson, together with Lewis Rees and his runner Harry Kane.
Oh, the runner gets a mention as well. Magnificent.
Should he? I'm not sure that he should, really.
And Lewis Rees, being that his dad is from Llanelli, will appreciate the Borodar.
I'm not sure he will.
And we're going to get, I think, more runners today. Yesterday we had an event called the Pretty Muddy 5K.
All right.
Which involved some sort of obstacles on top of a 5k run. And today is the race for life.
I thought there was a lot of pink.
Yes,
tops on,
yeah. So best wishes to everyone taking part in that, and their relatives.
Nice weather for them, actually, isn't it? It's a bit cooler.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not everybody's wearing shorts today.
You're a brave man.
I'm feeling it at the moment. Anyway, I'll go do an update.
Dave Fletcher of BBC Radio Derby will be back in a few minutes. Edward Bevan will be along in half an hour. Kenneth Davis is having a lie down after the excitement of servicing BBC Radio Wales, BBC Radio Cymru and BBC Radio Derby all in one day, so Kenneth will be back with us tomorrow. And Ned Leonard will open the bowling. The ball 64 overs old, and he's bowling to Lewis Rees on 22 not out, and his first ball is through outside off stump. Alex Thompson is on 32 not out. He was dropped on 12 when the ball was edged off Zainul Hassan's bowling towards Colin Ingram at first slip, but unfortunately Kieran Carlson at second slip got rather overexcited and rather got in Ingram's way. Little gentle sunshine breaking through as Leonard bowls to Rees, who plays it defensively on the leg side, and there is no run. Temperatures are some 5 or 6 degrees cooler than yesterday, so if you're heading down here, definitely bring an extra layer. It's a fairly sparse crowd at this early stage of the day. Hopefully a few more will come in. Had a reasonable crowd on Friday. Van der Hoogten is jumping up and down, getting himself warm to bowl at the other end probably, as Rees is forward defending. Lewis Rees, who didn't field for much of the Glamorgan innings because of a hamstring injury, and is not expected to do so in Glamorgan's second innings either. And his movement is obviously pretty limited, but he's playing a good support role at the moment. 22 not out off 83 deliveries. As Leonard is in to bowl, turned on the leg side, and this will provide the first run of the day as it's down to Fernando at fine leg. Single taken to 16 for 7 here on BBC Sport Online. Eddie Byram, substitute fielder, is on. So we'll have to try and tick off the players who are on to eliminate. As Leonard bowling to the right-handed Thompson for the first time this morning. into bowl. That's on the legs and well, I say flicked away. I think it was off the pad. They'll go through for a run, which is indeed a leg by, signalled by umpire Newell. Not a great delivery. So Glamorgan's over 8 is -1, so they can't afford to be too tardy. But of course there's all this swapping around between right and left-handers at the moment. 2:17 for 7. Further 65 needed to avoid the follow-on. These two came together at 162, so they've put on 55 so far. As that one's gone through, Rees beating him all ends up. Good delivery to end the over. Not a bad starting over from Ned Leonard, but he's 1 for 44. And it will be Tim van der Hoogten to open up
To resume
the river taff end.
At the river end, Tim van der Hoogten.
So van der Hoogten from the river end. The runners making their way down the taff trail on the riverbank, which we can see because of the absence of the advertising hoarding. The area of the ground is still being worked upon.
5 degrees warmer at the river taff end, I'm told,
Usually.
by a well-known photographer. No update at 11. New newsreader.
All right. Tut. I'll get the hang of it.
Do you think? Van der Hoogten into bowl to Thompson, who pushes this one out into the offside, and there is no run. I've just forwarded the email on to said newsreader and said, look, if you don't want me, and I understand, that is fine by me.
Don't you want me, baby?
Which will be on the playlist. I'm fairly certain. BBC local radio.
Has been for the last 40 years.
Yeah, no reason to take it off.
Fine tune.
Van der Hoogten bowls to Thompson, who leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Allows it to go through to Cook. Lewis Rees having a chat with umpire Mark Newell at square leg.
I can't see Zain Ul Hassan on the field at the moment.
Oh, okay. Have we got Eddie Byram?
Eddie Byram is on.
Tired after all that bowling yesterday. Thompson waits, and Van der Hoogten, it sort of goes back and tries to cut that one. It goes very straight to the aforementioned Byram.
So we've got Ingram northeast and Carlson slips, Callaway point, Tribe cover, Leonard mid off, Fernando mid on. Who's that at mid wicket? Gorvin is down at fine leg.
It's got the all wear white. Van der Hoogten bowls wide of the off stump again, and Thompson has absolutely nothing to do with it. Allows it to go through, as he shouldn't. 217 for 7. It remains 65 more runs to draw the game. You would say, to certainly give themselves a much better chance of drawing the game.
And even an outside chance of winning it.
Well, yes, yes, I did want to say that, really. Cause
should Sam North East feel adventurous.
Or the Derbyshire bowlers bowl better, as that one is on target this time from Van der Hoogten, and it goes out into the covers.
Yeah, so that is, I think, the sub Byram at mid wicket. If you'd only turn around.
Is that not him at cover?
Ah, right. Sorry, yes, it is. Tribe is at mid wicket, yeah. The Tribe was fielding at cover for most of yesterday. Sort of assumed he'd be continuing there today. But it's the right left-hander, so he's presumably there half the time anyway.
Final ball of Van der Hoogten over, and it's defended up towards Fernandez. Mid-on. And there's no run. It's the end of the over. 16 overs, 9 maidens, 0 for 30 now. Tim van der Hoogten. And Derbyshire remain on 217 for 7 with Thompson on 32 and Rees on 23. The partnership now worth 55. Very valuable. And it was interesting, I read presumably the quotes from when you were talking to Brooke Guest yesterday. If we can get another 150, I might have been a little bit optimistic.
Yes,
he is an optimistic man, but I thought that feels optimistic.
Not having interviewed him before, I didn't say come off it.
No, he's a nice kid.
Leonard is into Rees, and he's forward defending up to mid-off.
Nice, but sadly deluded.
Well, on that front, my go-to player for several years was Graham Wagg, who, even if you were 200 behind and 9 wickets
Still
down,
got
he
a
said,
chance.
"Oh yes, we'll do it."
Just got to bat sensibly in the morning.
Yeah.
Important first hour, that kind of thing.
Indeed, 217 for 7, 2 runs added in a sedate start so far by the visitors as Leonard is in to bowl, and forward comes Rees, defending out to Byram in the covers, and there is no run.
He just that feels got that kind of feel about it in the early stages, hasn't it? A little bit, yeah. Not much happening for anybody. Players still warming to their task, and the bowlers yet to hit their top speeds, but not many runs.
Leonard in. Bowls short, pulled away by Rees despite his lack of mobility, and gets a single down to deep square leg as Gorvin does the fielding there. Various batters move around.
He didn't look too hampered, did he?
No. Perhaps it's easing a little, the immediate stiffness.
I think he's having a scan today.
Uh-huh.
I spoke to him briefly the day before yesterday, and he said he thought he might have a scan straight away, but they just wanted it to settle down, whatever that means.
Leonard at 218 for 7 is into bowl. The tall figure of Alex Thompson bowls a shortish ball, but it doesn't tempt Thompson into any aggressive action with the presence of a square leg on the ropes. Way to our right in front of the cordoned off grandstand, which hopefully will be bouncing and in party mode next month.
Oh, I thought you were going to say this afternoon then.
Well,
Sunday,
I know Derbyshire lot are
can be
lively.
rowdy, can be rowdy. Sunday crowds have been a bit disappointing, and Saturday crowds at Derby.
As Leonard bowls, and it's an inside edge from Thompson, trickles out towards short fine leg, fielded by Cook, and they're through to a single. But he didn't know much about that, and we've already had David Lloyd dragging on to Asitha Fernando from well outside off stump. It looked as though Anderson got a little inside edge to Gorvin, and that was nearly a third played on there.
Perhaps the ball is doing a little bit.
Yeah, it just seemed to be nibbling around a little bit for the medium pacers at times, as Leonard bowls to Rees, who plays that one defensively to northeast at mid-on. 219 for 7 at the end of the over. A further 63 runs required by Derbyshire, with 3 wickets left to avoid the follow-on, or the possibility of following on.
It's a bit drafty, isn't it?
It is a bit drafty, yes. It started whistling round our nether regions in the final session yesterday.
I didn't get that memo.
Feel free to close the window should you so desire.
No, it was still pretty warm last night, though, when we were out and about. Lively in the city centre last night. As Van der Hookton bowls to Thompson, who whips this wristily into the leg side. Unfortunately, he didn't time it. And Asa Tribe, I think, was expecting the ball to arrive about a second and a half earlier, and ended up tumbling to his left to do the fielding at mid-wicket. But a bit messy all round, really. Thompson remains on 33. Yes, a few sights last night. Bag of chips. Marvellous. Van der Hoogten bowls, and that one is defended again by Thompson. And it's Tribe who does the fielding.
There's been a major boost to the Cardiff nighttime economy. The Derbyshire mob are in
we
town.
like to do our bit.
Yeah,
we do like
very
to
appreciative.
do our bit.
We mentioned the women's games yesterday, 50-over affairs where Glamorgan won by a lot and Derbyshire didn't. On the historic occasion, first use of the County Ground Derby, Yorkshire winners by a lot.
A fair few. That's left alone by Thompson to go through to Cook. They're back in action tomorrow.
Indeed.
Actually, I noticed. Have you...
I was just about to bring up that very subject.
Is this a 40-over competition?
No, it's a 20. It's a T20,
T20.
Cup, which starts for Derbyshire Falcons at St George's Road, Harrogate. But unfortunately, they're facing Yorkshire again.
It's knockout as well, isn't it?
Yes.
So, yeah, that's right.
Glamorgan are facing Gloucestershire again at Spitty Park in Newport, and those games are played at 2:30 tomorrow afternoon.
Here is Van der Hoogten again, bowling to Thompson, who just sort of pushes it gently into the offside, and Byram does the fielding.
Yes, Glamorgan have benefited from a couple of lone players in the first couple of matches. Poppy Tulloch took wickets in the first one, and Emma Jones from Surrey on what appears to be a one-match loan got 130 odd in the second match. But it was Bethan Gammon, the captain, who or the previous captain, because Lauren Parfitt was back from injury, but Bethan Gammon, who'd captained the side previously, got a ton yesterday. Yeah. So well done to her.
Yeah, absolutely. There is some cricket at Darley Abbey Cricket Club today I can tell you about, as Van der Hoogten bowls to Thompson, who gets up on his toes and pushes it up to mid-on. It's the D40 squad, the disability squad. They're playing Cheshire at Darley Abbey, 1 o'clock start. So if you fancy going along and supporting the Derbyshire D40 squad, their first game of the season, they're at Darley Abbey today. And Gary Hickenbottom, who normally reminds me of these things, has been remiss today, but I've got you covered, Gary.
You've remembered anyway. Well done.
I saw the tweet this morning, or the X, the post, whatever it's called. Oh, this one's off at leading edge, up into the air. He's going to get away with it, though, as it goes out towards and beyond Ned Leonard at mid-off, and he picks up a single. Does Alex Thompson, trying to play it into the leg, leading edge. He moves to 34, 220 for 7. At the end of the over. And the follow-on target is now 62 runs away.
It has not been the most dynamic of starts to the morning. If you are just joining us, you're 16 minutes late wherever you've been, and you've only missed 5 singles.
Yes,
don't reproach yourself.
Don't be too hard.
Don't beat yourself up. And Welsh listeners would think it amiss if I failed to bore them with the progress of the mighty Macon, the Buzzards. It's a little village between Newport and Caerphilly for those who don't know. But the first 11 got rather tumped yesterday. As Leonard is in to bowl, and Thompson drives to Van der Hoogten mid-off, who makes a bit of a fast bowler's stop on his knees, and then while he's down there redoes his bootlaces. Well done to Llandaff, who bowled out Macon for 115 at the Welfare Ground, and were duly wicket winners by 7 wickets. But my spiritual brethren in the second 11 were triumphant in fine style. As Leonard is in, and that's driven by Thompson to mid-on, and there is no run. Travelled to Dinas Powys, and were victors by 174 runs, which is a huge margin at our level.
Yeah. Is that 40 overs?
40 over game, yeah. The first team play 45. I think some of our players would expire at 40 over mark. 220 for 7 as Leonard is in to bowl a short delivery that Thompson ducks underneath through to Chris Cook. We have frequently been known to go for the dual wicket-keeper option, where we swap the gloves at 20 overs,
really?
because
Bit tough on the back.
Several of us occasional glove men are too old and knackered to actually do 40 overs.
It's a tough job.
It is, particularly keeping to bowling in Division 11. It's a tough job. As Leonard is in and Thompson is pushing forward up to mid-on, and there is no run. So that was my job last night, trying to hack together a few words for the Facebook page. Didn't finish till 10 o'clock, and I was having written a Glamorgan match report and scraped together a few details from the first and second 11 via various WhatsApp messages.
Blimey.
Yes. If it doesn't make sense, let me know. As Leonard is in to bowl, and Thompson will get a single, playing a big aggressive shot, straight-ish, and it's ended up at backward square. 221 for 7. Thompson to 35, but virtually nothing has been timed this morning.
No, his bat doesn't have a middle.
But they're still there. They're still there and fighting. 61 short of avoiding the follow-on.
Which is clearly their number one target. Morning to Anthony from Heanor, who was at Trent Bridge today watching the Blaze take on Hampshire. Following a memorable day at the county ground yesterday, he says, I made the ridiculous choice to sneak off to Pride Park to watch a fairly sludgy and ultimately meaningless goalless draw before returning for the Vulcans innings.
Ah.
Yes. He goes on.
As Leonard is in to bowl, worked away on the leg side nicely by Rees, and the ball almost hits the runner Harry Kame as it's fielded by Zainul Hassan, who is now back on the field, not having been so at the start. And a single is taken, and it is 2-2-2 for 7. 60 needed by Derbyshire to avoid the follow-on. Sorry, you were halfway through.
No, more than halfway. Anthony says sometimes these decisions look a little bit silly in retrospect. Let's hope the idea to bowl first at Sophia Gardens isn't as regrettable as my pointless trek to the football. Morning to you, Anthony. Good to hear from you.
And if you're listening in the South East Gwent area and you fancy a little bit of live cricket, Wales national counties are taking on Hertfordshire in the one-day trophy. Presumably that's already started.
Yeah, it's got to be 50 overs, isn't it? Unless they have discovered some floodlights. You know, I think this is the first time I've commentated on Lewis Rees this morning. 21 minutes in, the man with the runner, as Van der Hookton bowls to him, and that's wide up the off stump and going wider, and Cook can't take it cleanly. He actually did Colin Ingram a favour there, because that was heading for his shins. And he's just hurt his left hand a little bit. He's whipped off the glove and he's flexing his fingers.
Yeah, you mentioned the Derbyshire disability side. The Wales team are due to be playing in Somerset today.
Let's hope the weather holds. It should. I don't think there's much chance of rain. As Van der Hookton bowls to Lewis Rees, strikes him on the pad. Ball goes out into the offside. Rees unmoved, as is Tom Lungley. I'd be surprised if it didn't hit him outside the line, for starters. Van der Hookton barely raised an arm, in truth. There's more out of hope than expectation for the slip cordon and the wicket-keeper. And those square of the wicket as well, who always join in. As Van der Hookton bowls and Rees turns it into the leg side. Oh, it's fielded by Ul Hassan.
Yeah, Kieran Carlson was particularly vociferous in various improbable causes yesterday.
It always tickles me. Calm down, everybody. As they were hyping up the Leicestershire Northamptonshire game on X this morning. big day apparently. As Van der Hoogten is into ball to reach that one there. Pitches outside off stump and goes further away again, and is once more taken by Cook. This one with a bit more bounce. It's taken about waist high by Cook. Leicestershire 7 down, lead by 217. So Northamptonshire have fought their way back into that game quite nicely. And slightly improbably. Looks flat at Old Trafford, doesn't it? Gloucestershire 202 for 2 now, trailing by 248 as Van der Hoogten bowls. It's clipped nicely into the leg side. He might get 4, he won't get 4 because around the boundary goes Gorvin to cut it off, and they come back for 2. Rees picks up the easiest 2 runs he'll ever get without moving.
Harry Kane keeps getting in the way, inadvertently, obviously,
yes,
but there are a lot of shots being played square of the wicket and towards him as a runner.
58 to avoid the follow-on. As Van der Hoogten is in, and that one is played into the ground, square on the offside, and the over comes to an end. Derbyshire 224 for 7. Alex Thompson has 35. Lewis Rees and Harry Kane have 27. So far, it's been alarm-free first 25 minutes, which is good news for Derbyshire, of course.
Yeah, apart from the leading edge, which
yes, true.
Just
that is true.
Cleared mid-off from Alex Thompson. Wales are batting first.
And the inside edge. But apart from that,
no alarms at all.
Alarm-free.
Yeah, Wales batting first against Hertfordshire at Sudbrook. Will Smale, the Glamorgan player, is already out. He made 10 off 7 balls. Clearly going at it. A lot of familiar names in that Wales team, including Callum Nichols, who's also on the Glamorgan staff. Ben Morris, Glamorgan staffer, and various people, or I think virtually all of whom have played for Glamorgan's second 11 as well as Wales national counties, and probably a lot of them have played for the Cardiff universities as well. That's the way things go. A lot of spin there in that team. As Alex Russell, Romano Franco. As Ned Leonard with his fast medium starts a new over. That's nicely driven and nicely fielded as Thompson leaned into it, but Sam Northeast got down well at wide mid-off.
He just moved there as well. Swap sides.
So the tall figure of Alex Thompson, short sleeve shirt despite the drop in temperature. Harry Kane at the other end, long sleeve shirt. If you're wondering what Harry Kane's doing out there, he's doing the running for Lewis Rees, who's lurking next to the umpire. Leonard bowls. Thompson drives. Well fielded by Van der Hoogten at mid-on. So Thompson just starting to try and hit his shots harder.
Dangerous.
58 needed to avoid the possibility of the follow-on.
Do you remember seeing a stump being broken yesterday? The middle stump at this end doesn't have the sponsors' marks on it.
As that is played down to point by Thompson, and there is no run. Right, David Lloyd was bowled at the far end, and that was a drag on to leg stump anyway. Brooke Guest, which end was he bowled? I can't remember that one, to be honest.
I'm not suggesting you should remember.
Martin Anderson was dismissed at this end, but I think that was top of off that he edged onto. I didn't notice a stump being replaced.
Yeah, just looks a bit weird.
As Leonard is in to bowl, and Thompson plays defensively back to the bowler, who fields enthusiastically in his follow-through, despite the fact that Northeast would have cut it off anyway. Yes, I mean, county commentators complain about many things in the course of a day, if not a season, but black bails are not good from
No.
the visual point of view.
No, they're not.
Surely the company Rothesay, which has a rather boring logo on its advertising boards, must have some colour in its advertising somewhere. Short ball from Leonard, and Thompson ducks into it, and it strikes him somewhere on the body and dribbles through to the keeper.
I think it hit his back. Didn't get up as much as he was hoping or expecting.
Yes, we saw Andy Gorvin hit by Blair Tickner yesterday, which
would hurt,
required a bit of a delay, as you can understand.
Absolutely. It's sharp.
As Leonard is in, bowling to Thompson again, and he's pushed that one through straight mid-off. He'll pick up one, he'll turn and go back for the second pretty comfortably, and Derbyshire making sedate progress. One scoring shot off the over, bringing those 2 runs. Thompson has 37, Rees 27, is 226 for 7, with 56 runs still needed to avoid the possibility of following on.
That's wonderful maths from you.
Say it with confidence.
Yeah.
Like my guide to
Returning to bowl.
pronouncing unknown names and rugby commentary. How do you say it? With confidence is always the chances that a fluent speaker of Japanese is listening and will bother to call in to correct you are fairly... Though we do our best. We try and get people of that nationality to run through the enunciation. But the funny one was when I was in Italy last weekend, and I was trying to teach the Italian PA announcer how to say the name of the Welsh fly half, whose name was Lleki.
Ooh.
And it came out as shaky, to the amusement of all the Welsh supporters in the ground. Number 10, Shaky George.
Shaky was Welsh, wasn't he?
Yeah, he still is.
Well, yes. Andy Cohen, yes, I didn't mean to write him off. That's flicked away by Lewis Rees down towards backward square leg, where it's fielded by Al Hassan. And they pick up a single. Andy Gorvin in search of a 5 for here, 4 for 50 now. 13.1 overs.
Yes, from Ely in Cardiff, a couple of miles away from here.
I don't reckon.
Shaky, whose real name is Michael.
Is it Stevens?
Can't remember.
No. I didn't know it was Michael, if I'm honest. I automatically assumed it wasn't shaking. Here comes Gorvin, bowls to Thompson, who pushes this up towards mid-off, and there is no run. 227 for 7.
Michael Barrett.
So he finished off doing his stint for BBC television and became a pop star. Potentially a different Michael Barrett.
Yeah.
Kent 245 for 4 against Middlesex, leading by 136 at Lords. As this next delivery just keeps a bit low, and as Thompson goes back, he ends up reaching for it, playing it to Al Hassan at backward point. Hence the momentary excitement from the fielders. I mean, it was nowhere near the stumps, but he could only have got himself into trouble by playing the shot. Thompson, who's been out there for a good while now. 81 deliveries, as this next one is on the pads. It's going down leg. They tried to whip it away but missed. Stifled appeals this time rather than optimistic ones.
I was about to reflect on the unlikely event of a match between the UAE and Scotland being held up by rain, but then I noticed it's being played in the Netherlands.
Oh, there's a chance then. As Gorvin bowls, Thompson turns that one into the leg side, and they'll go through for another single.
With the
38 Thompson, 228 for 7.
Scotland side including Mark Watt,
Yes.
Formerly or currently?
Formerly. Yeah. Safian Sharif, possibly. Possibly not.
He's not in the 11.
Okay. Callum McLeod was the other one, but I'm not sure he's playing much these days either. Little interest. Govin bowls. Oh, that one really pops up and it's turned away down towards fine leg by Rees. Surprised him a bit. That Govin delivery does pick up another single though. He moves to 29 at the end of the over. Thompson has 38. 229 for 7. So very impressive 14 runs in the first 34 minutes. This morning, 53 to avoid the chance of being asked to follow on, and more runners go past.
Yes,
on the
pack of them.
Banks of the River Taff. Well done to everybody.
Keep it going. Keep it going.
Returning to bowl at
Well
the
done to everyone.
Cathedral Road end, Zainul Hassan.
Oh, here we go. The danger man's back.
The mean man, anyway.
Yes.
Zainul Hassan, who's 8 overs so far, have cost 9 runs. I think only one of them came off the first 5 or thereabouts.
He does his bowling. He's done a proper one there, like Anuj Dal does, when it goes straight up in the air. I love that.
You wouldn't have thought that was entirely helpful.
No.
Anyway, in he comes from the Cathedral Road end and bowls something of a half volley outside off stump that's dragged to mid-on by Lewis Rees.
Quite a loopy delivery as well, wasn't it?
Who is doing well to be out there and still battling away. And actually, Alex Thompson slowing down his scoring rate as well this morning. Everything's in slow motion. Al Hassan trying to hurry someone up. Bowls to Rees, who plays it on the leg side. It's run gently down to Van der Hoogten at backward square. Single. 230 for 7. 52 only needed by Derbyshire to avoid the follow-on.
Doesn't sound a lot when you say it like that, does it? But
it doesn't normally, but on the other hand, the scoring rate is dropping, so it'll probably take the best part of an hour if they do get there. Alex Thompson has shown signs of wanting to play some bigger shots as Al Hassan bowls to him, and he's forced that off the back foot to mid-off, and Govin fields, and there's no run, and Glamorgan now have 5 saving the single. 2 slips, a deep square leg and a fine leg. And maybe they're saving Fernando for the new ball because they've gone through the other seamers. As Al Hassan is into bowl and played up to mid-off again by the tall figure of Thompson. So I haven't seen much of Kellaway at all, just 4 overs so far. So they obviously don't think it's taking much spin. Van der Hoogten has been the most economical of the seamers, but doesn't have a wicket. 18 overs, 0 for 33. Very tight indeed. Al Hassan gets his start of his run up wrong, or sees that the batter is not yet ready. Morgan trying to frustrate Alex Thompson out, tempting him to try and hit over the top maybe, as he clips this one nicely away on the leg side. A stray delivery is dispatched through mid-wicket for 4 runs.
first one today?
Believe so.
Yeah. 37 minutes. Then it's important that these two stay there. But 37 minutes.
Yes, you'd expect a 4 to come naturally rather more quickly than that, but 234 for 7, 48 short of the follow-on are Derbyshire. Al Hassan bowls outside off stump. Chris Cook now standing up to Zainul Hassan, as he often does to Rothesay and Gorvin taking a stumping to get rid of Anish Dal's second ball, as Dal rather just fell over to a ball down leg side. And Cook whipped off the bails neatly.
So he was out down the leg side. Harry Kane was out down the leg side, wasn't he?
David Lloyd dragging the ball on.
Well, he's finding wonderful ways to get himself out this season, David Lloyd.
Caleb Jewell just popping back a return catch. The ball appears to stop on him.
Here comes Gorvin from the River Taff end, bowling to Rees, who defends the ball straight back to the bowler. Yes, the batting has been a little disappointing so far. These two already putting on 72 though for the 8th wicket.
Yes, they came together in the 45th over, so that's less than 3 and over, but a valuable job.
As the injured Rees waits and whips this one into the leg side, and he's going to get his first boundary of the morning out towards mid-wicket. Nicely done. Moves on to 34. Not a great delivery from Gorvin, in fairness, but to 38 for 7.
Yeah, just 44 needed to avoid that follow-on, and 6.4 overs away from the new ball, so they shouldn't need many off the new ball if that does prove crucial for Glamorgan.
Well, certainly, Anish Dal said that the new ball on day 1 went soft very quickly. As Gorvin bowls and Rees turns this into the leg side, they'll jog through for a single. I couldn't even find Harry Kane there, he's so far away. He gets there comfortably enough. And Rees moves to 35, 239 for 7 now. Apart from all those scares, it's been scare-free so far this morning. It is very strange switching from a sport where you almost talk non-stop to a sport where you've got time to think. Time to think's a bad thing. Gorvin bowls down the leg side. The bails are whipped off by Cook, but the back leg of Alex Thompson had not strayed, but it was a nice piece of work by Cook, as you would expect.
If you do wish to contact us via email, nickweb2017@gmail.com, fletchcricket@gmail.com. Likewise on X.
As Gorvin bowls to Thompson, who whips this one away. Backwards square on the leg side. They're only going to get one here, I think. Yeah, they are indeed only going to get one.
He is Fletch Sport, and I'm nickweb2017, which is also what I am on Blue Sky as well.
Yes, I'm the same on Blue Sky.
Oh, you're on
Not the same as you, but that would be foolish.
You Fletch Sport or Fletch Cricket?
Fletch Sport.
There we are.
That was Callaway who did the fielding there, incidentally. Throwing right-handed. Does he only ever exclusively throw right-handed?
He tends to. I suppose if he picked up the ball with his left hand and had to execute a run out, he'd probably try that.
That'd be good. Gorvin bowls way wide of the off stump, and Lewis Rees has nothing to do with it. Final ball of the over. Rees has 35. Thompson has 43. Derbyshire 240 for 7. Another 42 runs required to avoid the follow-on.
It's about time Mr. Bevan did some talking to the nation. He's reading the Sunday paper, old chap.
I think the nation deserves it. I will go through for another update at midday, but I'm not holding out any hope.
That's all right. I can nip back to cover. Best not leave my vat of coffee here, otherwise that could be fatal for the entire broadcasting operation.
And people on the front row below us. Thompson on strike then as Zainul Hassan continues from the Cathedral Road end. 2 slips in place. Oh, and that one is guided past third slip down to the, for the first time today, vacant third man area. And they come back for a couple. Thompson moves to 45, 242 for 7. extra applause for something. Not sure what. Partnership goes on to 80. Edward, how are you?
Good morning. Good to see you, Mr.
Good
Fletcher.
to see you
Always.
too.
A resolute flight back here from these two, and much to be admired with the way that they've gone about it.
So far. Be shame for them to fail now, wouldn't it? As Al-Hassan is in and Thompson clips that away. That's running across the square and will get to the boundary just in front of Callaway for 4 more to Thompson, who moves on to 49 now. Derbyshire 246 for 7.
That particular delivery, Dave, looked like the old ball, you know. It was just plonked down and did absolutely nothing. And Glamorgan want to try and get to this new ball as quickly as possible. It might take wickets, and if they don't bowl well enough, it could disappear. So it's an interesting stage.
Thompson, one away from a half century. Plays that one off the back foot up towards a very straight mid-on.
Because at the moment there's absolutely nothing in the pitch.
No.
Plenty yesterday, but as the ball got older, you could see it was far easier to play.
A bit cooler as well today, possibly.
Yes.
That won't help, will it? The Derbyshire flag appears to be flying at half-mast on the pavilion, but the other two aren't. As Al-Hassan bowls to Thompson, who turns it once again up to Sam North-East at mid-on.
You mentioned the runners, more or less the walkers, you know. I think it's too much for them this morning. One of them are walking.
I can't say that it wouldn't be too much for me either, so fair play.
Yeah, that's it.
Fair play to them.
Okay, so I've done my whack.
There is Al-Hassan bowling to Thompson, who mistimes that one. Al-Hassan gets his left hand to it as he plays it. It goes back towards him, doesn't stop it cleanly.
Even if Glamorgan did dismiss Derbyshire for under the 282, then it's debatable whether they'd enforce the follow-on, because they have been out there for nearly 80 overs to give the bowlers a break.
Best chance of forcing a win now, Red, do you think?
I would have thought so.
Well, he's whipped away by Alex Thompson into the leg side, and it's a 50 for the Derbyshire off-spinner. For that is what he is. That's only his third first-class 50 in 49 matches. And obviously bats low down the order as well, but really good effort from Alex Thompson. There we go, 8 fours in his 96 ball half century. And he takes Derbyshire up to 247 for 7 at the end of the over. Lewis Rees has 35.
Going to continue, and obviously they're keeping Fernando, and who hasn't bowled this morning, and Van de Gooten for the new ball, and you would expect your overseas player to strike. He's had a very undistinguished start. He did take 4 wickets in the first game, but then 1 in the 3 games since, 2 rather. 1 in this game when he got David Lloyd to play on for 2, but then has been quite innocuous. Here's Garvin from the far end. Bowls, and this is played up towards the aforementioned Fernando, fielding at mid-on. Two slips, a first slip and a third slip, cover and an extra and a mid-off. Then an arc of 3, a mid-on, sort of straightish mid-wicket and a square leg, saving 1. The man on the long leg boundary. It's over the wicket comes Garvin, bowls, and Thompson with a long reach, tall young man, must be 6'3", 6'3", 6'4".
I think he's nearly as tall as I am. Yes, yeah, absolutely. He's a tall off spinner. I don't like that gap between slips though.
Don't quite know why. Ingram at first and Kieran Carlson in that sort of 3rd, 4th slip position as Garvin bowls. This is driven nicely through the covers, and it's running up towards the boundary, and I think it's going to get there. Yes, it does. Short boundary away to our right. Well timed by Thompson, and batting now has looked beginning to look relatively easy as Derbyshire gained their first batting point.
Cause for great celebration.
They've had 2 bowling points. Glamorgan have got 5 in all, 3 batting points and 2 bowling points. As Garvin turns at the end of his mark, bowls to the right-handed Thompson, who hurries him just a little and plays that up towards mid-on.
I was thinking about you, Edward, the other week.
Good Lord.
Yeah, we were at Grace Road. I've been waiting 3 days to bring this up. And Derbyshire conceded 118 runs through third man.
It's your own fault then.
118. And it was mentioned to me by Blair Tina in the end of days interview, and the only thing that was going through my head was, well, why did you not do something about it?
I know, it's incredible, isn't it?
118.
Garvin bowls. An appeal for LBW, not out, says the umpire. It's a huge appeal from keeper and bowler and just about everybody else, but we'll just have a look at this replay. Might have been outside.
I'm going to say height.
Yes,
Only
possibly.
because it's one of the options.
Possibly.
Not based on, he's got his back to us and I've got no idea, in all honesty.
Hopefully we'll see it front on now. Garvin looking for a fifer as he turns again. Comes in and bowls, and Thompson might have got the bat on that, or perhaps a legging pad. And the umpire says leg by. That's the end of the over. 2:51 for 7, and they trail by 179 and 84. There are overs remaining. A lot of cricket to be played today, and 4 overs to go to the new ball. So did I take to say you should listen to Edward Bevan? Probably not.
No. But that was the first innings. Then in the remaining innings, of course, they had a third man in, both sides. So it was good to see that they actually learned from their the error of their ways.
I'm not going to bore you or listeners on my feelings of a third man.
Well, that's why you were the first person I
Returning
thought
to
of.
bowl, Ben Calloway.
So,
Got a bit of spin feel.
yeah, I think it's worthwhile, isn't it? He's going to be bowling with his right arm.
And hurry up for the new one, I think.
Yeah. Over 8's only -1, so no issues there.
Which would probably be cut off with a long half-a-mile walk from the dressing room.
Yes, quite. It is a fair distance, isn't it? So Calloway will be bowling to right-handed Thompson. And Thompson goes back and just clips that one up to mid-on, where it's not fielded particularly cleanly by Ned Leonard, but successfully off his knee. 2:52 for 7. Trailing by 179 Derbyshire. That one is played off the back foot again by Thompson, so 30 runs to avoid the follow-on. Started the day on 215 for 7. Calloway bowls, that is driven out towards the cover boundary by Thompson. There is a man patrolling the boundary down there, Colin Ingram. Go through for a single.
Just quickly going back to the third man syndrome.
Yes, this is what we wanted, Edward. Come on.
If it's good enough for Glenn McGrath, who once said, if I'm bowling badly, or if I'm bowling well rather, I don't have my fine leg, I have a third man, which makes absolute sense, because it's generally going away from the bat, not going down the leg side. It's protection more than anything.
Yeah. Well, they had fine legs, but they didn't have a third man. Calloway around the wicket to the left-handed Rees, who defends the first ball he faces from the off-spinner, out into the offside, some northeast fields. Rees on 35 from 105 deliveries. Goes back to this one and clips it into the leg side this time, where it's Tribe who does the fielding.
Few people on the run or the walk, as it is.
It's incredible, absolutely incredible. Lots of pink in evidence, as you might expect, as that one is turned into the leg side by Rees, and it brings to an end Calloway's first over of the day. Is 5th in all, 2:53 for 7. Derbyshire. Thompson has 55 and Rees has 35. A partnership of 91, which is a really good effort.
It was, because it had 62 for 7. They had real problems. But they've recovered well as the pitch has gone down, certainly this morning. It'll be very interesting to see how this new ball behaves. And we can see Fernando at mid-on, sitting on his backside, throwing his legs in the air. Take care, young man, because you might do yourself an injury there. We would.
We'll do that at lunchtime, I think.
Certainly not.
Derbyshire's 12th man just came on to, I think they were the inner gloves that Alex Thompson wears, and it was Harry Moore. It's good to see Harry down here. He's currently injured, the England under-19 quick bowler.
Who isn't with England prospects these days?
Yes, I'm afraid that is it. But yes, and it's the usual injury.
Yeah, I was hoping to have a look at him.
Has a bad back. Again, don't we all?
Glamorgan to continue from the River Taff end with the same field. And he will be bowling to Thompson, who just reaches 50. He's 55 and played a valuable innings here for Derbyshire. Glamorgan bowls and he stands up tall, this Thompson, and pushes it out to mid-off. Two, 5, 3 for 7. Seems a long time since the first wicket fell yesterday. David Lloyd in the first over. Well, apart from his 93, it's been a bit of a struggle for Dave, hasn't it?
It really has. And it was last season as well.
So, next ball comes in and is played defensively. Out into the covers where it's fielded by Ace of Tribe.
He was even disappointed when he got into the 90s because he played a poor shot and really had the opportunity to go on and make his first Derbyshire century.
Yes, I was hoping he would.
There's a lot of goodwill towards him.
He batted a lot in middle order down here when he started. I think, that it is his position. Yeah. Who am I to say? But he's a free scoring player. Likes to play his shots. Let's go off in. Balls to Thompson. Thompson forward. Plays very carefully out to mid-off. And I thought, well, would it be better now when the shine is gone? He can come in about 5 or 6.
Well, that's why Mickey Arthur put him up there with Caleb Jewell, because they're both shot makers, right hand, left hand, and that kind of thing. But
and it gives the bowlers a chance with it.
It does.
Because Jewell yesterday played missed a lot outside the off stump, going for big shots.
But only once this season has Jewell been out before Lloyd.
Got naught, didn't he? First over, was it?
Yeah.
In comes the next ball. Tries to whip it away to mid-wicket, but it's hit him on the pad outside the line of leg stump. 253 for 7. Thompson 55. 35 to Reese, who's got this injured hamstring, but has battled on.
Got a numberless fielder down below us as well. That's never good.
No idea.
Might have to call Nick into action.
Here's Glamorgan in bowls. Play defensively. No runs off the over. 1 ball remaining.
Got a new pair of cricket boots. I know that.
Absolutely no idea who he is.
Blank looks all round.
Could be one of 23 players who are on the Glamorgan staff. It could be a club player. How did we manage before they had numbers on their backs?
Well, yes. Middlesex, of course, wear the cable knit, which don't have them. That's a nightmare.
Completes the over, does Corbin, and doesn't get a maiden because it's clipped to the unknown warrior down here at fine leg. End of the over, 254 for 7. And the deficit coming down, 177.
We're now 78 overs, so 2 more to go until the second new ball becomes available. One of them will be bowled really quickly in terms of time. We've got both. Oh, yes, right, that makes sense. We had both of the batters moving towards the same end, but of course Lewis Reese is going off to square leg. He's continuing that run. Just had one of those 3 batsman meetings in the middle of the pitch, which always look a bit weird.
Yes.
Slightly alarming. Here's Callaway. Over the wicket too. Thompson floats that one up and it's driven. He stops it nicely with his foot and it almost ricochets onto the stumps somehow. Fortunately, Harry Cave hadn't left his ground.
Oh, that would be...
That would have been unfortunate, to say the least. As Callaway's in again, it was hit quite well by Thompson, who goes back this time and pushes it into the offside, where it's fielded by Asa Tribe. So he just whip through his overs. This is the third delivery already, and it's defended by Thompson straight back to him. That helps, of course. Gives the ball, I think that's a habit. He's giving the ball a polish. It's in its 79th over, almost entirely pointless. As he bowls, Thompson gets one that might just have kept a bit low, but gets bat on it, plays it back to Callaway.
And this over started on the clock on the scoreboard 11:58.
Yeah.
So he's taken a minute so far.
Next delivery is pushed into the offside, but not very far into the offside.
Come on, Callaway, bowl this quick when you've done it in a minute, just over.
And I won't have had to have missed an over to do my bulletin that almost certainly won't exist. Here's Callaway. In and bowls, and Thompson plays that one into the onside. Tribe does the fielding, and Derbyshire are 254 for 7. Thompson has 56, Rees has 35. They need another 28
is Tom Norton.
to avoid the follow-on. Tom Norton.
I heard him.
Teenage second 11 player.
There we go, from the second 11. Thank you, Nick. I shall be back momentarily.
Any relation to the wicket keeper, the reserve wicket keeper? Norton. He's a Norton, isn't he? Horton, that is. Oh, yeah. Gorman to continue, probably his last over before the new ball is taken. Fernando, who we have not seen this morning, will take over, one presumes. Here's Gorving bowling to Rees. Rees goes off the back foot, plays a lovely shot, and Fernando didn't react very quickly there. There'll be a couple of runs, and they'll be happy with that. And no, they've managed to scamper back for 3. So this is a good fight back, and a disappointment for Glamorgan that they haven't taken the wicket, Nick, in the first hour.
Yes, it's shows the importance of playing yourself in on this pitch, not forcing things too early, and they've been very sensible. Just took singles really for the first 40 minutes.
Yeah.
It was ages before we saw a boundary, but they've just started to move up a little bit in terms of tempo, mostly Thompson.
And it's Thompson who is facing. As Gorvin comes over the wicket, bowls, is WA backward square, where he's fielded by Ul Hassan. Ball must be getting a bit of reverse swing because he's got 2 fielders very close to each other on the on side. One, and he's gone now and has gone very close to the strip, which means his partner, the non-striker's end, has to move a couple of yards to his right. Gorvin bowls, clipped away down to deep square leg, 12th man, no, it's Ben Callaway fields, and returns 258 for 7.
Yeah, Steve on Twitter was expressing surprise that Callaway wasn't given a go a little bit earlier. Actually, he probably messaged this just as Callaway was brought on to bowl. A couple of very token couple of overs for Callaway before the new ball. He said if I was a hamstring injury, I wouldn't want to have to move the legs around to the spinner. But Callaway hasn't made a breakthrough in the 2 overs he was permitted.
Gorvin goes round the wicket and bowls. This is a little bit short, but it's mistimed as he tries to force it away through the offside, and it's fielded, and there's no run. Tim van der Gooten and is at mid-off, and his opening partner Fernando, both exercising their arms, getting ready for the new ball. we'll have just 2 balls left with the old ball as Gorvin comes from the river end. Doesn't take long to bowl it over. Bowls to Rees, and Rees is forward to a good length ball and pushes it to short extra cover. 258 for 7, so the deficit is 173. Remember, the 282 is the follow-on target, and if they were dismissed even the next 20 runs, I wonder what the decision would have been, because time is going on. The wicket is getting placid, as we know, and does get even more placid normally here as the game continues. Last ball of the over, and it's bowled and defended by Lewis Rees, and Gorvin will be having a rest, having bowled 18 overs, 4 for 67. Creditable figures for him. And we will see now if one of the umpires will purvey the new cherry to one of the bowlers who will be bowling from this end, and it will be Fernando, in number 78 on his back. 3 batsmen have a mid-wicket conference of what? I don't know. Let's go on as we are, I would have thought would have been the message.
Just the 24 runs needed with 3 wickets remaining in hand. A good first over for Derbyshire as Fernando practices his run-up.
The Cathedral Road end, Asifa Fernando.
That's a ripple of applause, as if to say, come on now, we need a few wickets from you.
Yes, well, he needs a few if he's going to stay on longer than this month, I would guess, as he tosses a practice delivery to Gorvin, but he'll be bowling with just one slip in a gully. Mid-wicket is short and on the drive.
Yeah, it is a bit surprising.
Thompson is on strike as Fernando races in, bowls driven to mid-off by Thompson, no run.
Nick, what are these people on the towpath? Are they walkers or runners who've out of puff?
Well, it's a Race for Life cancer research
Every Sunday, is it?
No. It's
just today.
It's there was one yesterday which was a different event by the same charity, I believe. But this is probably one of these events where you can choose a distance depending on your level of fitness. About 50 yards would do me. Yeah. Fernando bowls and Thompson plays a nice shot, whipping it away on the leg sides. He may get 4. No, it's picked up just inside the boundary by Zain Ul Hassan, running round in front of the grandstand, and they settle for 2. And good morning to Chris Drew, who is hoping to see Ben Callaway try his left arm bowling in county cricket, in county championship red ball cricket now and again. Why not? As Fernando bowls and Thompson plays out into covers, no run. 260 for 7, Derbyshire inching towards that follow-on target of 282.
The new ball has now been taken.
Well, yes.
Oh, did he bowl a couple with the old ball, actually? That one, I think he might have bowled a couple with the old ball because Gorvin's just chucked a ball off.
Yes, he did, because now there is an adjustment in the field, and the slip cordon is reinforced. Why didn't he take it immediately? Well,
must have been a deliberate decision.
All sorts of changes now. There's a gully come in, there's a deep extra cover. The man comes in at cover. It's not a great change to the field.
2 slips anyway. Mid-wicket on the drive departs. Fernando in, bowls, and Thompson defends the new ball. It must be just an idiosyncrasy. Prefers to bowl a few deliveries almost as a warm-up, but if he wants that one, why not give him the 79th over or whatever? Anyway.
Oh, he's probably had a warm-up at 10:30 this morning.
Well, indeed.
Oh, yeah.
260 for 7. We'll have had a game of football, I'm sure. 260 for 7. 22 needed by Derbyshire here on BBC Sport Online, as that's a full length ball driven by Thompson to northeast at mid-on. No run. So
football, yes, exactly, before play.
There's a Glamorgan seem to be keener than most counties to get what passes for a proper game of football in. A lot of counties do a sort of gentle version of keepy-uppy or passing it round or chucking some other shape of ball around. The days of touch rugby have gone here, sadly. 260 for 7. As that's wide outside off stump and might have been signalled wide by umpire Newell, but he thinks otherwise. Hands Fernando his sweater. 260 for 7 at Derbyshire with Rees on 38 off 111 deliveries. Thompson on 59 off 125. A little bit more cloud around, temperatures cooler. You'd have thought it would help the bowlers a bit more than it has done.
Yes, going back to that football. Remember Hugh Morris at Abergavenny got injured before play. He had to be replaced. Matthew Maynard, on the day that Yorkshire in 2001 up at Scarborough won the championship, he had to pull out before the game started on the first day because he was hurt playing football. And England have stopped doing it because somebody else was injured some time ago. And I do find it very odd, especially if there's a bit of a greasy surface, and especially before the game starts, that you go and play the round ball game. Tim van de Gooten is sharing the new ball and comes in, bowls the first ball, and that sails outside the off-cumber. But that was a wide delivery.
Yeah, it did move a bit off the pitch, though, that one.
Yes, it pitched outside and kept on going.
Yes, the back about turn of the century used to do touch rugby, didn't they? When they had decent rugby players like Steve James and Hugh Morris in the Glamorgan team, both of whom played rugby at a reasonably high club level.
Yes, they did. Here is Van de Gooten in, bowls down the leg side. It's clipped down there for a single by the left-handed Rees, and field changes now for the right-handed Thompson, who's played the major role here. He's 59. Rees has done his job. He's 39, albeit he's faced 113 balls, where Thompson has faced six less. Eight less, rather. 3 slips now then for the right-handed Thompson, as the wicketless in this innings. Van de Gooten comes in, bowls. That's a good length delivery. And nothing at all in the pitch to show us that there's going to be any help for the bowlers from now on.
No, well, Derbyshire might even be thinking of reassessing their priorities and looking at bonus points and getting somewhere near Glamorgan on first innings. We thought Brooke Gast's comment about getting another 100 to 150 runs out of the last 3 was optimistic, but maybe he was right.
Here's Van de Gooten again coming in, bowling, and this is driven but to mid-off, and it's fielded by Fernando. 261 for 7, the score remains. Deficit is 170.
He does have quite a pleasant drive, Alex Thompson, doesn't he? Tall man.
Yeah, he gets to the picture of it quite easily. Very rarely you see him playing back, which is a wise thing to do. Here is Van de Gooten then. Coming in, bowls, and that comes back in at him. And he's played it defensively up to mid-off. No threat in the first couple of overs. And if they don't succeed, the opening bowlers here, with the new ball, then things might change, as you mentioned. And Derbyshire will think, right, we're coming back into this game. Remember that there's another day after today. A lot of cricket to be played. Van de Gooten to complete the over, bowls, and this is played up towards mid-on. End of the over, 261 for 7, the deficit 170. We've had 82 overs, and 110, of course, is for bonus points, which I don't think Derbyshire will be even contemplating. They want to stay there and grind on and get very close to this Glamorgan first innings total of 431.
Yes, we had the Glamorgan innings where they finished on 380 for 7 after 110 overs. So
Not to motor a bit.
Derbyshire would need to, well, what have we got? 28 overs to get potentially 89. 3 and over, and they'll get him a third batting bonus point. 350 would be possible if they are still going. And Thompson and Rees are doing their darndest to make sure they are. As Fernando is into bowl, forced away on the offside by Rees. And that is the century partnership between these two for the 8th wicket.
Yes, and they've played so well. They've came in or joined together at 162 for 7 and had a lot of work in front of them. But Rees has played within his limitations because he has got an injured hamstring. And Thompson has got his head down and really worked hard for this recovery.
It's taken nearly 37 overs, so it's been slow, but it's been valuable. Good, solid red ball cricket as Fernando tries to break up the equilibrium, bowling to Thompson, and he won't do it like that, bowling wide outside off stump, as Thompson will have nothing to do with it. And quite rightly, bit of music in the distance, welcoming the charity runners, no doubt. 262 for 7, and they might be grateful that the temperatures have gone down a few degrees today.
I bet it hasn't gone down the far side. It's always sunny over there and warm.
Always sunny in Wrexham. As Fernando bowls, jab down into the ground, bounces up to gully, no run for Thompson there. The pitch for this game is slightly towards the grandstand side of the centre of this wide square.
One of the hybrid pitches.
It is a hybrid, yes.
Thought, yeah.
It's not a technology I have a great understanding of, I must admit.
No, not me.
But whatever the ground staff can do to provide a viable playing surface with increasing demands. As Fernando bowls wide outside off stump, carved away by Thompson down to backward point.
Absolute no threat from Fernando at the moment. He may produce one that gets him a wicket, but he doesn't really run in with any sort of purpose, or hasn't for the last couple of games. Not express pace by any means, is he?
Not express, maybe a little bit faster than Van der Hoogten, possibly.
Yeah, just a little, but it's not nearly so effective and accurate, is he?
Give him 10 years here. As Fernando bowls a full toss that's turned through the leg sides, helped away for 4 runs by Lewis Rees, who really just had to get firm bat on ball there, didn't need to move the injured leg much, and smashed it away through mid-wicket. 267 for 7, Rees to 44, and the follow-on avoidance may be quite imminent, even before Dave Fletcher returns to celebrate the fact on the airwaves. It's Fernando, time running out to break this partnership, into bowl to Rees, allows that one to go through low outside off stump, and there's a little bit of inconsistent bounce yesterday, and to see a ball reaching the keeper virtually on the second bounce from the new ball is somewhat concerning.
It is.
267 for 7, 15 needed.
I'm just looking, you see, you spoke about Van der Gooten and the difference in class, if you like. He's bowled 19 overs for 34 runs. And that's under 2 and over. And you look at Fernando, the test bowler, 14 overs for 75. And that tells you something.
Does indeed. 3 slips are on offer for Tim van der Hoogten.
He's bowling, as usual, from the river end. As he comes into the right-handed Thompson, and he drives, and it's fielded by Van der Gooten, parried by Van der Gooten.
So he's been remarkably economical, Van der Hoogten, but has
Wicketless.
not taken a wicket. Unlucky, really. He's bowled pretty well. Dahl was unlucky, I suppose, for Derbyshire. Bowled really well and only got 2 in 20 overs.
Van Gooten bowls, dabbed away out into the gully, or a deep gully or cover, or backward point. Callaway fields, 267 for 7. And if these two can't get a wicket with a new ball, Glamorgan will be beginning just not to fret, of course, because there's still a very large deficit of 164. But they'll just be wondering where's the next wicket coming from. Van der Gooten bowls, and this gone, caught in the wicket, gone on to bounce, and the partnership is broken. And Thompson's excellent innings comes to an end. He got a ball that just must have hit the seam, the new one, and Van der Gooten rewarded for some excellent bowling, as his figures will show. And that partnership was 105 for the 8th wicket, and he's gone caught cook off the bowling of Van der Gooten. He walked immediately. But, well played, Alex Thompson.
Yes, you have to bend your back to get bounce, although there's been a little bit more from the bowling from the River Taff end. And Thompson just fending at that one. But he's occupied the crease for the best part of 40 overs together with Lewis Rees. So these two have done much to steer their side towards safety, and an excellent innings of 60 off 135 balls in the end, and just 15 needed for Rees to accumulate in the company now of Zach Chappell and Blair Tickner if needed.
I've noticed not only this season but last season that Zach Chappell is quite a capable batsman. I'm sure as Dave Fletcher will testify when he comes back, because he must be one of the best number 10s in the business. I hope I haven't put the kiss of death onto him.
The incoming batter for Derbyshire is Zach Chappell.
Well, he did his damage with the ball in the last meeting. These two sides, Zach Chappell taking 6 for 47 as Derbyshire won by 10 wickets at the county ground last season. The triumph thanks to largely taking 6 wickets in the first hour, where it was really overcast and batting conditions under the floodlights on the first morning in, I think it was in August or very early September, were pretty hazardous. Thompson, by the way, struck 9 boundaries in his 60, which is more than anyone else has managed in the Derbyshire innings.
Interesting now, Nick, to see how Lewis Rees's approach will be, because he's played second fiddle to Thompson, and if Zach Chappell does get out, then he'll only have Tickner, who I don't know much about as a batsman's capability.
Well, he's scored 60 odd for twice out this season, so
he can hold a bat then, certainly.
yes.
Dale will tell us all about that. So the new ball has done its trick. Here's Van der Gooten first ball then to Chappell. Doug comes back into him and he plays it defensively out to mid-on.
Another very tall man like the man he's replaced, Zach Chappell. Shaven-headed.
Yes. So Van der Gooten rewarded. Frog in my throat there. Go away. Here he comes again. Bowls, and that's defended again by Chappell out to mid-on. He's now bowled 1 ball short of 20 overs, 1 for 34.
Yes, it's the sort of performance that even if you're not taking wickets yourself, it aids the guys at the other end. Absolutely. Because the batters are more likely to force the issue and take risks against the other guy if they're getting tied down at one end.
This ball to complete the over. Van der Gooten bowling to Chappell. Chappell again gets one to come in off the offside. So a wicket maiden there for Tim Van der Gooten, much needed by the home side. 267 for 8. Chappell yet to get off the mark. Rees is on 44. The three batsmen there, excuse the confusion, confer. Perhaps the 2 batsmen in the middle might tell Brooke Guest, go away, you're out. Nothing to do with you. Unless they say run a bit quicker between the wickets.
It's Came, isn't it? It's
Came rather
than Guest. Guest did enough batting of his own, and well, as so often, I suppose it's a guy who didn't get so many runs is told to get out there and do the running. Here's Fernando then from this Cathedral Road end. Just the 2 slips, no gully for the left-handed Rees, who's waving at that one rather vaguely outside off stump.
It's a dreadful delivery, wasn't it?
Cricket was not the winner there. It was a poor shot, poor delivery, and not much Chris Cook could do to improve things. As Fernando trudges back and will do his best to uproot a couple of wickets here. Fernando in bowls to Rees. Has he caught the outside edge there? There's a big appeal, there's a huge appeal. Glamorgan are expecting that one to be given, but Lewis Rees stood his ground and umpire Newell agreed with him. That really was the celeb appeal, wasn't it, where the fielders are absolutely convinced they're out, they're not just inquiring.
We will have a look, I'm sure, at this, but might have hit the pad, who knows?
There's obviously some noise, whether it was bat on pad or pad on. Unlikely that it was pad on ball. Anyway, Fernando back at his mark. And heading in again to bowl to Rees, who is playing that one gently up to mid-on. And there's no run. 2, 6, 7 for 8. 15 more needed here for Derbyshire to avoid the possibility of following on this bright but cool third morning here in Cardiff. Temperatures started dropping yesterday afternoon and continued to do so. So it's now below average for the time of year, we're told, for the bank holiday Sunday and Monday.
Typical British climate.
As Fernando bowls and Rees steers one down towards third man, will pick up the single. Harry Kane doesn't fancy coming back for a second run. It must be really difficult for the other batter, because Chappell turned and you've almost got to say, right, where's my partner?
No, it's confusing.
He's running a really long way away from the wicket. 268 for 8. 14 to go for Derbyshire before the risk of having to follow on is avoided. I'm not sure that Glamorgan would enforce it now, as that thumps into the pads of Zach Chappell, runs out into the gully. There's no run. Had they taken 3 wickets inside the first hour, they might have been tempted to go again, but they did not.
Having said that, like, they've only bowled 80, well, a ball short of 85 overs, which is not anything like the 130 or 120s or whatever that some size bowl.
Yeah.
But I agree with you. It's there's a lot of cricket left in this game, and pitch. I don't think it will, but it could deteriorate a little.
Fernando into Chappell, who defends that back down the wicket. No great hurry to get to the follow-on target. Anyway, big appeal in that over from Fernando, but he remains with the not too favourable bowling figures, 1 for 76 off 15. One more from Edward Bevan, and I think it'll be time for Fletch to return to Shepherd, Derbyshire, past the follow-on.
Kieran Carlson, as is his wont, went and had a word with umpire Newell then, and politely inquired why wasn't that out, and he got the answer. And I don't know quite what the answer was, but
well, presumably because I didn't think he hit it.
Exactly.
Would do.
Here's Van de Gooten to start another over. Bowls to the left-handed Lewis Rees, who pulls out to mid-wicket. And for a moment, Rothesay thought he was going one way or the other, but eventually judged it, and it's only a single, which brings an opportunity for 5 balls to be bowled at the number 10 batsman, who is Zach Chappell. 3 slips for this new ball, which is only 5 overs old. And here is Van de Gooten. Bowls to Chappell. Chappell gets tall on that and pushes it up towards mid-on.
Yeah, there is a bit more bounce, isn't there, on occasion?
With a new one, yeah, as you would expect.
And from the far end in particular.
Yeah.
Which throughout the match has provided a bit more bounce, because the batting area at this end, the Cathedral Road end, i.e. the bowling at the River Taff end, was grass here when the match started. It was quite an unusual looking pitch, one end looking different from the other.
Yeah, is this the next delivery, and whipped up towards mid-off. 2 wickets taken this innings, I think, one by Ul Hassan and the other by Leonard. And the others have fallen at that far end, as you've been mentioning.
Elsewhere at Old Trafford, Gloucestershire going well, 277 for 2 in reply to Lancashire's 450. Century there for Ollie Price, and Miles Hammond in the 90s.
Here's Van de Gooten, comes in, bowls to Chappell. Chappell has played a lovely shot through the covers and will get 4 runs. Just a fraction short, and any batsman from 1 to 11 would be proud of that. He judged it perfectly, and if the new ball does travel, there's somebody at mid-on, is that Fernando was doing the extravagant exercises. Just look at this shot again, it was punched fiercely off that back foot. And is that Ned Leonard?
Ned Leonard obviously thinks he might be needed before lunch.
Van de Gooten in, bowls to Chappell. Chappell drives, and there's this chase for Leonard at mid-on. It's coming up, and it'll be 2 runs as this is collected and returned. And these two now quite confident of getting those 7 runs needed to avoid the follow-on.
Interesting game at Leicester. Leicestershire 160 for 9 in their second innings, but that's a lead of 273 over Northants, so should be a good 4th innings battle there.
Well, Leicestershire going great guns this year, aren't they? Last ball of the over. Mid-wicket is posted 20 yards further back, and that's again hammered out to deep extra cover. That could be another boundary. It is. And as I mentioned a little earlier on, Chappell showing his capabilities. 2 4s there in that over. 279 for 8. Chappell is on 10. Rees is on 46.
Thank you, Edward. So we'll bring Dave Fletcher back in time to see Derbyshire over the follow-on line and ponder where the game might go after that.
Yes, I'll fill the Glamorgan listeners in on Zach Chappell as well. He was 19 years of age when he made his debut for Leicestershire. That's when he got his highest score in first-class cricket, 96 on debut. It was against Derbyshire, of course. As Fernando is into Rees, and he cuts that away for 4, and the follow-on target has been reached. Derbyshire will not be asked to follow on, and it's a half-century as well for Lewis Rees, as he just acknowledges the applause. Well, there's more than one. The applause of the crowd. He moves to 50. Derbyshire up to 283 for 8.
122 deliveries for the 50. And
Very much.
he struck in the process 6 boundaries.
His 6th 4. Well batted Lewis Rees on one leg. Waits now for Fernando to bowl too wide of the off stump. Sharp delivery that Cook has to fling himself to his left to take, and it almost knocks him off his feet.
Let's hope he's not too inconvenienced by the innings, that it's not causing further damage.
Well, that's the issue, isn't it, of course? As I say, I understand he has a scan. There were rumours that it was at lunchtime today, so he might have to postpone that if he's still out there, I suppose. He's sitting in a waiting room in Cardiff General, waiting for a scan on your hamstring, as this next delivery from Fernando's also left alone. The Alex Thompson innings, it was remiss of me not to spot this at the time, is his highest score in first-class cricket. Yes, I should have spotted that earlier, for which I apologise. He got a couple of half-centuries previously, only his 3rd half-century, 52 against Sussex, 54 against Worcestershire. So, well done to Alex Thompson. Prime position, all ready to be interviewed at 6:30 this evening. As Fernando is in and bowls wide of the off stump, moving away, doesn't bounce. Cook takes it just about, and Rees has nothing to do with it. I have news of the flag.
Oh, right.
It slipped.
Okay.
There is no
Good.
Yes.
Thank goodness for that.
Yes, we haven't missed. Well, it was strange that it was the only flag
Yes,
that appears to
I
be sort of
thought
sinking.
If it were a prominent Derbyshire person who'd passed away, then they'd have
all be there, wouldn't they?
Put the.
I mean, somebody might not be
stones
well, but you never know. No,
Someone famous in Derbyshire is feeling a bit poorly. We're at half-mast.
As Fernando is in, bowls to Thompson, and that is pushed up towards mid-on. And again, there is no run. So still 24 minutes until lunch. The urgency hasn't gone out of the game because it hasn't been there, but that jeopardy of the follow-on target has been passed. So it's now how close Derbyshire can get with these remaining 2 wickets to Glamorgan, and then the game will be on. The game will be afoot. Apparently, here's Fernando. Final ball of his over, cut away by Lewis Rees with some style. Nice flourish at the end, but he's only going to get a single because it was straight to the man out there on the point boundary, Andy Gorvin. And Rees pinches the strike. Which, Chappell is the kind of, I mean, he is a very decent number 10. I think Tom Scriven, who's been batting at 10 for Leicestershire in the current match and batted at 11 against Derbyshire, is, when last season he was batting at 8, is probably a better number 10/11. But he is more than capable. Career average in first class cricket of 20. And this season, as Nick pointed out, his average, thanks to a couple of not outs, is in the 30s.
Here's Van der Hoogten then starting new over and bowling to Rees, who plays it gently out on the offside. And there is no run.
See, people think I just stand at the box and do nothing. All that research for you, just so that you didn't have to out there listening to the game.
The game is afoot. It's apparently a hunting phrase.
Oh, is it? Oh, well, I'll perhaps not use it again.
First used by Shakespeare, or known to have been used by Shakespeare. As that down leg side, and Rees manages to get his gloves out of the way. Good tumbling take by Chris Cook. popularised by Arthur Conan Doyle in the Sherlock Holmes books as well. But yeah, the Bard was the first written use recorded
I like that.
in the UK.
I like the Conan Doyle connection as well, with Mycroft having played for Derbyshire, after whom he was named, apparently.
As that's played out on the leg side, there was almost confusion among various batters as to who was running then. It seemed as though Chappell was running and no one else was.
I've never run with a runner, so, but like you said earlier, it must be horrible. It's not something that you see anybody practice. I mean, they might practice it in the winter when we're not watching them, but they don't tend to practice.
I suppose it happens so rarely. You don't have specialist runners, do you? In the way that you have a specialist night watchman, say. Van der Hoogten around the wicket to Rees, who works it away past Harry Kane, and they'll take a single. Oh, that'll do.
Well,
as Zach Chappell is sent back.
This has got disaster written all over it, hasn't it?
And the ball has been clipped so often towards Harry Kane that the odds are that he's going to actually kick one away accidentally at some
I thought
point.
he was a fielder that time, I have to say.
285 for 8, the deficit, a mere 146. I suppose getting it under 100 is probably a Derbyshire thought, and it won't seem that many then. As Van der Hoogten will bowl to Chappell, who's forward, playing it on the leg side, out towards mid-wicket. Rather ungainly start to his run from Zach Chappell. It was all arms and legs.
Nathan Fernandez was at Middlesex, was Lewis Deploy's runner in the second innings. And absolutely barbecued Stephen Eskenazi. I mean, he really did. There was a lot of very angry words exchanged out in the middle between them.
So a yes, no, sorry. Van der Hoogten to Rees, defending back to the bowler, no run.
But the really impressive thing about that was he was run out coming back for a third. 2 minutes before lunch, when they were battling to avoid defeat at that stage. They were, 13, 14 runs in front and became 2 down, or 3 down in fact, 14 runs in front, so yeah.
There was an amusing incident here many years ago, and if anyone's got any firmer recollection of this than I have, please let me know. I'm sure I watched Tom Cartwright, the veteran Warwickshire and Glamorgan and England seamer, who had a season here at the end of his career and was really well respected coach in Wales, Tom Cartwright, but I'm sure he ran someone out or was part of the throwing team on a 4th or a 5th run here at Sophia Gardens, because he was, he was into his 40s when he played for Glamorgan. He wasn't the fastest. He had to do a bit of chasing round the boundary. The ball must have just stopped, and I don't think his throw was very good, and it got halfway back and someone else threw the stumps down. If anyone that remembers that incident, please tell me.
Andy Gorvin is on from the Cathedral Road and bowls a ball so wide down the leg side that even by taking his bottom hand off the bat, Zach Chappell couldn't reach it as he wafted the ball, which would have gone in the vague direction of finding it was a really good stop by Cook. He was just feeling his left shoulder a little bit now. He'll be all right. 286 for 8. There's Gorvin, who has a unique style of running. Turns the ball into the leg side. It's fielded at mid-wicket. He sort of leans to the right as he's running in. He's all hustle and bustle as he is now walking back to his mark. I mean, that's a brisk walk, isn't it? Back to his mark, which is good to see.
Well, there's not a lot of Andy Gorvin.
There isn't. No, he's a slight chap. But this lean to the right is brilliant. He's almost fighting himself. The bowls to Chappell, who drives it straight, and it's half stopped. Is that Sam Northeast?
Yep.
As the batters get through for a couple, he's at mid-on. Sam Northeast dived. He's got a bit of grass stain on his right knee now. He doesn't look happy with that. Ball eventually fielded by Tim van der Hoogten. And the score moves to 288 for Ayton Chapel already. Up to 13 at just shy of a run a ball. That's the Zach Chappell way. He waits and Gorvin bowls. Ooh, and he gets one that pops on him there. That was a really good delivery. He did well not to play at that one, Zach Chappell. In the end, he will have been very, very tempted as a lower order batter to have tried to flick that away somewhere. So well done to the big man. I'll tell you about his nickname at lunch.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not broadcastable on
Well,
the airwaves.
we did it on air at Leicester, and I think we got away with it. This next one is bowled him. Zach Chappell goes. I'm not sure where he was trying to play that shot. It looked like he was trying to play it into the leg side, and whether it's moved a little bit away from him, because it seems to have hit halfway up, middle and off. And Zach Chappell departs. And who knows, we might get an early lunch, because Derbyshire are 288 for 9 now as Chappell goes for 13. Having already avoided the follow-on mark, the game is definitely afoot now.
Zach Chappell was bowled by...
And Glamorgan have maximum bowling points. So I suppose a further 12 runs is the realistic immediate target for Derbyshire to get to 300 and a second batting bonus point.
And a fifer for Andy Gorvin, of course. Apologies for not flagging that up. That was probably more important than Zach Chappell being bowled. 13 off 16 deliveries, a couple of fours in there, a couple of nice shots in there.
And that's his second fifer in first class cricket, 5 for 40 being his previous best performance, so he'll need to claim a sixth if he's to get a CB. We've already had a CB from Alex Thompson, and importantly from the Derbyshire media point of view, a potential interviewee within the first session of play.
We've got one now. We've
which
banked
is
one.
Always good. It's always good to have someone who does something worthy of being interviewed in the first session. Morgan with the wicket piece to Van der Hoogten and Gorvin, and we did Gorvin last night, so possibly less so.
Okay. There's a lot of time left. Just 71 overs for somebody else to put their hand up.
Indeed.
Here is a player tick now. That's who it is. Of course it is. There's nobody else. The big man.
It would be a surprise if there were anyone else at this stage of proceedings.
He's got 100 and... no, he hasn't. He's got 65 runs, hasn't he? As you said earlier, he's averaging 32 and a half, which is a little bit skewed on the fact that he has one not out. He's only batted 3 times.
Similar to the recent season about 5 years ago, where I averaged 47 for the season.
Oh, nice. How many times were you out?
Once.
Yes.
In fact, my highest score was 15 not out.
It's just very impressive.
I wonder if that's a record to have an average 3 times your best score in the season.
Well, Tickner's highest score in first class cricket is 47, but he's only got 800 runs in 95 innings, which rather tells you about him. And he lets the first ball go outside the off stump through to the keeper. He is, as he is when he's bowling, he can't keep still. Applause for Andy Gorvin for taking his 5th wicket of the innings, 5 for 69. But yeah, he just can't keep still. Bless him. Tickner.
There we are. He has another mid-wicket conference à 3. 13 minutes to go to oh no, it's not going to be a scheduled lunch interval now because there's 9 down.
It will either be at 10 to or before 1 o'clock, or then after 1 o'clock if these two are still there, won't it?
Yes.
Yeah, so stand by your beds.
Could be, lunch could be at any time really between
now and 1:30.
No,
you get half an hour or quarter of an hour, I'm never sure.
half an hour extra, I believe, if it's 9 wickets down. Which it is. So let's hope Glamorgan, from the nutritional point of view, take this wicket within the next 10 minutes. But
the largest breakfast, I'll be all right.
Preferably for them, not within the next 2 minutes, because they might have to face 1 over before lunch then. Van der Hoogten to Rees, who defends on the leg side. Steve has come back on X saying, having your tweet read out on the radio is like a hole-in-one in golf. Your friends are never there to witness it. And we do have several Steves who message us. So this is Steve at Dalla3579.
Snappy.
There we are. You can probably replay that in some way, Steve, and play it to your mates down the pub. As Rees edges this one down to third man, where Leonard will jog in easily to do the fielding. Skims a throw into Chris Cook, single taken, and that allows the number 11 Blair Tickner on to strike. Takes guard from umpire Lungley. Umpires, of course, change ends after an innings apiece rather than according to time. So 3 slips gather. On Star Wars Day, will the Force be with Tim van der Hoogten? May the 4th, of course.
Yeah, Kevin Handel will be very excited today, when he'd be almost beside himself, I would have thought. Good week not to be doing Middlesex.
A leg slip is added to the close coterie of Glamorgan fielders. Ace of Tribe. As Van der Hoogten steams in bowls and jabbed by Tickner down to gully, and there is no run.
There he goes, off on a little walk.
You'd think he'd want to keep his energy for the bowling endeavours, which will be his lot at some point this afternoon.
Yeah, certainly will. No, he's Mr. Perpetual Motion.
26 overs delivered by the Kiwi in the first innings. 2 for 97, didn't really do him justice because he did bowl in hostile fashion at times. Van der Hoogten bowls and is jabbed away into the gully by Tickner. No run. The clock has ticked along to 12:51, so Glamorgan openers Zainul Hassan and Asa Tribe can forget any thought of having to bat before lunch now, which I'm sure will be welcome news to them. Although they performed decently in the first innings, putting on 93. 289 for 9. Van der Hoogten bowls. Oh, that's a beautiful shot by Tickner. He's drilled it through the vacant mid-off position and will pick up 4 runs up to the River Taff end. Nicely timed.
Glorious.
293 for 9. The next batting point is only 7 runs away for the visitors. There's not a lot of follow through there on that one, but it must have been timed nicely.
All footwork. Played 3 tests for New Zealand. Scored 13 runs with a high score of 8.
Van der Hoogten bowls. Tickner pushes into the covers. He wants a single. He's nicked the strike, the bounder.
What's he doing? I suppose if it prevents Lewis Rees from further damage, then that's fair enough. If they do go through till 1:30, I think Lewis Rees will definitely miss his appointment.
I'm a little surprised that you can get a scan in an NHS hospital over the weekend unless he has private arrangements.
It might not be NHS, in fairness. It's only what just little things that you pick up wandering round.
Remember Jacques Rudolph, the Glamorgan opener and captain at one point, had a nasty bang on the finger and thought he'd broken it, went off to hospital and came back before close of play because without having had his x-ray because he was so fed up of waiting. He went the next morning instead.
Gorvin to begin a new over from the Cathedral Road end. He's advancing at him there, is Blair Tickner, and he shovels it over the head of Sam Northeast for a single. Wow, that was awful. Tickner looks at his bat. I don't think it was the bat's fault. He moves on to 6. Derbyshire to 295 for 9 now.
Chipped that one nicely onto the green within sight of the flag.
He did. It was awkward for a moment. Sam Northeast would have got quite excited. Gorvin wants something changing in his field to the left-handed Rees, who's on 53, 135 balls faced, 6 fours. And Derbyshire on 295 for 9. As I say, can they get these extra 5 runs for the extra point? Gorvin bowls, well, that might help because, oh no, there's only one of them. I thought that he'd managed to split the fielders backward a square on the leg side from a short delivery, but he only picks up a single. He moves to 54, 296 for 9. Of course, well documented how much Lewis Rees likes batting against Glamorgan.
4 tons in a season.
Yeah, which is a solid effort. He's now at square leg near umpire Lungley, making sure he is behind the line. And Blair Tickner settles over his bat. Gorvin already 5 wickets for him. That one thuds into Blair Tickner's pad, and they go through for a leg bite, signalled now by umpire Mark Newell. 297 for 9. 3 balls of the Gorvin over remain to be bowled. Needs the 6th wicket to improve his career best figures. A run off each of the first deliveries, although that last one was a leg by, which won't count against him. And he's in now, bowls to Rees, who just clips this away. It's gone down towards fine leg. And another run is added to the Derbyshire total. Another run goes to Lewis Rees, who moves to 55. 298 for 9. It's tantalising. Genuinely tantalising.
Graham Brill in touch. Yes, we haven't teased Edward about the fortunes of Gowerton yet.
Oh, it's a long day. Don't worry.
99 all out against Gorsinen.
As this next delivery is played away from his body by Tickner, they scamper through for a single. The throw actually hits the stumps, but they get through comfortably enough. Tick moves to 7. Derbyshire to 299 for 9.
Oof.
The excitement, the crowd, many of them on the edges of their seats.
Because they want to go for lunch.
I think they need a wee. They're going to have to wait for lunch at this rate. 4 minutes until it's due to take place. As Gorvin is in again and Rees plays the ball into the ground and back to the bowler. And there is no run. Paul Young, that takes me back. 299 for 9 at the end of the over.
But did you go back and stay when you were taken back?
No, I just used to take a hat around with me. Just lay it down, really.
And wait for the love of the common people to descend upon you.
I think that's it now, isn't it? We're done.
Yes, most of the biggest hits coming off the first album.
No parlay?
No parlay, yes. That was the epitome of 80s production sound, wasn't it? As Van der Hoogten is in to bowl, pulled, but not very effectively by Tickner towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. Graham Brill reports that his son Nicholas umpired at St Helens, Swansea, with Pontedilice victors over Swansea there, while he watched Merthyr beaten by Llangenach at the Hills Plymouth ground. Andy Gorvin can turn himself into another Adrian Dale, says Graham Brill. Yeah. Van der Hoogten is in to bowl, and that's through outside off stump. Adrian Dale was an all-rounder, probably better known for his batting. He did bat 3, 5 or 6 quite a lot, but same sort of skiddy action. I see what you mean there, Graham. Thank you for your email, if you want to email us. He is fletchcricket@gmail.com, and I'm nickwebb2017@gmail.com. As Van der Hoogten into bowl, and forward comes Tickner. The other Welsh sporting occasion, of course, is the snooker this today, with Mark Williams still going in the World Champs at the advanced age of 50. It's a wonder he can get out of bed.
All that running around they do as well.
He does tend to grumble quite brilliantly about advancing age. As that one is defended by Tickner, and out into the covers, and there's no run. He was the man who did a post-match press conference in the Altogether, where he was interviewed by my former colleague Gareth Blaney, saying, "I'll do a press conference in the nude if I win this tournament," and he duly did. I think there was a bit of a table and probably a towel hiding things, but in comes Van der Hoogten and bowls, and Tickner jabs this one away on the leg side, and will go through for the single that brings up Derbyshire's second batting bonus point, ladies and gentlemen.
I think the third might be beyond them.
50 runs away, of course. 300 for 9. We are at 1 o'clock. This would normally be the last ball of the morning session, but since 9 wickets are down in a championship game, we will continue. Dave will go and tell the radio listeners about of the East Midlands all about the 2 hours of events so far. Rees 55 on strike. Tickner is on 8. Seventh meeting between Mark Williams and his Chinese opponent Zhao Jingtong. As Van der Hoogten bowls, and it's defended by Rees. 2 mid-off. Normally lunchtime, today not. Good afternoon to Tom Parry-Jones, who's watching from holiday in New York City with his mate Rees. Happy to see Andy Gorvin get a 5-fer. Indeed, the second of his first-class career, and still with a chance of getting a CB. I've already had a career best from Alex Thompson, who made 60. Got Derbyshire most of the way towards the avoidance, the follow-on, as down the wicket comes Tickner and drives to Van der Hoogten at mid-off, and there's no run, in somewhat ungainly fashion, it must be said. So 131 is now the deficit, with the last pair together. Tickner 8, Rees 55. Gorvin looking for his 6th wicket, and that is clubbed back past him, but no run as Sam Northeast makes a diving stop at mid-off. That was a number 11 pressure off sort of shot. Update for BBC Radio Wales to follow. Derbyshire 300 for 9 in reply to Glamorgan's 4-3-1 all-out. So Glamorgan should get a healthy first innings lead, but they won't have the option of making Derbyshire follow on. They passed that when they passed 2-8-2 rather, with a half century for Lewis Rees, who's still there on 55 not out despite batting with a hamstring injury. Alex Thompson got a career best 60, but Glamorgan still yet to dismiss Derbyshire. Wickets apiece for Van der Hocht and Gorvin. Derbyshire 300 for 9. As commentary does indeed continue until such time as Glamorgan claim this wicket, or half an hour elapses.
Dinner smells nice as well.
Peter Griffiths has just emailed, say what's on the menu for lunch.
I think it's some kind of meat pie.
Ooh. Gorvin is into bowl, and a check drive by Tickner looked as though he wanted to open his shoulders and hit it into the stand beneath us. You missed sausage and mash yesterday.
I know,
by the way.
I'm devastated, absolutely devastated. Apparently there was a lot of it. So let's hope that they haven't skimped today. They don't normally skimp here. The lasagna was nice on day one. Just lasagna and potatoes.
You won't go hungry here.
No.
Here's Gorvin in to bowl to Tickner, who leaves a ball that shaves a coat of varnish off the off stump. There's the usual exaggerated reaction from a grinning Kieran Carlson at slip. Kevin Higgins has emailed reference to Adrian Dale, who we talked about in the county context as a skiddy medium pace bowler. He said many years ago Kevin used to attend net sessions at Chepstow Cricket Club with Adrian Dale bowling on one occasion. In the eyes of a club player, he seemed rapid.
Well,
yes, quite. Sympathise.
There's Leonard into the attack now, replacing Tim Van der Hocht, who bowled 6 overs, 1 for 21 in that spell with the new ball.
I nearly got to face Greg Thomas, the later England test bowler, once in a university match. Thank goodness I didn't.
No.
Don't think I'd have seen it, frankly. Even 19, 20 years old or whatever he was there. He was pretty rapid. He got 5 wickets and he only failed to get mine because he didn't bowl to me.
When Zach Chappell got his half century, it was 96 as it turned out to be, as Leonard is on his way in from the River Taff end, bowling to Lewis Rees, who gets a short delivery, tries to pull it away, fails to make contact, goes through to Cook. He was dismissed by a very rapid delivery, I understand. Tells the tale of not being able to see the ball. And that's a professional cricketer, albeit only 19 years of age. Mark Foote was the man who delivered it, who was sharp, to say the least, before he went, certainly very sharp before he went to Surrey, as Leonard is in, bowls to Rees, who pushes this one out into the offside. There's no run, and he caught him when he came back to Derbyshire, when he wasn't quite as quick, but quick enough. Certainly would have been too quick for me. They have got to lunch in the 3 other matches in the second division, as you might expect. Kent 339 for 5, leading Middlesex by 230 at Lords. Leicestershire dismissed for 175 on the stroke of lunch, so 289 will be Northamptonshire's victory target in 5 sessions. As Leonard is in, bowls to Rees. This one is up in the air off a top edge down towards fine leg, but it hits the floor quite quickly. Al Hassan comes in to do the bowling. He's now showing everybody who'll take an interest his bat. Lewis Rees.
Yeah, I think he wants a new one, or a different one. He explains that to Sam Northeast, saying I'm going to need to change my bat, but he won't need to do it absolutely immediately because he's not on strike.
Why didn't he give the broken one to Harry Kame?
That's a good point.
And then we could just crack on, couldn't we,
We
really?
could.
I'm sure they've got different bat manufacturers and sponsors and things like that. Gloucestershire 296 for 3, trailing Lancashire by 154 runs at lunch.
In fact, we're...
Are we going to get the new bat
We're not
sooner
going to
rather than later? Yeah, it's coming
yes.
down the steps now. It looks like Jack Morley bringing it down. So what have we got today, Edward? Pie?
Chicken.
Chicken pie?
Chicken.
Or chicken?
Potatoes.
Chicken?
Chicken. Vegetables spotted.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Oh, you were excited by the thought of pie, weren't you?
Yeah.
Break, anybody?
Well,
20 minutes.
Nick might need some writing. Have you got? You've been writing, won't you? No, he's fine.
Don't worry.
This could end at any moment, Edward. There's almost no point, really. Well, I say any moment. Well, I wasn't saying it from that perspective necessarily. But helmet being brought out now. It's going to be worn by Asa Tribe. Presumably it's short-ish leg. He isn't wearing any fielding pads, but he does have a helmet on. I didn't see any further protection either, so... Yeah, no,
Oh yes, there's the further protection.
I think I think it is there.
Yes, his shins can get battered, but
Yeah.
other bits can't.
No. He's a little distance away at short leg. There's next to oh, swing and a miss. That's what we want to see from your number 11 batsman. Leonard bowled it. It didn't really get up, and as a result, Tickner didn't get anywhere near the ball. It dribbled through, well, didn't dribble it, raced through to Chris Cook behind the stumps.
Yeah, he's had enough of this batting nonsense, player Tickner. He wants to do some bowling.
He said, just heard that there's chicken on the menu. Lunch in the first division. If he's not out this delivery, I'll let you know what the scores are. If he is out, we're going. Here he comes. Leonard to Tickner. Oh, another swing and a miss, but this time the ball is short and goes close to being shoulder height. And yeah, there's the that's what he wanted to do with it, to smash it down into the ground.
Yeah, it's
very-
one of you two for the over.
Very demonstrative batter. Warwickshire 109 for 4 at Headingley. They need a further 76 to beat Yorkshire.
Leonard's a bit shaven on the sides, isn't he? He hasn't quite got the mullet yet, but I fear it might be heading that way.
Well, they give it a helping hand, don't they? As Leonard is in and bowls, that one is pushed very pleasantly by Blair Tickner up towards a wide mid-off for a single. Tickner moves to 9.
How can you give a mullet a helping hand?
Well, rather than just letting go, they start to shave. Really, a mullet is a normal haircut on top, but with ridiculous length at the back. But they sort of shave it so it looks. It's not quite Mohican, but
It looks more mullety.
Yeah, it looks very mullety. That was the end of the over. Somerset have just begun their chase of 321 to beat Essex at Taunton. They're at lunch and they're 0 for 0. And Hampshire 216 for 4 and trailed Durham by 295 at Southampton.
302 for 9. As Gorvin still in search of a career best. He has 5 for 73 at the moment.
That's a lunch.
A picture of a lunch has just been sent to us.
Roast beef.
Where is this lunch being?
I don't know where it is, but it looks good. It's not here.
Gorvin is in to bowl and Tickner defends to mid-on. So someone has sent you a random picture of their Sunday lunch.
That's our... I don't know if it's theirs. I assume it is. It's one of our travelling companions, one of our evenings out folk, just the 4 of us. You can probably guess who it is. David Griffin it isn't because he's in the ground. I'm not sure Goose can work a camera.
Have you found out why he's called Goose yet?
Yes, we can't say that on the radio
okay,
either.
fair enough. Gorvin into bowl. Tickner hits it towards and over. Tim van der Hoogten at mid-on. Did not move with gazelle-like grace on that occasion.
No, the ball barely made it to the boundary in the end. It was a very strange piece of cricket all round. Really, it was a horrible shot by Tickner. He was into double figures.
Yes, van der Hoogten possibly thought it was going more over his head than it did, or that it was going to him, but stuck up a hand, didn't make contact. 306 for 9, 125 is the deficit. As Gorvin bowls, whipped away for 4 runs, I think down towards fine leg. No, it's been picked up by Fernando running round the ropes. And they just settled for the single. 307 for 9. The deficit is 124. if they could manufacture it so it's a nice roundish
That would be
number,
handy,
like
wouldn't it?
120 or something like that.
I was thinking of 100.
Yeah.
That's the perfect round number.
Absolutely. 307 for 9. Just 2 wickets have fallen this morning. Those of Thompson, who's caught Cook, bowled van der Hoogten for 60, and Chappell, who was bowled by Gorvin for 13. Andy Gorvin arrives at the wicket to deliver, but Lewis Rees is making him wait, possibly because he sensed a fielder moving somewhere. Said, "Oi, I'm not ready. Wait on, young Andy." Rees on 56 not out off one leg, driving to mid-off, no run.
His high score for the season's only 60. Lewis Rees is only his second half century. So,
Perhaps he needs to play on one leg more often.
terrific effort.
Or perhaps he ought to claim it's worth 112. If I'd had 2 legs operational, I'd have scored 112 by now. Glamorgan, patience, fading fast. Gorvin bowls and a big swing by Lewis Rees. He's picked that one up. It's half a dozen over the long boundary at square leg. Gorvin just drifting onto leg stump, and Rees showing no sign of being encumbered there. It was actually off Midland leg, but he picked it up absolutely beautifully, practicing for the blast maybe, and he gallops on to 62, his highest of the season.
A remarkable shot.
There's a man on the ropes at square leg as well. Gorvin in again, balls clipped away this time, down to fine leg. It's a single down to Fernando by mutual consent. 314 for 9, just 117 runs behind Derbyshire, and the number 11's in double figures now as well. Tickner on 14, Rees on 63.
That's 6. There is actually one of the Glamorgan substitute fielders. He was on the fence and took it on the bounce. So it's gone 30 yards beyond the rope. That's shorter. It's not a shorter boundary at all. It's just in a lot because the pitch is away to the right rather than central.
Yeah, it's probably still longer than the grandstand side, just about.
Yeah, it is. Well, Rees will be on strike after that single off the final ball of the previous over. 314 for 9, having started the day on 215 for 7. 97 runs scored this morning, and Rees gets one that comes off his pad, I think, goes down the leg side. Tumbling stop by Cook.
Well, Brooke Guest's forecast of another 100 runs is...
I'm sure he said 150.
He said 100 to 150.
Oh, did he? Oh, okay then. So if they get 101, he's bob on.
Yeah.
Gave himself a lot of room for leeway there, didn't it?
If we can get 100 to 150 and get some early wickets, we can turn the pressure back on them, or words to that effect.
Yes. This next delivery is bowled by Leonard, pushed up to mid-off by Rees. And there's no run.
In the optimistic way of cricketers everywhere faced with a microphone.
The good thing is they very rarely turn down requests to talk into a microphone.
Absolutely.
Cricketers.
Yep. It's a very welcome facet of the game at county level.
I've not spoken much to Pat Brown, but even Pat's good on a microphone. This next delivery is short, and Rees pulls it away. Is it going to get to the boundary? No, it isn't, because it's going to be cut off just down below us by Ul Hassan, and in fact they only get 1 for it. I can't work out wherever all the batters are. Yeah, 1 for it. Rees moves to 64. 315 for 9. So the deficit 116. That's not a good number.
No.
And Fernando doing some press-ups at a deepish mid-off, and I fully expect Blair Tickner to take on the bowling here. 3 balls left of Leonard's 18th over. 1 for 53 he's got at the moment. Fernando's been asked to come in. Tickner Tickner's seen batters wait when that kind of thing happens, so he waits. And Leonard is in what's a full toss, I think. Turned into the leg side for a single. He rather missed out there. Fielded by Kieran Carlson, who finds himself on the
What's he doing out there?
square leg boundary. Just needed warming up. He's closer to the ability to get off the field, certainly, when the final wicket falls. But the openers know that when the final wicket falls, assuming it falls in the next 12 minutes, it would be exceptionally irritating for Glamorgan if it didn't. But if it does, they will have a full 40 minutes to get their heads around batting rather than the usual 10. Which sort of gives them an advantage in a weird kind of way. Here's Leonard. And bowls to Rees. That one's down the leg side, short of a length, and he just sort of moves and sways inside the ball as it goes through to Cook. And Fernando looks like he's going to come back, to me.
He needs something to cheer him up, doesn't he?
Well, whether yes, quite, whether it'll be required or not, I'm not entirely sure. But he may. Who knows? He's taken 1 for 81 in 16 overs. Fernando can't get more than 5 and over. He's bowled. He's got 5 no balls down to his name. I assume a no ball. No, it must have been 5 no balls. This one is short again and taken by Cook as Rees ducks underneath. It was the last ball of the over. So he bowled 5 no balls yesterday.
No, can't have done, can he?
I don't think so.
Because they're worth 2. There must have been an extra run off one of them. Coming as a bye or leg bye.
That could have happened.
That goes down as a no ball then, doesn't it?
But on here, Leonard bowled 1 no ball and it's only got 1 next to it. I don't know. I should have been here yesterday. It's my own fault for not coming. And Fernando is indeed going to come on.
So, trying to blast out Blair Tickner. 20 minutes past the scheduled luncheon interval. Apologies to those of you whose meat will be overcooked, or vegetarian roast, or roast potatoes, or whatever.
I should take that boiled egg out.
Those of you who are waiting for luncheon, we won't mind if you eat while you listen, honestly. As long as you keep the noise down. 3:16 for 9. Deficit is 115. And your BBC commentary team is starting to get a bit beckish. Tickner, please oblige. Fernando bowls. Oh, that's poor Paul. Short and wide down the side. It's called wide.
I think that's fair enough. Although he did advance towards him as he does on occasion, Blair Tickner there, and I think it made him bang it in a bit shorter than he wanted to. But it wasn't great.
For a man who looked actually very threatening in the first match of the season, we took 4 for 71, and things have not been going well since then. Fernando in to bowl another short ball that's uppercut, but there is no third man. In fact, it's raced down to wide, backward point, I suppose. Ben Callaway, who's in prime position for lunch, should a wicket fall in this over.
I think what you have to do with Blair Tickner is not look where you think the ball might or should have gone, but try to second guess where it might have gone. When he is such good value, but slightly unorthodox, I think it's fair to say.
Yes, he took the catch to dismiss Glamorgan's unorthodox number 11, Asitha Fernando, who's bowling now to Rees, who's hit on the pad, well stopped by Cook. And I thought about a single there, but it wasn't there. Fernando sadly failing to entertain us much before he was caught Tickner bowled Lloyd. No score. Batters with no score don't have that fact highlighted at Sapphire Gardens in Championship. We just get the manner of dismissal, and Dr. Hicknell does not rub it in by saying no score. Fernando is in to bowl to Rees outside off stump, and it dribbles through to Chris Cook, and Glamorgan have gone to a defensive stroke frustrating field now without a slip, even though we're still only in the 16th over with this ball.
Well, these two have added 30, which will be a huge irritant.
And we're only probably 2 overs away from lunch being taken with 9 wickets down.
Which will further add to the irritation. Good to see.
As Fernando bowls short, pulled by Rees, again almost picking out game. There's a runner at square leg, but fielded by Callaway, running round from backward square. Single taken, 319 for 9.
Harry came about to carry his bat through the entire session as well then. An extended session.
I bet he's happy.
It's all part of being in a team, apparently.
Good afternoon to play at Pompey, who's working an attempted pun on Tikna and curry chicken Tikna masala.
Oh yes, must try harder.
319 for 9. Fernando trying hard but getting nowhere at the moment is in to number 11 Tikna, who drives back to him and no ball. 321 for 9. And well, Derbyshire would be delighted to see the deficit drop below 100. Your commentary team would be satisfied with 100.
Yeah, oh yes.
On the grounds that it'll hopefully prevent any mathematical errors during the course of the afternoon. Maths on the radio is not fun, but inevitable sometimes in the sport of cricket, as Fernando charging in, bowled a short pitch ball that doesn't get up much, and Tikna gives him some ironic applause.
I think it was
I think
it was also a slower ball bouncer.
Well, it ballooned up rather. Tikna mimes smashing it into the grandstand.
Not hit a 6 this season so far, Blair Tikna. I'm sure that's on his bucket list.
But that was taking the mix somewhat from Tikna, wasn't it?
It was a bit.
Mock applause. Fernando won't enjoy that. Will he try and take his toes off or take his head off? Fernando in bold tries to take his head off. It's top edged, but bottom edged.
Never look where you think he's hit it. I thought it was going out to the field and down a long leg.
It dribbled towards the square leg umpire, and Chris Cook picked it up. Single taken, 322 for 9. Tikna somehow is 17 not out. Rees has an admirable 65 not out. And we go on and on and on, deep into the scheduled lunch interval. Oh dear.
It'll be one more over before lunch. 4 minutes, come on. You can stretch this out. There must be a shoelace out there somewhere that's come adrift.
This is not amusing for anyone in the home ranks, I'm sure.
No. Bungalow Billy on, what's the other one called? Blue Sky. Says, please, not the chicken tikka joke. I'm afraid so. We've been there. In comes Ned Leonard, bowls to Tikna, who drives him over Fernando. He hasn't got all of that by any manner of means, and he picks up a couple of runs and moves to 19. A mistimed, be perhaps, it's gone. It just went.
Spit it out, man.
Yeah, no, it just went. It's completely gone. Anyway, 324 for 9. If he comes back, I'll let you know. 107 the deficit now as Leonard is in to bowl to Tikna, who's hit this one somewhere. It's high. It's over Fernando this time. Again, he hasn't really timed it. Had no idea where that had gone, I have to say. And he picks up 2 more and moves to 21. His high score for the season is 26. His average is going up all the time. And he's not that far from 100 runs for the season. Leonard doesn't look massively impressed. If he does bowl it short, he will take it on. He hasn't applauded Leonard yet, though. Hasn't seen anything that he either likes or really doesn't like. Player Tickner. 2 minutes until lunch and still 4 balls to go. This will be the last over before lunch. If they can survive Derbyshire here. Rees on 65. These two have put on 38 so far for the 10th wicket. As Leonard is in, he's moving around again, is Tickner. He holds both of his arms aloft, almost signalling 6, as he tries to, yep, that's the shot you should have played. The sadness for me is, and I hope there are people up in New Zealand watching this, I think it's some really unearthly time in the morning, so they'll be missing this. They'll have seen plenty of it during the Plunket Shield and all the rest of it, but he's just such good value. 326 for 9 it remains. What's he got in store now? Leonard, he takes 2 strides towards the bowler and swishes in the vague direction of the ball.
Strike one!
Which misses the off stump, and actually then goes down the leg side after going past the stumps, because Cook is a long way into the leg side. I don't think even a baseball player would have been impressed by that.
Latest from the National Counties match, Wales 169 for 7 in the 43rd over against Hertfordshire at Sudbrook in southeastern Gwent.
Here comes Leonard. 3 balls, 2 balls to go until lunch. He's on the move again, and that's a drive, played it on one knee, but after he'd gone 1.5 foot down the pitch, picks up a single, exposes Lewis Rees to the final ball of the session. 327 for 9.
Brad Wadland, the former captain, is 55 not out, now 173 for 7. Jack Hope Bell, promising teenage batter, is made 36. Harry Friend, 24. 3 for 25 for Callum Taylor, former Glamorgan player, who didn't depart on the best of terms with the county.
Yeah. Final ball of the session then, an extended session, and Rees pulls it into the leg side and picks up a single. And that will be that. A very successful session, I would suggest, from a Derbyshire perspective. They reached 328 for 9 with Lewis Rees with that single moving on to 66. Blair Tickner on 22. These two so far have added 40 for the 10th wicket. That after a 105 run 8th wicket stand between Alex Thompson and Lewis Rees. Thompson out for 60. Zach Chappell made a bright and breezy 13. Tim van der Hoogten and Andy Gorvin with the 2 wicket. Now we're playing on. Forget that. Carry on.
What?
I have no idea what's going on anymore.
I thought it was 30
New
minutes.
regulations, please.
Yep.
And, well, you've had a summary of the morning session, so as soon as a wicket falls, we'll just go.
Yes. We're not hanging around.
Derbyshire have tweeted lunch. Well done, everybody.
Yes, I was about
Well,
to
we all
press
thought it was
send
lunch.
on the BBC official X account as Fernando is in to bowl, and Rees knocks it round the corner, takes a single,
They haven't managed to delete it yet either. so
trailed
just
by 102.
take a screenshot.
Well, yeah, but if you screenshot them, they'll play back our recording of our commentary.
Yeah, that's good shit. I've deleted it, everybody.
Nothing happened. We didn't say it. They didn't tweet it.
I've
Exit.
written it in my book.
Oh, yes, so have I. Lunch 328 for 9, 28 overs. Nope, not true.
Yeah.
Fake news.
Fortunately, Stephen's the same as I.
Alternative facts have been established.
Yes. We know. There are the unknowns, of course.
Where's Donald Trump's spokeswoman? She can make anything sound true. Fernando into bowl. That'll be some bonus runs. Just the single. No, it'll be 2 wides because Chris Cook got a glove to it, so they ran through for a bye, which then, because it was overhead height, becomes a bye.
If it's not lunch
Becomes
now,
a wide,
after
yes.
half an hour, it basically means that if these two bat for the rest of the day, there will not be another break until 32 hours to go until tea. I mean, what are they playing at?
Perhaps it's been extended to 40 minutes. I think we need an announcement from Dr. Hignell.
Do they have a microwave in the media room so we can warm up our lunch?
Oh dear. Fernando is in to bowl, and Rees is defending it. 3:31 for 9. The trail by 100. Come on, Derbyshire, do the decent thing. Make it 100 deficit. Edward Bevan is suspiciously not lurking, so he's back for a third helping of chicken and roasties.
He did, in fairness, he did offer
half an hour ago. We said, no, don't worry,
I'll be over in 5 minutes. This.
Any
carry
moment
on.
now.
You carry on.
Fernando into bowl. Rees leaves outside off stump through to the keeper.
So we've had, 35 overs in this session. They're in a 34 and a half, is that right?
No, it was overnight. Overnight was 64 overs, 34 and a half.
34 and a half. I got it right.
Not a great over rate. Glamorgan might be struggling on this. I suspect it might go further into the red from the -1.
Yeah, it tends only to, except at important times, it only changes during the
Yes.
intervals, doesn't it?
And we haven't had an interval yet today.
No, there'll be one soon enough.
Fernando to Rees. Big appeal for LBW. Come on, umpire. They've run through for a leg bye. Leg bye is the only signal from Mark Newell. Rees getting rather tucked up, as one might expect from a guy basically playing on one leg.
He might need to rub down at lunchtime, mightn't he? As indeed might we all. Harry Moore doing some stretches just beyond the boundary's edge. He's going to be doing some work at lunchtime. I hope we see him bowling. That would be a very promising sign. Pat Brown with him as well as Ajmal Shazad, the bowling coach.
How old is he?
19, I think. He might still be 18. I shouldn't have said that. I'll look it up.
Fernando into bowl to Tickner on 22 not out. Swings wildly and clubs it out towards mid-wicket. Dribbling towards mid-wicket rather than racing towards the boundary. Zain Al-Hassan runs round and then realises the ball isn't going to get there and he has to run in as well. 2 runs taken. Tickner to 24. 3-3-4 for 9.
He was only 18 on the 26th of April. He is 18.
Just turned 18 a week or 2 ago.
Yeah.
And his height?
Yes,
6'7",
he has
6'8".
that.
Yeah.
He has height. Yeah.
The sort of height that gets you noticed by England selectors.
Yes, I would say. I mean, I think he's down as 6'4" in the books, but he's
To get out, slams it to mid-off on the first bounce. Van der Hoogten has a shy at the wickets. They've gone through for a single. Tickner has a quarter of a century to his credit. Derbyshire 3-3-5 for 9. And it looks like a parent playing with a child on the beach at the moment is trying to give catches.
yes.
But the ball is miscuing everywhere.
I've had enough of this batting now. I just need to get out.
Returning to bowl at the river end, Ben Calloway.
Ben Calloway.
Well, this should be even more entertaining if Tickner gets a go at him. I hope there's
He's
long on, long off
He
posted.
has pinched the strike, hasn't he? So he hasn't hit a 6 this season, as I said. Blair Tickner. 10 fours going into. I think that's going into this innings. And so far, a couple of boundaries in this one. So it could be 12. It could be 10. It could be anything really. Clearly.
Right, what's the field for Calloway? 1 slip.
There's 2 men out on the leg side, which is probably a good thing, I think.
Mid-off needs to be a bit deeper, possibly.
Yes.
Long on is on the ropes. Mid-wicket is 5 metres in. Fine leg, ditto.
Here we go. Callaway in. Oh, perfect defence.
Boring, boring.
Yeah, he's obviously not peckish at all.
Hey, sure, Derbyshire listeners, I don't make a habit of heckling.
Next delivery is turned into the leg side by Callaway.
Can we have a left arm delivery,
Tickner.
please? Can we have a left arm
that's what
delivery?
we want, isn't it? That's what we want. Back to his mark quickly. On his way in, bowls to Tickner, who goes back and defends it into the leg side.
Perhaps it is 140 these days.
Well,
Perhaps he's playing for lunch now.
Yeah.
13:38 on the
Blair
scoreboard.
Tickner playing for lunch. Blimey.
We hope to bring you some serious cricket later today, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, there will be some. There will be some. The deficit 96, or the lead, depending on which side of the fence you stand. Callaway is in again, bowls to Tickner, goes back and pushes this one out into the offside. Fielded by North East.
Short leg now in attendance.
2 balls to go. Potentially 2 balls till lunch. Who knows? Callaway bowls and Tickner tries to guide it into the offside, gets a thick inside edge. And it's
Has the ball ended up there at short leg?
fielded by Ace and Drive under the helmet.
He's tried to hit it towards third man and he's inside edged
idea.
it to short leg.
It must have hit his foot, surely. He's spotted a bit of debris that he wants removing. The clock is about to tick round to 20 to 2. Next delivery is defended by Tickner, and the bails are removed. And we have reached lunch.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
With Derbyshire not on 328 for 9, but on 335 for 9. All the other statistics and facts that are read out pretty much stayed the same. Blair Tickner's moved on to 25. Lewis Rees has 67. And Derbyshire trailed Glamorgan at a very delayed lunch by 96 runs here at Sophia Gardens. And it all means that we won't be back until 20 past 2 for the start of the afternoon session. 20 past 2. Is that right? Yeah, it is. For the afternoon, I can't even tell the time anymore. With Derbyshire, 335 for 9. The important news of the morning is that they avoided the prospect of being asked to follow on. They trail by 96. Everybody go and have a lie down, and we'll be back for the afternoon session at around about 20 past 2.
I've got some latest scores and lunchtime scores from around the country. We'll start at Sudbrook, where the Wales National Counties team are playing Hertfordshire in their first National Counties Trophy game of the summer. Wales National Counties are 195 for 7. That's from 46 overs. In the Rothesay County Championship, all the other games are like here at Sophia Gardens in their third day. At the Utilita Bowl, Hampshire are 216 for 4, still trailing Durham by 295. At Taunton, Essex have just been dismissed by Somerset for 259, so Somerset will need a further 321 runs to win. Alternatively, Essex will need 10 wickets. At Headingley, Warwickshire needing 185 to beat Yorkshire. Warwickshire are currently 110 for 4. At Grace Road in Leicester. Northamptonshire, who are needing 289 to beat Leicestershire. A one without loss, that's after they had dismissed the home team for 175. At Lords, Kent have moved on to 343 for 5 against Middlesex, so Kent are leading by 234. And at Old Trafford, Gloucestershire, still in their first innings, at 296 for 3, so they're trailing Lancashire by 154 runs. If you're seeking refreshments, don't forget that a full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Lounge, which is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. There's also a 10% discount for Glamorgan members on all food sales. Hot drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the mobile unit beneath the Casted Howell stand, situated at the Cathedral Road end of the ground. Snacks can also be purchased from the vending machines situated at the rear of the indoor school. And don't forget, in this warm weather, you can refill your water bottles at the various refill points around the stadium. If you're seeking a scorecard for this game, they're available free of charge from reception. And reception is on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion, and that's where you can also purchase a copy of the 2025 Glamorgan Yearbook. The Museum of Welsh Cricket is open. It's situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre. It's had a refit together with the Glamorgan Cricket Heritage Gallery, thanks to a very generous grant from the Welsh Government. There are plenty of new information boards for you to look at, as well as some new films to watch. The new archive film being shown today features members of the 1969 Glamorgan Championship winning squad, reflecting on their summer. The museum also has a number of second-hand cricket books and old Glamorgan yearbooks, which, together with a range of other items and souvenirs, are on sale to raise funds for the running of the museum. Also in the museum today is Mrs. Edwina Smart, who's recently authored the history of Hopkinstown Cricket Club. The copies cost just £5 and proceeds go towards club cricket. Finally, a reminder that we stand against all forms of discrimination, and there is no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity, together we are stronger. Here at Glamorgan County Cricket Club, we are dedicated to raising the game. So if you witness any form of discrimination, you can challenge it and call it out by contacting in strictest confidence your nearest steward. Thank you very much. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Yep. Derbyshire 335 for 9 at lunch. That's just 96 runs behind. Glamorgan unable to enforce the follow-on. Alex Thompson hit a career best 60. The injured Lewis Rees batting with the runner is 67 not out. Only consolation for Glamorgan in the morning session. A 5-wicket haul completed by Andy Gorvin. Tim van der Hoogten with the only other wicket to fall today. It's difficult to see how Glamorgan will be able to set a target in the 4th innings in this game. Derbyshire 335 for 9, and we resume at 20 past.
Championship match against Derbyshire, who will resume their first innings. The visitors on 335 for 9. We had an extra 40 minutes beyond the scheduled lunch interval because, of course, it's 8 overs. Somebody explained it, and it all makes perfect sense because you're supposed to bowl 8 overs in half an hour, and they never do. I'm Dave Fletcher from BBC Radio Derby. Nick Webb is with us as well. And
Derbyshire first innings after lunch.
we'll just wait for all the introductions to be completed.
Together with his runner,
Yeah.
to resume
Yeah.
the bowling,
Resume.
the cathedral again.
The end, yeah.
Fernando.
There we go. Is Edward Bevan?
After all that, yes, welcome to Cardiff. Yeah, Fernando, who's been very disappointing in this game, is to continue. Thought they might have given Ul Hassan a bowl, but there we are.
You know what's going to happen here, don't you?
There'll be a fight in the middle of the field because they've been at it, Tickner and him.
I think the wicket will fall in this over and we'll have a 10-minute break.
Oh, that, yeah. Here's Fernando then from this end, the Cathedral Road end, and bowls to Rees, who has nothing to do with it, and lets it go through to Cook. All the imponderables, and just look at that over rate, -5.
Ooh, that's taken a hit this morning. Then it was -1 overnight.
Well, we saw it, didn't we?
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
it was just...
Ouch.
There we are. You're not going to get away with that. So you're going to lose these valuable points. And all the imponderables I was thinking about well, what's going to happen to this game. Many things can, but I have the feeling that somebody's going to bat rather badly on this pitch.
Yes.
If there's to be a result.
If there's a result, yeah.
Here's Fernando in again and bowls to Rees. Rees off the back foot, gets a thick inside edge. It goes through to Cook, then they scamper through for a single. The partnership goes up to 48. So 48 for the final wicket. There was 105 for the 8th, and ironically, that's what brought Glamorgan those batting points, was a partnership of 86. So that tells you before the second new ball how much the ball goods go on this pitch, which shows no sign of wear, really. Now this could be entertaining. It's Tickner, genuine number 11 against Fernando. They had a few words before the interval, and I think he might try and bounce him. I'm not sure. Well, he bowls short and sort of waft. I don't know how to describe it. It wasn't it. Well, where you try and guide it over third man, it was something different.
I think that's what he was trying to do, but it failed. Unsurprisingly, perhaps. Tickner plays a lot of shots.
336 for 9, 95 runs behind Glamorgan's first innings total, and it's Fernando, who has figures of 1 for 94. Comes in and bowls, and Tickner just watches that. And now, are you trying to get the batsman out here or stop him scoring? I would suspect, and I think many others might agree with me, that your prime objective is to try and get the number 11 batsman out by bowling a straight ball.
Yeah, you're not going to get many batters out by bowling that delivery that he just bowled there, because it was very close to the wide line.
Fernando walks back slowly to his mark. Now he turns in lovely sunshine here and bowls to Tickner, who has nothing to do with that, and it lets the ball go through to the wicket-keeper.
Harry Kame, who's the runner for Lewis Rees, is at the non-striker's end at the moment. He's doing all the hand movements to say, well, that one did this and that one did that.
Yeah. They all do it, don't they?
He's never going to face a ball. But he's still doing it.
And if he's telling Lewis Rees what is happening, well, Lewis Rees will say, I've been here for a couple of hours, I think I know. Yeah. Second slip has been put in. Now, is he going to bowl wide of the off stump and hope the Tickner just edges it to him? We shall see. Here is Fernando, bowls wide of the off stump, and ball goes through to the keeper, and that was the end of a very innocuous over. 336 for 9, 14 runs short of another batting point, and I think that's what they're looking at, Dave.
Well, yes, I thought the next one might be out of the question, but it would appear not, which is good news.
Continuing
They are
to bowl
hell bent
after
on that. I'm not sure it makes a scrap of difference come the end of the season. But you've got to sort of play the game, I suppose. Glamorgan, as soon as they get Derbyshire out, will then have the decision. The Glamorgan lead at the moment is 95. So
they lose 2 or 3 wickets, all of a sudden they'll be thinking we better.
It's all going according to Brooke Guest's plan from last night at the moment. Callaway from the River Taffen bowls a filthy full toss that Rees can do no more with it than push it up to mid-off, and he's furious with himself.
In defence of Rees, though, he must be inhibited.
Oh yes, no, he
he's
will
a fine player, you know. His record tells you that, but...
Callaway again around the wicket, bowls one a little bit shorter this time. Well, it actually pitches, and it's turned into the leg side where it's fielded by Tribe. Out mid-wicket, and there's no run. 336 for 9. Rees has 68. His high score of the season so far, and that one is driven very pleasantly, but straight back to Callaway.
There's a big gap, isn't there, behind mid-off and mid-on.
Yeah.
I think Rees might try and have a little dart over the top there.
Tickner had a couple of goes, didn't he, and almost came a cropper. He's in, and that one is defended out into the offside.
I think the Glamorgan boys have been told by the scorers, look, you're 5 overs, we better bowl Callaway very, very quickly. Bit late for that.
And again, Rees lets that one go outside the off stump. So it got to the last ball of the over already.
That might bring it down to 4.
Yes. Nothing from it so far. Trees really moving at the far end. As Callaway bowls and Rees drives very pleasantly, but straight to the man at mid-off, and the over is complete. It's a maiden.
You might as well have Carlson on to bowl little off breaks this end, because he's got much of a chance of getting Tickner out as Fernando is.
Well, I'm with you. You bowl spin to a number.
I
of
had him on immediately.
Eyes light up.
Yeah.
All hell breaks loose.
Yeah.
But it's going to be Fernando. Won't pay the overseas the big money not to bowl, I suppose. So now Tickner 25.
There's been some handy partnerships in this match from both sides. Fernando from this end, then bowling to the right-handed Tickner. 2 slips. In he comes and bowled. Short. Pulled away. That might well run away for 4. Is it going to be stopped? Yes, just inside the boundary at fine leg. Should have taken 2 really, but it'll settle on 1.
Tickner equals his highest score of the season. 26.
49 runs for the final wicket.
Useful.
Our good friend Dave Griffin, if this goes on, will be coming up to some sort of stat or another.
Oh yes. You'd hope so.
Here's Fernando to the left-handed Rees, bowls to him. Wide of the off stump, through to the wicket-keeper.
Adam New, great effort from Lewis Rees and the lower order to pull this one around. Further evidence, I think you're right actually, of a Derbyshire team that has a bit more about it this year. Would have collapsed to under 200 all out last year. Yes, it's difficult when you're just watching a scorecard, as I was yesterday when I was absent from the game, not to think, oh, they're going to be all out soon. But they do have a bit more resilience.
Well, they bat low down, don't they?
Yeah, it is better.
Here's Fernando bowls. Rees flashes at that one and gets run down to third man. It's fielded by Tribe, who hurls it in. Halfway through this over, there's a ripple of applause for the 50 partnership. All of it coming from our good friends from Derbyshire down to our left.
Half of the runs, just more than half of the runs scored by Tickner. A little shake of hands there between Tickner and Lewis Rees. Greg Watts says dogged batting by Derbyshire. Tickner's batting has been impressive. Yes, it's been entertaining, and no, I can't. In answer to your last question, no, I can't.
The battle commences. In comes this next delivery, which genuinely beats Tickner as he tries to shovel it away. He's been trying to hit everything up to now, and all of a sudden he probably realises, look, there's a point in the off in here for another 12 runs. I'll try and play properly. That could be his downfall. Probably hear the wind in our effects microphone. Quite blustery, the flags in the pavilion blowing as Fernando is past the umpire on his way. He's bowling too wide. Every ball is left here. Now then, the Derbyshire flag is at half mast.
No, it's just slipped.
Oh, right.
Yeah, no.
Good to hear.
Yeah, I did some digging earlier on, and I sent a message to Jane, the scorer, who said, no, it's just slipped. We did wonder, it would be bizarre to have the other two flags flying at full mast, if that's the phrase.
Glamorgan flag in the middle. Then we have the Derbyshire to the right as we look at it, and the Welsh flag. The Welsh dragon fluttering over the clock. Fernando in, bowls. Pushes forward, does Tickner. End of the over. Nothing much to report here. Nip and tuck.
No. I've got a couple of stats that David Griffin put out at lunchtime. Lewis Rees today has become the 20th cricketer to score 5,000 first-class runs and take 150 first-class wickets for Derbyshire, which is decent. It's decent. The last two players to reach this landmark were Dominic Cork in 2002 and Kim Barnett in 1995. So two of the club's bigger names, certainly. It's Callaway around the wicket, bowls to Rees, who plays it into the ground, back to the bowler. When he got his 5,000th run, he got it with that six that he hit out towards the pavilion, so did it in some style. Next delivery is defended by Rees back towards Callaway.
104th over this, so 6 overs to get 12 runs, but they don't show any signs of attacking.
Calm yourself down, lads. He's put the full list of Derbyshire cricketers, those 20 cricketers, some names here as he goes back and plays it down to backward point. Stan Worthington, 17,000 runs and 624 wickets. Kim Barnett, 23,800 runs. That'll never be beaten. Derek Morgan's numbers are absolute madness. Oh, and he's been trapped. LBW, as you know, says umpire Tom Lungley. Derek Morgan, 17,800 runs and 1,216 wickets.
And he took a huge amount of catches at slip and short leg, I can tell you.
Handy. Here's Callaway. Bowls to Rees, who clips this into the leg side. They're going to run through for a quick single here, and it's actually a slight misfield by Colin Ingram, of all people. And they do get through for the single. Rees moves on to 70 now. Tickner has 26. Perhaps he just fancies a century on one leg, Lewis Rees, which would be a decent enough feat.
Doing the Golden Greenwich.
Yeah. Well, he was better on one leg, wasn't he?
Fiercest square cut you'll ever see. Him and Robin Smith. Remember Robin Smith from Hampshire?
Yeah. He had enormous forearms, didn't he? They always looked big to me anyway. Callaway into bowl to Tickner, who goes back and plays that one into the onside. It's the end of the over. 1 run from it. 2 runs from the previous over. Not too much going on here. 4 since lunch. Although the lunch interval didn't end until 20 past 2. Tickner has 26, 339 for 9.
Robert Croft, of course, of this parish, took 1,300 wickets and scored over 10,000 runs, which was
useful.
A good effort.
Useful.
Fernando to continue, and he'll be bowling to Lewis Rees. 56 overs left today, 96 tomorrow, as Fernando prepares to bowl, and 6 overs still left. It should be quite easy for them to get the dozen runs. Comes in and bowls to Rees, and Rees just drives to short extra cover.
It might take a bit of time out of the game, though, won't it? That's
At the moment, with this pitch, I think I mentioned, who am I to say, but nothing makes me change my mind that it'll be a draw. I don't know what you feel,
I
Dave.
think that's the favourite, clearly, at this stage.
Yeah. Because Glamorgan are not going to give anything, having been put into bat. And you're not likely to take 20 wickets. This is just played onto the onside, and there's no run.
It's not a bad recovery, having lost David Lloyd very early, then Wayne Madsen.
Well, 162 for 7 tells its own story.
Yeah. It's almost like the phony war, this, though, isn't it? They just need this wicket, Glamorgan.
Yes. Just the one slip now, as in comes Fernando. Down the leg side is taken by Cook.
And then there'll be decisions to make. How quickly can you bat on this pitch?
Well, exactly.
Not more than 3 and a bit and over.
And you're not going to give your wicket away, are you? And go in there. Especially if the lead, well, we don't know what the lead's going to be. It's 92 now. It could be 52, the way these two are batting. Fernando, again, 1 for 96 of 20 overs, comes in and bowls. This is clipped away straight to short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
It started quite slowly this morning as well. So a repeat of the first session of the day so far. Well, Derbyshire do have did lose 2 wickets this morning. Thompson for 60, a career best for him. And Zach Chappell for 13.
Here's Fernando. Comes in and bowls. Rees clubs that away down to third man. Rather wideish third man. And they go through for a single, 1 ball left. And all of a sudden, Tickner's not playing a shot in anger here.
Hasn't swung the bat once, has he?
No.
Since lunch.
Obviously under orders to try and get this, one thinks, a batting point. Surely.
I hope they've told him he can swing the bat when he gets it now. I hope he says, when you get to 350, you can swing the bat as much as you like.
What if I get out, he'll say. 10 runs needed in 5 overs and 1 ball.
Gonna take an extra slip.
Now, why do you think he wants 3 slips with the score at 340 for 9 and no third man? If he bowls it short delivery and he chops it down, the third man for 4 will walk out of the ground.
I hope he does. I'm not for that reason.
In comes Fernando, bowled, but it's down the leg side and is clipped away for a single. That's the end of yet another over, the 105th over. And anybody coming into the ground thinking they're going to have an exciting afternoon of cricket will say, oh.
But keep listening, for goodness sake.
Yes, exactly. It is Sunday afternoon after a lovely lunch and perhaps a glass or 2 of bread. It might just be nodding away. It's not our fault, Dave. We just describe it's the way the game is going. And
341 for 9. That was a leg by, the last ball of the last over. Yeah, it was signalled leg by in the end. So
now then, is he going to have a dart at the off spin?
Well, you'd hope so when he's got a short leg and a slip. Close catches on either side. And a little man at backward square leg, and Tickner pushes it up to mid-off, and he goes through for a quick single, and he gets there. Fernando was still thinking about his previous over, I think. They get there comfortably enough in the end. Warwickshire on the brink of victory at Headingley, need 5 more runs. They're only 5 down in their second innings, so they're going to beat Yorkshire.
I think that'll be Yorkshire's second defeat at the season.
Yeah. Well, they had all their star players in this one, didn't they? As Callaway is in, Rees goes back, strokes it into the offside. They go through for another single. I'm looking for Kame. There he is.
And
miles away.
I was looking and they said that's the only game that Root and Brook are going to play for.
Yeah, well,
Yorkshire. Wonderful, isn't it?
You don't want to overtire yourself, Edward, at this early stage of the season, do you? Goodness sake.
God, Australia. They talk about Australia touring them about 3 years ago and how to prepare. All their fast bowlers are crocked.
Yeah. Tickner back on strike at 3:43 for 9. Defends it straight back to Callaway. What's he doing? He has clearly been
I think
told.
that's the idea, though. Don't you get the point and then let fly?
He's been told. Callaway again. Can he be restrained there? Well, he's just guided this backward a square on the offside. There is one. He thinks about a second. It's not there. Tickner moves on to 28, 3:44 for 9.
Are we talking in terms of CBs for Tickner? I wonder.
No. I looked it up. His highest score in first class cricket is 47. I mean, we are, because he's 28, but he's still 19 away. Callaway to Rees, who just goes back and pushes this one to Tribe at mid-wicket.
I know he's been very slow, but I do think he's inhibited.
Yes.
Because Rees normally would be flying some of these deliveries.
Yes, now he is struggling a touch. As this next one is defended by Rees. Out into the offside. And the over comes to an end. 2 off it this time. 344 for 9. Derbyshire still trailing, but it's only 87 now. We've had 106 overs. So 4 overs to get 6 runs. And the way they're going, they might take all 4 of them. Which would be rather tedious. Yeah, high score of 47 in first class. His high score in tests. He played 3 tests for New Zealand. Scored 13 runs in total with a high score of 8. He did hit a couple of 4s at international level. That 5 6s in first class cricket.
Not surprised seeing him play. Here's Fernando to resume his battle with Tickner. 2 slips. And the third man now has been reinstated. Here he comes. First ball of the over. Bowls. Down the leg side. Yeah, they're going to get these in singles and then surely they'll attack. Oh, Tickner will attack.
Another leg by.
There's a leg by, yeah. Anyway, they're 345 for 9. Good effort, mind you, to get 350 from where they were.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. The new Derbyshire. Edward, that's the new Derbyshire.
What's that?
More resilient. Folding like a pack of cards every 5 minutes.
Quite breezy down there. See the players' flannels is down the leg side. It's a dreadful delivery. Gone down and it's gone for 4 leg byes.
Well, that'll help. That gets us a little bit closer to where we want to be.
Derbyshire supporters so keen that they're applauding leg byes.
I think they're just happy to be out.
Yeah. Remember the days with the old slow hand claps?
Yeah.
Oh, they were great, remember?
Yeah.
Especially the places like Manchester. Don't get it now. Here's the next ball, and that beats him. Well, that's where you want to bowl, lad. Just outside the off stump.
I've been at football matches this season where I booed. I think I booed Tranmere on one game. They were particularly poor, mind.
Carlisle, second division, weren't they? Carlisle. They're not in your first division.
No, they've just been relegated out to the football
Mark
league.
Hughes is manager there.
Yeah.
Ah, it's a shame.
He hadn't made, well, not really, because Tranmere were one of the teams who they could have finished above.
Right.
But he hadn't made his mind up whether he was going to stay in the National League yet.
Yeah. Here's the next delivery, and it's blocked.
Well, they won. It's happening 2 seasons in a row now. Forest Green got relegated from League One and then out of the Football League the following season, and now Carlisle got relegated out of League One and out of the Football League. I think back in the day it happened to Stockport, happened to Lincoln City. But be careful when you go down into the bottom division, because
it's not so. It's Cardiff City going to find it difficult to get back from the.
It's a tough
Division
it's a tough league, League One.
Yeah.
It's a tough league. Looking forward to coming down though next season.
Fernando bowls, and this is clipped away for a single. There's the 350.
Listen to that applause.
Yes.
106 overs and 5 balls.
So it looks as if it will be 6 points to 5.
Yeah, which I think Derbyshire would have taken, quite frankly. Let's see if the instructions were when you get to 350, the shackles are off, Blair. You can do what you want.
Third man is coming up into third slip.
This is going
Now,
down.
I don't know what is going on here.
I do hope it goes down to third man. I won't have to say anything for 15 minutes.
I just Fernando bowls to take that. Hey, that hits his off pole. And that is that. 350 all out. Ironic cheers for a few Glamorgan supporters that eventually have got the last man out. And a partnership of 62. 350 all out.
Techno was bowled by Asita Fernando for 28. Derbyshire 350 all out. Andy Gordon finishes with figures of 5.
I think you're going to have to talk over him because he's not going to stop. He's not going to stop.
So 350 and a deficit of 81. I suppose it's an useful lead, certainly, but not one that Glamorgan were thinking of last night or even this morning. But they will go out to the lead of 81. I think, Dave, you mentioned to me, let's see what Glamorgan can do about it. I suspect that they will just go and play, because they're not going to try and play big shots and toss wickets away. They might find themselves then 60 for 3 and leading by 140.
That is always a possibility, I suppose.
Well done to Lewis Rees, certainly, and Andy Gorvin leading the players in there for a splendid performance. And the young man has now taken in his 2 games. Goodness knows why he was left out of the next 2 games. In 2 games he's taken 9 wickets, and my word, he's proved to be a great asset and showed up. A certain bowler who has played test matches, if you get the griff. 350 all out. Tickner was bowled against his nemesis, Fernando. What did he get? 28.
28 off 58, and Lewis Rees
Not a
73 off 184 balls. Shared that century stand. I'm going to talk over him. Shared that century stand, 105 for the 8th wicket with Alex Thompson, who made a career best. 60. Gorvin, as Edward said, the pick of the bowlers. 5 for 85 from his 22 overs. 2 wickets for Fernando. 22 overs cost him 98. And a wicket apiece for Tim van der Hoogten, Ned Leonard, and Zain ul Hassan. Ben Callaway 10 overs for 17, the only bowler not to pick up a wicket. And
what have we got? Sorry,
no, I'm sad to report that the heavy roller is trundling up and down the pitch, which is exactly what this pitch needs, just flattening out a bit. Just need a
let's hope it crumble it.
It wants to disintegrate, but I'm afraid it's going to flatten it out. And we'll be back in about 5 or 10 minutes, won't we?
Yeah, there are 51 overs. I think we take off 2. Whether that has been, I doubt if it has been changed as yet. We shall see as I try and speak over the loudspeaker.
We've got no chance.
Speak to you later, everybody.
Yeah, we'll give up.
Tim van der Gooten, 24 overs, 10 maidens, 1 for 54. Ned Leonard, 19 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 60. Andy Gorvin, 22 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 85. Zain ul Hassan, 10 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 21. And Ben Callaway, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 17. There are 51 overs remaining today.
Good afternoon and welcome back here on BBC Sport Online to the third innings of the match. Glamorgan lead by 81, having finally dismissed Derbyshire for 350, and it took a fair time to do that. We had an extra 40 minutes in the morning session, and then a further 25 minutes after lunch for Glamorgan to take the 3 wickets that fell today. Those of Alex Thompson, Kurt Cook, bowled Van der Hochten for a career bass 60. Zach Chappell, bowled by Gorvin for 13. And then some last wicket fun and games, putting on 62 before Tickner was bowled by Fernando for 28. So Glamorgan lead by 81. We've got a further 51 overs to go today, but will Glamorgan be able to push on to a position that they will feel able to declare, or indeed will Derbyshire manage to put the game in their own control by bowling Glamorgan out? We will see over the next few hours whether we're likely to see a thrilling run chase or a less than thrilling meandering towards a draw on Bank Holiday Monday.
Yes, I fancy the wicket is probably a bit too good. Without the opening bowler, of course, Lewis Rees. Not that he bowled particularly well in the 6.2 overs he bowled in the first innings, and it'll be Haraj Dal to open the bowling from the far end, Nick.
Indeed, Dal then running towards us from the River Taff end to bowl to Ul Hassan, who defends on the leg side. And there's no run, so we can take it that Blair Tickner, slightly surprisingly, prefers bowling from the Cathedral Road end, which I say surprisingly because he seemed to get a little bit more assistance from the pitch bowling from the River end. No? Not convinced?
He'll probably have his own reasons. I don't know quite why, I'm like you.
Dal is in to bowl and beats the outside edge as Ul Hassan pushes forward.
We were chatting in the interval off microphone, and I made the point that people like Dal especially, and the off spinner, can stop you scoring quickly by bowling flat, and in Dal's case as a seamer he just bangs it in on that awkward length, just a sort of back of the length, and if you've got your field spread it's difficult to score quickly.
As he comes in again and bowls to Ul Hassan, who plays on the leg side, and there's no run. He went for 2.5 and over in the first innings, Dal, and is quite liable to maintain that sort of economy here in the second innings.
Yeah, and that'll stop Glamorgan running away and getting, and the days of let's have a chat and we'll leave you so and so are long gone. So I don't want to sound pessimistic, and I hope I'm wrong, but I'm hedging my bets, but I think it'll be a draw.
Here's Dal in to bowl, and Ul Hassan deflects it down towards backward square leg and is not underway, but the Glamorgan total is underway. It was just off the pad rather than the bat.
147 overs, I take that, but can you see 20 wickets being taken in a day and a half?
That was strange. Zainul Hassan ran down the pitch there to impart some knowledge to Asa Tribe before he faces the first ball. So the right-hander Asa Tribe on strike, having made 58 in the first innings. Glamorgan 1-0, lead by 82 as in comes Dal over the wicket, bowls outside off stump. Tribe plays no shot. He was the one Glamorgan batter who really took the attack to the opposition in the first innings, Asa Tribe, wasn't he?
Yeah, he did, but Lewis Rees served him a surfeit, didn't he, of half volleys, which he just crashed through the covers for 4, and then he was looking for runs. That's what is always pleasing about an opening batter. If you're on the lookout at anything offline.
Update for BBC Radio Wales follows shortly. As Tribe is off the mark, steering one past Gully. They'll think about two, and they will come back for a second. Yes, we saw in the first innings signs that these two relatively young men at 21 and 24
that's good.
have got a good attitude towards taking quick singles. 3-0 then Glamorgan after the first over. The lead is 84. I'll just stick with commentary for a couple of moments as we have a radio update to come. And it will be the tall and distinctive figure of Blair Tickner to bowl from the Cathedral Road end, wearing 13. Not a number chosen by many. He's obviously not a superstitious chap. And he had a good battle with Asitha Fernando, and at one point appeared to be taking the mickey out of Fernando's short ball, which wasn't hugely effective. Can Tickner get more life out of the surface? He was relatively unlucky to get 2 for 97 in the first innings. Try and improve those figures this time round. Tickner's in to bowl and hurries Al Hassan up, but they've gone through for a very quick run. Is that a leg by? No, a bit of bat. So 4 without loss. The lead is 85.
Working out some sums in my head now, and what time is left. Glamorgan need to get another 200 runs from somewhere to set up a declaration, and that won't be easy. And that won't give them a long time to take 10 wickets. That's the way I look at it at the moment.
Yes, to be honest, I'd be surprised if they do score the runs. They would look to set Derbyshire less than 350 to win.
Exactly.
By which time we might be running out of time for Glamorgan to bowl Derbyshire out. Anyway, we shall see over the next 24 hours as Tickner bowls and Tribe defends. Radio update. Glamorgan 4 without loss in their second innings, leading Derbyshire by 85 runs, but Derbyshire took their first innings total to 350, frustrating Glamorgan beyond lunch today, despite a 5-wicket haul for Andy Gorvin. Lewis Rees, 73 not out, despite injury, and Alex Thompson, a career best 60, made sure that Derbyshire comfortably avoided the follow-on. Derbyshire made 350, Glamorgan 4 without loss, leading by 85.
Yeah, that's the way I look at it, Nick, because, one side, Glamorgan are asked to bat first, and they're not going to get a declaration and leave any sort of challenge for Derbyshire, because that's just, it's giving them 2 chances, A, to win the game, or B, to save the game and play on this pitch, which is so placid for a draw.
Here comes Tickner into bowl, turned away on the leg sides. Tribe flicked it away pleasantly out to Kame at deep mid wicket, single taken. Harry Kame, who has been on the field all day doing running duties for the limping Lewis Rees, who won't bowl in this match again, and may, I suppose, be struggling to be fit for Derbyshire's next game, even though they sit out the next round up at Old Trafford. Tickner around the wicket to left-handed Al Hassan, who leaves, and through it goes to Guest. Decent carry for Tickner, who's bowled with good pace throughout this match. Wasn't the most successful first innings figures of 2 for 97 that he's ever recorded, and
I thought he bowled too short, to be honest, Nick, trying to bounce everybody out.
Well, there's his point of difference. He's a bit quicker than most. Maybe overdid it a bit as he sends square leg back,
Double
so
bluff.
he might be about to do some more of it. Al Hassan, left-hand on strike. Tickner elbows jutting, races in and bowls, and Rothesay, I think, withdrawing his bat as it went through to Brooke Guest. 5 without loss. Glamorgan 86 runs in the lead with 49 overs remaining today. That means tea is going to be around about 10 past 4. Glamorgan, will they declare? Can they get 350 ahead by lunchtime tomorrow and give themselves 2 sessions to bowl Derbyshire out without much risk of Derbyshire getting it?
Well, it's just giving every chance to Derby.
350 in 2 sessions, that's not going to happen, surely.
No, it's not on.
I think they might pull in at lunch tomorrow if they have the option, but Derbyshire
I just bat on because there's no point in let Derbyshire bowl. And the first ball from Dal goes through to the wicket keeper, because they can easily put up, if they lose a couple of wickets, okay, they've got a couple of dashers there in David Lloyd, as we know, and Jewel, 2 very attacking players. But if they attack and lose 3 wickets, shall we say, for about 90 or 80 or 90, they're not going to carry on like that and virtually give Glamorgan the game, because they fought back from a precarious position of 162 for 7, and they don't want to lose it from here. Here's Dahl in, bowls, forward comes Tribe and pushes it up to him. Oh, and I don't know what your views are, but does that make any sense to you? You're not going to dangle any sort of carrot.
No, but if you...
And why should you?
If you set, say, 350 in 55 overs, that gives you an outside chance of bowling a team out. Not much of a chance, but an outside chance, and it doesn't give the chasing team any chance of winning it.
Here's Dahl again, short, pushed away firmly, but intercepted at cover, and there's no run. And
we wonder if the pitch will misbehave at all. I mean, Derbyshire will obviously look to bowl Glamorgan out and earn themselves a chase, if you like.
Good luck to them if they do that, but they shouldn't get bowled out on this. Famous last words.
Glamorgan have had a batting collapse in them this season, losing wickets in clusters here and there.
I was Dahl in, bowls, driven, beautiful shot, goes down to the long on boundary. Always a classic. Not the easiest shot in the book to play an on drive. You got to open your left foot, but he does excite, doesn't he? I haven't seen Tribe, well, either of us, a lot, but he does excite as an attacking player. He's heavy scorer at the start of the season with the second team.
Yeah, he's nice to watch, isn't he?
As I say, we saw him at the end of last season and just had a first look.
A couple of low scores and a couple of half centuries last season.
Here's the next ball, wide of the off stump, through to keeper. 9 without loss, then 7 to Tribe, 1 to Hassan. The lead now is 90. It all depends also how Derbyshire are going to play it. If Glamorgan go around 4 and over and keep on going, they can easily just take your slips and gullies and things out and defend. It's very, very difficult in 4-day competitions. You don't have, like one day, people out in the boundary. You can have people out in the boundary. Dahl races in, bowls very wide with the off stump. That's the end of the over.
9 without loss then, Glamorgan 90 ahead. If you are just joining us, then Derbyshire prolonged their first innings beyond lunch and reached 350. A fine recovery from the depths of 162 for 7 when Brooke Guest fell yesterday afternoon. The stand between Rees and Anderson was eventually worth 105. Got Derbyshire virtually.
Good gracious.
Hello. David Lloyd bowling seam rather than spin, I presume.
Spin, keep her up. Or is he going? You may be right. No, I think surely he's concentrating a lot on spin, so the boys tell us.
Well, that's odd. We've had 1 over from Tickner.
Looks as if...
Some inventive captaincy from Madsen. Anyway, Tickner is doing some exercises at mid-on. He's still on the field, and David Lloyd is bowling his spin, and Dil Hassan defends on the offside.
All our thoughts of what this, what that, could go up in flames in about two captains might have.
As this is cut away by Al Hassan, single out on the offside.
Remember the days of, well, we'll give you a.
Yes. Don't think it would happen at this stage of the game. It might happen tomorrow morning, but no, we'll get to tonight with both sides playing proper cricket, if you like. But
this isn't
I wonder if they're just going to swap ends. I think
that's a possibility.
As likely as anything. David Lloyd bowling the fourth over of the innings, the former Glamorgan captain, former seamer, now off spinner. Just
don't light your eyes up now, young Tribe.
Lloyd in to bowl to Tribe, who works on the leg side to one of the mid wickets, and there is
he has worked very hard on his off spin and has bowled a good length. I know he hasn't bowled a lot in this match, but he's pitched everything.
Tribe back on his stumps, kept a little bit low, and Tribe defended it well. For a guy who I don't think bowled off spin in any competitive game at Glamorgan.
I can't remember it.
Tribe drives on the onside, and there is no run. It's not like Graham Wagg, who bowled both seam and spin seriously, if you like. Lloyd converting his bowling action since joining Derbyshire. As this one is defended by Tribe. So just a single off Lloyd's opening over. Glamorgan 10 for naught, leading Derbyshire by 91 runs. As we go halfway through the afternoon here on the third day in sunny but cool Cardiff.
To the river end.
Edward Cooper.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Sorry, Nick. Yeah, well done.
Edward Cooper, critical of Glamorgan's tactics in the fields. No pressure on the batting side. Odds on a draw, accelerating. Said during the Derbyshire innings that Glamorgan didn't put enough pressure on Derbyshire.
Well, he had them 162 for 7.
No, in the latter stages.
Oh, well, what's the pressure?
Well, didn't bowl well enough.
Didn't bowl well enough, that's true enough, but I think you've got to credit the batsmen as well.
Yeah,
especially Lewis Rees.
Rees lasting that long on one leg, and Thompson with a CB.
Here's Tickner then from the river end, comes in and bowls, and it's jabbed away down to fine leg for a single.
I was slightly surprised to see him start at the Cathedral Road end, given that he seemed to be enjoying
himself. You got your message,
more.
Mr. Webb.
If they listen to me, then they must be desperate.
Had a bowl. Reminds me so much of a pony about to take a jump in a.
Yes.
Also the air show, whatever they call it.
It's very equine, the start to his run, isn't it?
Yeah.
Clip clop, clip clop. There's riding stables or riding school about half a mile up the road. He's obviously been watching the nags there.
There he goes. 1, 2, 3, 4. He's about to start an air off. Down he comes and bowls to Tribe. Tribe gets a good delivery, which hits the seam and goes through to wicketkeeper Guest.
Yeah, I mean, a lead of 81 isn't that substantial, and if Derbyshire do knock over a couple early on, then they might induce a little bit of panic in the Glamorgan dressing room. Not that there should be panic with some very experienced men in the middle order. But some people tell me it's a funny game. There's not much to laugh about today.
Tuckney's in, bowls, and this is a short delivery which sails over the batsman's head and into the gloves of the wicketkeeper. Guest.
Yes, not a particularly well directed bounce on that.
Look at this field, 2 slips, and a third slip is 4 or 5 yards back.
Yeah, we remarked on this quite a lot in the
first
Glamorgan
innings
first
again,
innings.
yeah. Why is that then?
It's a Madsen thing.
Try and work that out. Dave will tell us. Tickner bowls, and he's caught at the wicket. There's a big appeal. He's gone, caught very well, low down, And Glamorgan lose their first wicket, 11 for 1. And the umpire took his time and is going to speak to the square leg umpire. I think it was the case of did it carry? And if the square leg umpire said yes, it did, then it was a good catch. Yeah, he had a look, didn't he, himself, and saw that it had carried. And that's the end of try for 7. And a good start for Derbyshire. Effectively 92 for 1.
Ace try was LBW Tickner for 7.
And immediately one of the umpires looks at the
I thought it was caught behind.
dressing room, because that's where the scorers are.
It's gone up as LBW on the board. It was taken low down by Brooke Guest.
It's probably right, Nick, because they have a walkie-talkie and they can immediately say to the umpire what was the decision.
Yes, I thought it was outside off stump, to be honest, if it was LBW.
And
There was
Blair Tickner's having a word.
Coming batter
some
for
sort of
Glamorgan,
deflection.
The captain, Sam Northeast.
Well, anyway, Tribe is back in the pavilion. I mean, if the keeper dives forward and catches the ball, then you sort of tend to assume that's a caught behind.
Well, Tickner was the bowler. I think we've got that right.
Yeah. But I was with you on that. I thought it was given us
He
an
dived,
edge.
took it,
Yeah.
good catch, low down and asked, and then he also looked to see if it had carried.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised to see that change on the board.
Anyhow, the new batsman is Sam Northeast. Got a half century, got 63 in the first innings, so that's change of ends has worked for Tickner. And he will now bowl at the right-hander, Sam Northeast. Here he comes racing in from the far end and bowls, and Northeast gets a short delivery and felt for that, and he tried to hit it out to the cover boundary but didn't time it with any conviction at all, and just gets a single 12 for 1.
Just emphasises the difficulties that players have had timing the ball.
Well, it's a slow, easy pace, too slow really.
That was short and wide, really, wasn't it? And
It didn't come on, did it?
didn't come on at all as Northeast tried to slap it through the covers.
Tickner's going round the wicket to the left-handed Ul Hassan and bowls to him, and he watches that and leaves outside the off stump. Yeah, everything pointed to a catch at the wicket. Get your message to the Glamorgan scorer and ask him, are you sure that was... Probably get an abrupt response.
Also changing ends, in this case to the Cathedral Road end.
Yeah, so Lloyd's swap was just to enable the change of ends.
I thought there was something on there for one exciting moment, but there wasn't. And Tribe looked around as well.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Latest from the National Counties 50 over game at Sudbrook. Wales were all out for 233 in the 50th over. Brad Wadland 84 not out was the top scorer. Jack Hope Bell 36. Alex Russell, former Northants, made 31. Callum Taylor, formerly of Glamorgan, took 3 for 25. Playing for Hertfordshire these days. Hertfordshire in reply 42 for 1 in the 10th. Ben Morris, Glamorgan player, had an early wicket, caught behind by Will Smale, another Glamorgan staff member. Here comes Anujdal then from the Cathedral Road end into ball driven and edged and caught, and Sam Northeast goes for 1. Glamorgan 12 for 2, 93 ahead. And maybe our prognostications of a boring draw are far from the mark, because Derbyshire have swapped their bowlers round and both have taken the wicket straight away.
Lazy shot, wasn't it, that? He felt for it outside the off stump and Glamorgan now effectively 93 for 2, and any hopes of setting a target, which we all thought might happen, is slowly, and this game is putting Glamorgan under pressure now, and it wasn't a particularly good shot.
Was caught by
Caleb Jewell, the Australian, the catcher at first slip. Yeah, Northeast, obviously any batter is disappointed at getting out, but getting out in a less than ideal way after his application in the first innings, when he made 63, just a single this time round. Caught Jewell, bowled Dahl. Glamorgan 12 for 2, lead by 93, and Kieran Carlson jogs in.
Who never dies wondering, does Kieran?
No, he has talked about, though, being putting a higher price on his wicket this season, being more willing to dig in where necessary and not just going for everything, as he has been wont to do at times in the past, although it's worked pretty well for him on a lot of occasions. 12 for 2 Glamorgan, 93 runs ahead of Derbyshire, who have enjoyed the day's play so far today after Glamorgan had the better of the first 2 days. Derbyshire moving from 215 for 7 to 350 all out, so adding a further 135 today for their last 3 wickets, and now claiming 2 Glamorgan wickets cheaply to get themselves back in the game. Glamorgan need to find at least another couple of hundred from somewhere.
Yes, minimum.
As Derbyshire's fielders are reinvigorated, and Dahl will come in to bowl to Kieran Carlson, who plays no shot to a ball that goes through low outside off stump to Brookcast. We've seen quite a bit of that. The bounce has been a little bit up and down throughout. I mean, nothing outrageous, but just 1 or 2 have got up from the faster bowlers and spat a little bit, and
oh yes, it's an easy pace pitch, isn't it?
1 or 2 have gone through to the keeper on the second bounce. Here is Dahl into Carlson. Carlson forward defending. Ooh! It hit the middle of the bat, boys. He looked to play a defensive shot. He did play a defensive shot, and pushed it back to the bowler.
Somebody's got to get a big score for Glamorgan, and at the moment that lead that we were thinking of, 250 plus 300, long way away.
Yep. Scoring has been slow, as this one's angled away by Carlson. Will pick up a couple of runs down to third man off a deliberately angled bat. In Division 1, Warwickshire beat Yorkshire by 5 wickets, 186 for 5, with Zen Malik making 49 not out as the top scorer, a man who scored over 600 runs in a season for Glamorgan seconds, but Warwickshire were able to offer him a bit more. As forward comes Carlson and defends.
Still in one direction.
Still in one direction. Contributes our popular entertainment correspondent from the back of the...
Will be shortly joining you.
Zen Malik, this guy, rather than Zayn Malik. Opener from Staffordshire, so I suppose it's nearer to his home patch as well, but Glamorgan was certainly keen on getting him on the books. Didn't happen. Dahl in bowled Carlson, who lets that one go through outside off stump. No run, end of the over. Runs aplenty at Old Trafford. Gloucestershire 395 for 5 in reply to Lancashire's 450. Ollie Price 161 not out. Miles Hammond fell for 97.
So much for the Lankies going straight back up.
Well, they'll have Jimmy Anderson on by the time they play Derbyshire in a couple of weeks' time.
Tickner to continue. He just bowled the one over this end and got the wicket in the last end. We still not absolutely sure he was out. How he was out, as he does his routine. He's coming around the wicket to Hassan and bowls now, and Hassan gets a wideish ball which he leaves. And again, this very odd position. 3 slips, and then a 4th slip is, I'm sure Dave will tell us, but I can't work that out, because if it goes at you, and what if it drops short there, on edge? Very odd. 3 slips in the gully, cover point and a big gap then to mid-off, as in comes Tickner, bowls, goes through to the keeper, lovely carry. On the onside, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Pleasant afternoon, not a bad crowd, Sunday afternoon. I mean, decided they want a bit of exciting cricket, and they certainly might well see it. 2 wickets gone down in successive overs here. As Tickner comes into the left-handed Hassan, and he drives, and it's far too wide, young man, to drive. Lucky not to nick it to the keeper. Yes. I have mentioned before that I think he needs somebody to work on him about this flirting he does outside the off stump. I don't know whether you agree, because he's nicked off a number of times in his short career for Glamorgan. And to judge, you must try and judge width and length. Of course, he is young, but he's been around the counties. Tickner in, bowls. This time he leaves and wide of the off stump, and up go the slips, as every slip Gordon in the country does, and shouts exuberantly, oh.
Yes, coming round the wicket, he's bringing it back in with the natural angle, the right armour, but Hassan's leave was the right decision. I've just been having quick couple of replays of the Tribe decision. I think it was probably a good decision looking at it back. I thought it might have hit him outside off stump, but if it was pad, then it probably was out.
Okay. Tickner bowls. This is played into the offside. They go for an easy single to the right of mid-off. Takes Hassan up to 4. Carlson's on 2. 15 for 2. The lead 96 for 2, you can say.
Yeah, so I think whatever it hit, it was the right decision to be out. If it was bad, it was LBW, and Guest misled us a little by making every effort to catch it, which he did.
Staying round the wicket is Tickner. Passes the umpire on his way and bowled. Oh, and that's a good, and he's caught at second slip. So there goes Carlson, Madsen the catcher, and Glamorgan in all sorts of trouble. They lost their 3rd wicket in the 7th over. That looked a good delivery, moved away from him, and how this game is turning in Derbyshire's favour. He played it, but it moved off the seam. Good catch, low down. He doesn't miss many, does Madsen. And Glamorgan will look for somebody to try and dig them out of this hole. And this game, well, the way it's going, it could be either tonight or tomorrow morning if Glamorgan don't back up a little.
Yeah, it's a shocking start at 15 for 3. In 7 overs now. Losing wickets in the 5th, 6th and 7th. And they just keep doing this. Losing wickets 3 overs in a row. They did it at Middlesex.
Well, hence why they're bottom of the championship.
And they did it twice in Gloucestershire as well, I believe.
Coming batter for Glamorgan is Colin Ingram.
So Colin Ingram will try to hold things up for Glamorgan. Effectively 96 for 3.
A delighted commentator from Derby, Mr. David Fletcher, will come in and join you, Nick.
Thank you, Edward. We have still 12 overs to go until the tea interval. So that's going to be a late one. And Anuj Dal, having swapped ends successfully. In fact, that swap of ends has brought 3 wickets straight away. So, genius captaincy.
Haven't missed anything.
Just 3 Glamorgan batters coming and going.
Remarkable. The new Derbyshire.
Just when you think the game's going nowhere, meandering along, and Derbyshire come and boot it into life.
I don't think I ever said that. Did I? I might have done. Remarkable.
We might have...
Might have been an inference that it was potentially heading towards a draw.
Yes. Here's Anuj Dal, who claimed the wicket of North East in his last over, and Ul Hassan turns it away on the leg side, smartly fielded by David Lloyd, and there is no run. 43 overs remain this evening, and Glamorgan just hope to bat them out really after this awful start that they've made.
Good job there, that first innings lead.
Yes.
I do like it when they've got, well, it's 96 for 3. Yep, that's what it is.
There's Dal wearing 65 round the wickets, bowls. No shot played by Ul Hassan.
First time I've sat in this chair this trip.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Very comfy. I can see why you monopolise it. Very nice.
It is slightly higher, and it moves around a bit.
Good for the core.
Is it?
Yeah.
All right.
You can keep it still.
I'll take your word for it.
I don't think I've got a core, but good for it if I had one.
Here's Dal with 2 slips and a gully. Bowls, and forward comes Ul Hassan. Defends on the offside, and there's no run. So when is the odd deep gully employed, and when isn't it? What's the thing?
It's generally for Blair Tickner.
Right.
So whether he's spotted that throughout his career or later on in his career that has been a valuable lesson, because if you look at the gully now, he's quite close for Dal.
Dal bowls, hammered back to him by Ul Hassan, fielded by Dal in his follow through. Ul Hassan turns just in case the ball's coming whizzing back his way.
It's always Martin Anderson.
Right.
So they've decided that he is the man for the job there. But yeah, when I first saw it, it's difficult to describe because it's almost like a deep 4th or 5th slip rather than a gully.
Dal bowls, and forward comes Ul Hassan, getting a good stride in, but defending when he gets there.
It would be remiss of me if I didn't mention a stat that David Griffin had put out about the 10th wicket stand today of 62 between Lewis Rees and Blair Tickner. Mm-hmm. It is the highest 10th wicket partnership for Derbyshire against Glamorgan in Wales, which is a very good stat. Their previous best was at Swansea, apparently. There have been 2 higher partnerships, but only 2 in Derbyshire.
As Dal is in to bowl, and Ul Hassan blocks it out to cover. No run, maiden from Anuj Dal, 15 for 3. Glamorgan have got through an over without losing a wicket, having lost wickets in the 5th, 6th and 7th. And that is at least the 4th time this season that they've lost 3 wickets in consecutive overs.
Right, well, that's not ideal, is it? Not ideal at all.
Far from it.
I see Blair Tickner continue, of course. Well, Martin Anderson goes into that deep position. Whether they think the slips are going to parry the ball to him and he's just going to catch it on the rebound, I'm not sure. But
nice trick if he can manage it.
I'd like to say that I can remember him taking a catch there. I'm sure he has, but I can't remember it. But it would be almost impossible for him not to have done. You're not missing any action. Wayne Madsen's just moving Anuj Dal very precisely to the backward square leg boundary where he's just had a drink. Jack Morley with the drinks bottle under his arm. Here's Tickner then into bowl to Ingram, who goes for quite an expansive looking drive and gets a thick inside edge. The ball dribbles up to Zach Chappell at mid-on. Harry Kane, who was a busy man this morning despite not actually having anything to do with the game because it just won't count.
Won't appear on the score sheet is
Did he score all
this morning?
Helped Lewis Rees we helped him get to 22 overnight and then up to 73 not out this afternoon. In comes Tickner again. Oh, that's just hit Ingram. Whereabouts, I'm not sure because he's got his back to us. I can't imagine it came off his chest, surely. Gloves perhaps and bounced into the ground.
Yes, Ingram prodding away suspiciously.
Yeah, it's always the pitch. It's always the pitch. Tickner 2 for 5 in his 4th over. No, I don't know. I'm looking over there because this one's gone off. Here comes Tickner again. Around the wicket bowling, and that one's up off the splice of the bat and bounces short of the man dashing in. It was David Lloyd. No, it's under there. Thank you. No, it didn't come on when I pressed the other side. Another good delivery from Tickner there. Ingram just about dealing with it. Now it's back. It's all kicking off in the commentary box. Television's coming on and going off. They're both on now. There's Tickner in around the wicket to Ingram, who beaten outside the edge of the bat. It's been since they swapped ends. I immediately got a message saying what's going on here when David Lloyd came on. Surely Derbyshire haven't turned to this, and it had to be a change of ends. It couldn't possibly have been anything else.
We did manage to guess that one correctly on the commentary.
Had to be. Who's going to get through his over the quickest? Most likely, certain to be David Lloyd, and he did. Tickner, 2 balls to go in the over, and Ingram has a real go at that one. Too close for him to cut. Could only have got himself out. Or he could have flown over the slip cordon, probably. But I'm not sure about the shot. But then again, Colin Ingram's got a lot of runs, hasn't he, in his career? So
he has.
There's me questioning him. Glamorgan 15 for 3 in their 2nd innings, leading by 96. The final ball of Tickner's 4th over is a short one that England barely has to duck to get underneath it. Brookes takes it, leaping in the air. Ingram has yet to get off the mark, in actual fact. He's on naught. Al Hassan has 4. Tribe for 7, Northeast for 1, Carlson for 2, the men out. And Glamorgan 15 for 3, leading by 96.
Things not going the way of Wales's Mark Williams in the World Snooker Final either. He trails Zhao Xingtong by 4 frames to 1. That's on BBC One Wales if you fancy keeping an eye on the telly while listening to us as well.
He's come back before though, hasn't he, in this tournament?
Oh, yes.
And what's this, the first to about 17?
It presumably goes late into bank holiday, it usually does. Dal bowls and Al Hassan plays no shot outside off stump. Racing towards a result of some sort at Grace Road. Northants are 58 for 4, needing a further 231 to win. 3 wickets for the rarely spotted Josh Hull.
Yes, he was doing a bit on the outfield when we were there at Grace Road a couple of weeks ago. He had a big ish strapping on one of his knees left, I think.
Dal into bowl to Al Hassan, plays no shot.
First to 18 incidentally in the snooker, not 17, I've just checked.
There we are. Black ball finish and the final frame for Mark Williams in the semi-final. 13-12 against John Higgins.
Yeah, it was some game. I'm not really a snooker man, but whenever I turned it on, it was nip and tuck. One player raced into a big lead, then it was clawed back.
Swing fortunes at Lords as well, as in comes Dal to bowl. Al Hassan plays it down to slip.
Dal thought he'd got it, you know. The way he reacted there, he thought that had been caught by Wayne Madsen rather than taken on the half volley. That was well played in the end by Ul Hassan.
Just about got enough on top of it. 15 for 3, Glamorgan lead by 96. The game swings again. At Lords, Kent 426 for 7 in their second innings. Now 317 ahead of Middlesex, and Daniel Bell-Drummond is 192 not out. Dal bowls. Ul Hassan taking a step forward again. Drives to mid-on. And there's no run. So Kent fighting back after first innings deficit of 109. Zach Crawley made 68. And that reminds me I must get hold of a vehicle to get to Kent on Thursday. Dal balls, Peel for LBW, not given. Ul Hassan
outside
the line, I think. He is getting a good
he's
step
moving
in.
further outside the line now.
Just about outside the line. He's falling over a little, Zain Ul Hassan.
His finishing position is not representative of where the ball hit him, but I think he just got outside the line.
No, but I presume all batters do that, shuffle the front leg forward after being hit.
Yeah, the further you can get it across, the better.
As Ul Hassan drives to cover, not entirely under control. There is no run. 15 for 3. Glamorgan is stuck, having lost 3 wickets for 4. They cannot get going at all. We've had 10 overs of this innings, and they've been fairly hair-raising ones from the Welsh point of view.
It needs a period of calm from Glamorgan, though, doesn't it? That's what they need now, because the panic can soon set in. If the muscle memory isn't positive either, then you can get yourself into a terrible tangle. So it's important that these two hang around as long as possible. Derbyshire, on the other hand, foot to the throat. They've got 3 slips and a deep whatever he is.
Pedal for the metal.
Yeah.
Etc.
All the usual ones. Here's Tickner continuing his 5th over, 2 for 5. In and bowls to Ingram, who leaves the first delivery alone outside the off stump to go through to Brooke Guest. It's Pat Brown, who's initially doing the fielding duties in place of Lewis Rees, who will not field.
If he's well enough to score 73 not out, he's well enough to get out there and field.
Well, he could field, but somebody would have to do his running for him when the ball goes past him. So he could have somebody standing next to him. That'd be great.
Oh dear.
Not allowed to catch, but you can run to the boundary and get the ball. This game's complicated enough without that. As Tickner bowls, that is driven gloriously, but just past the man diving at point, and goes away for 4. Ingram's off the mark. Didn't realise it was quite as close. It was certainly in the air, and it was a tumbling attempt to stop it from Pat Brown.
Yeah, Ingram was risking it there slightly. I mean, he did go really hard at it.
He's risked it a few times so far, though, hasn't he? He doesn't seem worried about.
Perhaps he feels the need to just ease the pressure a bit.
I suppose if he scores a rapid century, it puts Glamorgan in much better, calmer waters. This time it's a leave from Ingram. Late-ish decision to leave, but a leave nonetheless. Glamorgan 19 for 3 now.
In the National Counties game, Hertfordshire 71 for 2 after 17, chasing 234 to beat Wales. Second wicket for Ben Morris, but Callum Taylor, former Glamorgan player, 27 not out.
Jed was asking about any news on the flagpole at the county ground. On order, I believe. As this next delivery from Tickner is a short delivery and goes past the nose of Colin Ingram, just leaning back.
Have you had issues with the flagpole there then?
The flagpole broke, so they had to go to the flagpole shop to get a flagpole. There is a flagpole shop in Derby.
Really?
In Derbyshire, yeah, I looked it up. Remarkable. Who knew there was such a thing? I'm not sure that's where they've got it from. I hope they have.
Local flags for local people, or local flag poles for local people.
Yeah. Stigner balls to Ingram. Oh, it's caught. It's caught by David Lloyd. It came off the pad though. It was some catch by Lloyd, one-handed, with his left hand at third slip moving across to his left. They started the appeal for leg before wicket. It turned into an appeal for a catch, and it was neither. In the end, what it was a very fine piece of fielding. So it was too high initially, and it was just off a pad. As we see a replay, and down to his left goes David Lloyd. Really good effort. It's the extra bit of pace that Tickner has, though. Just hurried Colin Ingram up there. He remains on 4. Hassan at the non-strikers end has 4. Tickner bowls. This one is turned down towards fine leg by Ingram for a single. It's fielded just down below us by Alex Thompson. And it was the final ball of the over. 10 gone then. 40 to go today, so only 8 until tea. This feels like a very short session, but this morning felt quite long. Glamorgan 20 for 3, 5 to Ingram, 4 to Al Hassan, and they lead now by 101 runs.
Probably felt like a long session this morning because it was a long session.
Yes.
2 hours and 40 minutes, and although it was a perfectly pleasant chicken with vegetables and roast potatoes, it was probably even more pleasant 40 minutes previously.
When it was hot. Nothing they could do about that, really, was there? They went on 10 minutes longer than we thought they were going to.
Yeah. As Dahl just adjusts his field and then sets off, bowling to Ingram, who plays that one to subfielder Brown at cover.
The change bowlers have a big part to play here. Zach Chappell, Martin Anderson, and then the spinners, David Lloyd, and perhaps more importantly Alex Thompson for Derbyshire.
There have been long periods of this match where the batters have been on top and then wickets falling in little clusters here and there, as Ingram plays no shot to a ball outside off stump, because Derbyshire lost wickets in, well, the 14th and 17th went quite, and 20th, so that was 3 in the space of 6 overs. Then they had a bit of recovery and lost 3 again in 5 or 6 overs. So there's been a little bit of a history of that after it didn't happen at all in Glamorgan's first innings. Dahl bowls. Ingram swings at that one. Looking to smash it towards the grandstand. Made no contact.
It'd have gone a long way, that, wouldn't it, if it hit it?
It would.
Blimey. I'd get it out of my hotel room in the city centre.
And Ingram, who is perfectly capable of gritting things out and looking to bat for days on end, seems to be taking the view that the best way is to try and larrup anything off target into the next parish. Not that one though, because it is on target. It's played off bat and pad and goes no more than 2 metres from the bat. I mean, I expect Ingram to be selective, but it does seem, from the initial 16 balls that he's faced, that he is going to chuck the kitchen sink at anything wide.
Appears that way.
Al Hassan possibly less so. 4 off 28. Dahl bowls, Ingram drives, doesn't time it. That's the problem. Even though Ingram batted well in the first innings for 81, it was quite laborious by his standards. A very valuable innings, but it wasn't as fluent as we often see.
It's not even one bowler or the other, is there? I was thinking, try and hit one bowler out of the attack.
Dahl from the Cathedral Road end bowls. Ingram drives. He has timed that one. That is the Colin Ingram cover drive that Welsh followers know and love. as it races away. And Glamorgan move up to 24 for 3, and the lead's to 105. Mark Williams now 5-1 down to Zhao in the snooker final.
You'll only upset yourself if you keep looking. Tickner's going to have a 6th over. That boundary of Dal means his figures have been ruined. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 12. 2 for 10. So we can surmise that the over rate is 2, which it is. 7 to go until tea. So these two perhaps have had their opening bursts as Tickner is into bowl to Ul Hassan, who ducks out of the way of a short delivery. Rather hangs his bat out there, waiting for the ball to take the edge and fly through to the slip cordon. I haven't had a wicket for ages.
What? 5 overs?
Yeah. What's happened to this game?
We're maybe proceeding into another passage of serenity.
Yeah. All results possible tomorrow. Get yourselves down. Bank holiday. Tickner bowls left alone by Ul Hassan. What the traffic will be like on a bank holiday Monday evening. Martin Anderson is now just stretching and getting ready, so I think that might be it for Anuj Dal. Good opening burst from him as the new ball bowler, and the umpire is just having a little look at Blair Tickner's follow through. That's umpire Newell now. He's at the River Taff end. No warning on this occasion, but just letting the bowler know that he's having a look. As Tickner is in again, and Ul Hassan leaves that one. It's such a long follow through that.
Yeah, he remains on the cut strip for quite a long time, doesn't he, Blair Tickner?
Players don't like that.
When he's bowling around the wicket, it's difficult for him to get off it more quickly because of the direction of travel.
Caleb Jewell just having a lengthy conversation with Martin Anderson.
Bowled straight, sunshine.
Yeah, try and get the edge, I'll catch him. In comes Tickner and bowls. That one's left alone again. That's a good take down low to his right by Brooke Guest, who just stays on his knees afterwards. Not sure about the bounce on that occasion.
Blair Tickner was giving the stare there as if he couldn't believe that the ball hadn't hit off stump, but the effect was somewhat ruined by the fact that Zain Ul Hassan had turned away and wasn't looking at him.
It probably made him feel better though, didn't it?
David Lloyd, they're signalling for another helmet, believe?
Yeah, there is one out there. I assume that's Brooke Guest's. I don't know, clearly.
Perhaps Guest is going to stand up to Anderson.
So they wouldn't be standing up to Tickner, as this one is left alone outside the off stump by Ul Hassan. Morgan 24 for 3. Not sure I'd stand up to Martin Anderson. He does stand up regularly to Dahl and to Lewis Rees if required, but it's tough. The fielding pads have been brought out as well. Looks too tall to be Jack Morley, so it must be Harry Moore. No offence, Jack. As Tickner is in, left alone again by Ul Hassan, and again Blair Tickner can't believe that it's missed the off stump, but it did. He knows where his off stump is. I think it's fair to say Zain Ul Hassan, and he survives another over. That was a maiden from Tickner. Let's have a look at the replay. How close was it? Was it a good leave? Oof.
It's not that far away from the
bouncing
off
over.
bail.
It did come back, didn't it?
Yeah.
It did come back, so perhaps he was right to be a little...
You can't really leave on length too often here,
No.
though, can you? Because
No.
the bounce has been a little
There's
bit up
a
and
change
down.
of bowling at the Cathedral Road end. Coming on to bowl for Derbyshire, Martin Anderson.
There we go. That change of bowling as expected. So a good start from Anujdal. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 12. He did have 1 over break when he swapped ends, and that swapping of ends caused the mini collapse at the top of the Glamorgan batting order.
It did precipitate 3 wickets being taken in successive overs. 2 to Tickner, 1 to Dahl, and Anderson as the 4th bowler used. Lloyd's solitary over was simply so that the other bowlers could swap ends, the openers, and a few practice deliveries for Anderson with 2 S's as he's in to bowl to Ingram on his legs, played to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Welsh Cup final this afternoon. TNS against the Connors Key Nomads.
A northern affair.
I watched a few TNS matches. Their European games played at the New Meadow
All right.
on television. Very entertaining.
This one's in Rodney Parade. As that is deflected away by Ingram for a single down towards third man, deliberately played wide of gully, and it's a comfortable single, 25 for 3. Ingram becomes the first batter to reach double figures. Rodney Parade, which much to Dave's delight, Tranmere Rovers were the victors there yesterday.
Yes. One of the biggest wins of the season, I would have thought. There haven't been many.
As Anderson bowls and Ul Hassan plays it down to the gully but not hard enough, and Madsen then throws it to Dahl and over his head. And cover. Never mind, no damage done. Yes, with Newport Rugby playing at Spitty Park most of the time for the semi-pro side, much to the chagrin of their supporters. As Ul Hassan plays that one down into the gully as well. It's parried, no run.
So that's the non-URC team.
Yes.
Yeah.
Newport RFC play in what is now called Super Rugby Cymru, the top level of the semi-pro stuff. Whereas the Dragons don't have Newport in their name anymore.
No. Okay.
Anderson bowls and Ul Hassan pushes that one gently into a gap on at point and takes his first run for some while. Moving on to 5 after 37 deliveries, 26 for 3. The lead 107.
Well, it started off, when I first took any notice, as Newport Gwent Dragons, weren't they? Is that, or was that just something that I made up in my own head?
No. Anderson is in to bowl, defended by Ingram for once. 26 for 3 at the end of the over, Glamorgan. They were very briefly Gwent Dragons in 2003 until they realised that no one in Newport had bought any tickets for it because it wasn't called Newport. So very quickly it was changed to Newport Gwent Dragons and remained thus for some years before they got rid of the geographical indication entirely and just called them Dragons, which people have got used to. But since the myriad Welsh sports sides who are known as or called the Dragons, it's a little less distinctive than it. It should have been the Steelers, I reckon, because there was a steel dimension to both Newport and Ebbw Vale, the two major town-stroke cities at either end of the county, so Steelers might have kept everyone happy. Lots of infighting as usual in Welsh rugby, but we haven't got all day.
No. I mean, I only follow it from a distance.
Yeah, you really don't want to get into Welsh rugby politics. Oh, might have another radio update in a couple of minutes.
Here comes Zach Chappell in from the River Taff end, bowling to Ul Hassan, who guides the first ball of the over, which was short of a length, down to the vacant third man area for 4. Up on his toes and forced it away. And Zach Chappell's spell in the first spell of the second innings doesn't start particularly well. It was too short and too wide, effectively. And very simple, very straightforward for Ul Hassan to guide it down to the boundary. He moves on to 9, 30 for 3, the lead 111. And Chappell is in again and bowls a short one, this time down the leg side. Oh, no, the fielder down there is Alex Thompson, didn't see it, and it's gone for 4. That's back-to-back boundaries. Alex Thompson didn't move initially when I looked down. In fact, Goose fielded it in the end, down there, right next to David Griffin. That's the quickest I've seen him move for a while. Lost him last night. It's nice to see him still with us.
Well, they're just about in the sunshine there.
Yeah.
It's quite a cool, shady stand this in the afternoon. Not recommended.
So back-to-back boundaries off the first 2 balls of Chappell's over, and that one goes past the edge of Ul Hassan's bat. So some redress at least for Zach Chappell. So Ul Hassan goes for a little wander towards the square leg umpire just to think about things. 34 for 3 it remains. I'm happy to be quiet as soon as I hear the next Paul Young song. In comes Chappell again and bowls. That one again is turning to the leg side, but this time straight to mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Dal. 4 overs after this one until tea. And it's already 4 o'clock. I don't know what the Glamorgan over 8 finished out, but it was -5 just after lunch.
Won't be good.
Well, they might have clawed 1 or 2 back, but Chappell is in and bowls again, short of a length, and as he tries to turn it into the leg side, it drops down in front of him. Ul Hassan.
34 for 3, lead 115. Game has very much crawled to a halt as far as Glamorgan are concerned. Apart from those Ul Hassan boundaries, it has been pretty torrid going for the Welsh side. Here we go, radio update.
That one pushed out into the offside by Ul Hassan. The over comes to an end, 34 for 3.
Taken today when 32 overs are remaining, and once again during the team's work, the pitch. We ask that if you're entering onto the outfield, do not.
Glamorgan 34 for 3 in their second innings, 115 ahead, but they've made an awful start to their second knock, losing Tribe Northeast and Carlson quickly. Ingram and Ul Hassan looking to redress things at the moment. Earlier, Derbyshire recovered to 350 all out, avoiding the follow-on easily thanks to the efforts of Rees, 73 not out, and Thompson with 60, a 5-wicket haul for Andy Gorvin. But Glamorgan's second innings has started badly. They're 34 for 3, leading by 115. And Anderson is bowling to Ingram, who's defending.
Nicely done. Didn't miss any of the action at all. Perhaps more by good luck than good management, but
it's meant to be 20 seconds. It strays towards 30, I'm afraid, since we still have live programmes on BBC Radio Wales at the moment on Sunday afternoons. We can get away with an extra 10 seconds. As Anderson is in to bowl, Ingram pulls effectively through the leg side for 4 runs. I was looking for a moment in case he'd skied it towards the fielder waiting eagerly in the deep, but controlled the shot well and smashed it away towards the pavilion. 38 for 3. The lead 119. And at last a little bit of momentum developing for Glamorgan in the 16th over of the innings, having lost wickets in the 5th, 6th and 7th. Anderson right arm round, bowls. Ingram plays no shot. Through to Guest it goes.
Yeah, Martin Anderson, just the 5 wickets this season at 54. Has been bowled sparingly. 70 overs, but...
So would he normally be the 5th seamer in this outfit if Rees had been fit?
Yes, he would.
To bowl.
Yeah.
And he comes. Bowls to Ingram. Ball coming back, but Ingram leaving it and seeing his off peg undisturbed.
I think you pointed out on day 1, possibly day 2. No, it's kind of been day 2, wasn't it? Day 1. He didn't bowl much in the Middlesex second innings, despite the fact that Derbyshire were bowling there, getting up towards 200 overs in a row.
Yes, I sort of assumed he was injured when I saw he'd only bowled 2 overs out of 100 or whatever it was. Anderson in to bowl and steered away by Ingram down towards backward point. Single taken. We can put the sound effects back up now that Andrew Hignell has given up his attempts to invade the Radio Wells news bulletin.
Couldn't work out what he was talking about this time.
Telling you when tea was going to be, I think.
Yeah.
But we will get a full and comprehensive roundup of the scores. So we won't give them on air now. Anderson bowls and hits Ul Hassan on the pad. Ball rolls out, is collected by the bowler. 5 runs off the Anderson over. Ul Hassan has 13, Ingram has 15, and Glamorgan have painfully reached 39 for 3, a lead of 120. And by and large, in Championship cricket, you think about 250 as a sort of minimum target in the for the side batting second to be set as a chase if the bowling side is to stand a decent chance or reasonable chance.
Yeah, absolutely. Glamorgan will now have to be batting tomorrow, though. You would say,
unless they're bowled out tonight.
But I mean, to make sure that they do set Derbyshire a stiff enough target, is Zach Chappell in bowls to Ingram, who turns that one into the leg side. And there's no run. I'm talking with Edward first thing this morning and talking about bowling Derbyshire out nice and cheaply and then perhaps batting again and batting first thing tomorrow morning for a very short while, but they're going to have to be very careful now. Look, scoring hasn't been easy on this pitch as Chappell is in. That one is swung around the corner but not really timed. In fact, it dribbles towards Alex Thompson down below us to our right, and they go through for a single and remove to 16, and it's 40 for 3. David Lloyd windmilling his arms around.
If we had a quid for every time we'd say not really timed, we'd have a few more quid than we have at the moment.
That's right. That's been the pitch, hasn't it? It has been that kind of pitch. But it may well yet produce a thrilling finish. Chappell in. Ingram defends out into the offside. It's fielded by Kame. And there's no run.
Yes, our predictions of doom and gloom in terms of entertainment and excitement have faded somewhat.
Made us look foolish, haven't they, basically? Made us look foolish, not for the first time.
Neil Thorncroft suggesting that 250 might be a difficult target.
In comes Chappell again, and that was pushed into the offside once more by Ingram. I don't think it'll be easy. You look at the moment, Glamorgan going along at 2.4 and over. You'd need 100 overs to do that, so they'd have to declare tonight, but that isn't going to happen.
Nope.
But if Derbyshire can bowl Glamorgan, or get the bulk of the batters out tonight, still got 34 overs after this one. That will give them a real chance as Chappell bowls to Ingram. There's like a wall out there. Defends it into the offside. And there is no run.
The wall of Dinas Powys.
Lots of waving towards the change room going on, and we need another helmet. Looks like it's for Caleb Jewell, who presumably is going to... Oh, is he going to go in it? Come on, we won't go in a short leg.
Stick your overseas under the helmet.
We might go at a leg slip, I suppose. As Chappell bowls, that was turned into the leg side by Ingram. Alasdair's hat falls off as he fields. As it always does.
Doesn't it always, yes.
And they go through for a single, and Ingram pinches the strike. He moves on to 16. Ul Hassan has 14. Glamorgan 41 for 3. 2 overs till tea. Their lead is 122. Fielding pads are also being brought out, which means that there will be a slight delay. When is there not? It's going to be Alex Thompson to bowl his obligatory over of off spin before the interval.
Alex Thompson.
So why didn't he bowl the over to change ends earlier on then?
Alex Thompson likes a good warm up.
Oh, right.
Takes a long time to warm up, Alex Thompson.
Well, there's quite a lot of him to warm up.
Well, that is true. It's more of him than there is of David Lloyd, certainly.
Yeah, there's probably a good 7 inches in height difference between the two men.
Yes. Lloyd almost diminutive by comparison.
As is the 6'5" or thereabouts Alex Thompson then to wheel away as Blair Tickner offers a word of advice to the umpire, or maybe just telling him his latest joke.
Yes, he's never 6'2", as it says in play for
Thompson. No. Gosh, I thought he might be 6'5".
Yeah, it says 6'2" in there.
What's
They
the
have heights in that one.
most of them have heights in the cricketers' who's who. If we can find him in time. He'd be after Jordan Thompson and before Blair Tickner. Oh, they share a page. 6'5" he's down as in.
I think that's closer.
Who's who?
Closer.
I'll buy that.
Well, he did.
As short leg is going in. And is it Jewell?
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, which suggests that Lloyd might bowl from the other end.
In comes Thompson, and his first delivery is very cautiously played by Zain Ul Hassan, playing it very much down into the ground, stretching forward. 41 for 3, Glamorgan lead by 1-2-2 as Ul Hassan drives to Brown at cover, no run.
Yeah,
Lloyd's going to bowl next over, surely.
Yeah, so 2 overs of off spin before tea.
Makes a change from 1. Thompson bowls. Oh, that one's turned a bit.
It's turned and bounced, for goodness sake. What's happening here?
Zain Ul Hassan almost tempted into giving away his wicket there. Interesting delivery. Next one floated up, driven on the leg side by Ul Hassan. They'll take 1. Colin Ingram turns, but quite rightly turns back again. Ul Hassan to 15. Glamorgan 42 for 3 in this really tense period of play in the cool afternoon sunshine. Bit of a breeze around. Colin Ingram goes for the slog sweep and hits it hard out towards mid-wicket and scampers back for 2, and the throw is well backed up by Wayne Madsen because it eluded Brooke Gast.
Madsen took it on the full.
From Zach Chappell, about, 70 metres away. Wow. Tough hands. 44 for 3. Thompson bowls. Ingram pushes forward. Madsen gets dreadfully excited about that delivery for no apparent reason. There was one to get excited about a couple before, but 44 for 3. Glamorgan lead by 125. Ul Hassan has 15. Ingram has 18. And again, as in the morning, it has been very much Derbyshire's session. After taking their first innings to 350 all out Derbyshire, before Tickner was bowled by Fernando for 28, Rees was left 73 not out, and Glamorgan have lost Tribe for 7, Northeast for 1, and Carlson for 2. 2 wickets to Tickner and 1 to Dull.
Not to mention at this point that Wayne Madsen does get excited about quite a lot. I don't know where his enthusiasm comes from at the age of 41. He must have seen just about everything there is to see. He's at slip, there is a short leg, and it is David Lloyd in the sunglasses bowling to Ul Hassan, who pushes that one out into the offside where it's fielded by Pat Brown. Final over before tea. Lloyd in once again, and that one is defended again by Ul Hassan beautifully. Not going to let anything pass at this late stage.
Madsen's got one of the most faded caps I've seen on a first class.
Yes, it's good, isn't it? It's very good. Left on the back shelf of the car. There's an appeal for leg before wicket here from David Lloyd as the ball appears to come out of the middle of the
There's more bat before wicket.
Hussain bat. Perhaps he was claiming it was toe first. Either way, nothing doing. He's in again. Ul Hassan leaves that one alone outside the off stump. There was some slow turn for him there. Far too wide for Ul Hassan to be bothered. And the final over of the session. We've got 2 balls to go, and it's now a silly mid-off, not a short leg. And Ul Hassan goes back and guides it down towards that short third man area where Martin Anderson is patrolling. Lloyd walks back to his mark with his hands on his head. 44 for 3. Final ball of the session then. Very good session for Derbyshire as Lloyd is in, and that one is pushed out by Ul Hassan into the offside. He is unbeaten on 15. Colin Ingram is unbeaten on 18. Nick gave you all the details of those wickets that fell in successive overs, the 5th, 6th and 7th, which has got Glamorgan into this bit of a mess that they are in. However, Colin Ingram and Zain Ul Hassan are doing what they can to repair the damage. They go to tea at 44 for 3 after just 19 overs, and it means that they lead by 125 runs with 32 overs to go, which will be described beautifully for you by a combination of the 3 of us in around about 20 minutes time.
I've got some latest scores from around the country, starting once again at Sudbrook, the National Counties Cricket Association trophy game between Wales and Hertfordshire. You may remember Wales made 233 in their 50 overs. Currently in the 27th over, Hertfordshire are 113 for 5. Latest scores in the other games in the Rothesay County Championship, which, like here at sunny Sapphire Gardens, are in their 3rd day. So, starting at Utilita Bowl, Hampshire are 327 for 6, still trailing Durham by 184 runs. At Taunton, Somerset are 104 for 5. They still require a further 217 runs to beat Essex. Alternatively, Essex need a further 5 wickets. At Lords, Kent in their second innings of 439 for 8. So Kent are leading Middlesex by 330 runs. At Grace Road in Leicester, Northants in their second innings are 78 for 4. They still require a further 211 runs. And in the other game, which is taking place at Old Trafford, Gloucestershire in their first innings of 433 for 6, still trailing Lancashire by 17 runs. Now, as far as refreshments are concerned, don't forget that a full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Lounge, which is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. There's also a 10% discount for Glamorgan members and season ticket holders on all food sales. Drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the mobile unit situated beneath the Castell Howell stand at the Cathedral Road end. Snacks can also be purchased from the vending machines situated at the rear of the indoor school. And on a warm day, once again like today, don't forget you can refill your water bottles at the various refill points around the stadium. If you haven't done so already, you can obtain a scorecard for this game, which is available free of charge from Resumption, which is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. That's also where you can purchase a copy of the 2025 Glamorgan yearbook. The Glamorgan Club shop, run by Missouri Sports, is open today. It's situated opposite Gate 2. And it's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit, plus a range of recently published cricket books. The Museum of Welsh Cricket will be open until the end of the interval. It will also be open tomorrow. Don't forget that the museum, together with the Glamorgan Cricket Heritage Gallery, which occupies the 3 floors of the National Cricket Centre, has had a recent refurbishment thanks to a very generous grant from the Welsh Government. So there are many, many display panels, information boards, etc. in the Heritage Gallery for you to look at. And when the museum is open, you can also watch a series of films and videos. The one playing in this match is the reminiscence of the 1969 Glamorgan playing squad, remembering events from that season when they won the county championship. Also, don't forget the museum has a number of second-hand cricket books and old Glamorgan yearbooks, which, together with a range of other items and souvenirs, are on sale to raise funds for the running of the museum facility.
Welcome back to Sapphire Gardens. Another lovely day, a little bit on the cool side, but blue skies everywhere. And Glamorgan about to resume their second innings, and they are struggling. It all looked so good when they had Derbyshire yesterday at 162 for 7, but they recovered so well that the deficit at the end of the Derbyshire innings was only 81. And Glamorgan had a dreadful start. They lost Tribe, North East and Carlson for just 15 runs. A partial recovery. They're now 44 for 3, and the lead is just 125, and much will depend on Colin Ingram, who's 18 not out. With him is Zain ul Hassan, who's 15, but obviously the senior batsman here is Ingram. He's about to face Thompson, the off spinner. He's bowling from this end and bowls the first ball, and that bounces just a little and is pushed away, and the wicket keeper gathers it. Alongside me, Dave Fletcher. What a commendable fight back by Derbyshire.
They've done well, haven't they, Edward? Yeah, you're absolutely right. Afternoon to everybody. I think they've done an exceptional job so far today.
Thompson bowls, that's short. It's cut away backward of a square. It might just run away for 4. It's a long chase, and it is stopped just inside, and they crossed for 2 runs. Out in Dal, the fielder down there, diving. And I went to have a sit in the sun.
Oh, yes.
And there's lots of chirping, and the Derbyshire, they're on a high, really. And why shouldn't they be? Because they'd be proud of what they've done today. Thompson round the wicket to the left-hander. That's a little bit short as well, but it's just pushed away. Ingram's on 20, Ul Hassan 15. Batsman out, Tribe. LBW to Tickner for 7. North East caught Jewel at slip, bowled Dahl for 1. As the next ball is tossed up and is pushed away to the man at square leg. There's no run. And Kieran Carlson, well caught low down by the captain, Madsen, at second slip of Tickner for 2. 1 for 1, 12 for 2, 15 for 3. Partial recovery taking place as in comes Thompson. That's too short, really, but it's hammered backward of square to the man fielding in that position. 46 for 3. And if these two spinners, Thompson and Lloyd, are going to bowl, well, then they might catch up on the time, which is estimated, I think, at about 6:35.
Yeah, something like that.
Well flighted delivery, end of the over, and there is no run. I don't know if Nick has found out what the Glamorgan bowling rate was like, because that is going to be absolutely crucial. At one stage it was -5. We saw a bit of spin coming from Ben Callaway, but it wasn't a lot.
To bowl at the river end, David Lloyd.
Well, we haven't spin at both ends. David Lloyd, who's worked hard at his spin, so David was telling me. Dave Fletcher, that is, and he hadn't bowled a bad ball in both innings. Not that he's bowled a heck of a lot. And he's bowling from the River Taff end, and perhaps these off spinners, Dave, have been brought on for the 2 left-handers ball turning away from the bat.
Yeah, no question. A short leg and a slip. We've got a new 12th man. It's Jack Morley instead of Pat Brown. Morley is fielding at that backward point position, quite deep as Lloyd bowls, and Ingram cuts well around the boundary. Goes the fielder Thompson, tumbles as he fields the ball, and they go through for a couple of runs. Was it Al Hassan, in fact, not Ingram?
See, if we were commentating from where we used to for many, many years, we would be right in the sun. Could open the window, the sun would seam through.
Lloyd bowls, Al Hassan pushes it out into the offside and offers Ingram the opportunity to take a single, which he politely declines. I know, but you'd have to have a cap on, wouldn't you, to keep the sun out of your eyes.
Didn't mind that.
Here comes Lloyd again. That one is defended by Al Hassan. Out into the offside. Who is that? Martin Anderson there. Lloyd again, slightly fuller, turning to the leg side this time. The first one couldn't have been Martin Anderson, because that's Martin Anderson. Who is that? Looks like Pat Brown's back on again. In comes Lloyd to complete the over. It's a full-length delivery. Lloyd
on his knees.
Well, he thinks it might have hit the foot first, but it didn't sound like it hit the foot first necessarily. Lloyd to complete his third over. That one is left alone. It does turn. It turns past the off stump. 2 runs from that first over of the evening session from David Lloyd. After 21 overs, Glamorgan are 48 for 3, leading by 129. Both Brown and Morley are on now, so that means...
Tickner, perhaps?
Yeah.
Tickner's going to bowl.
Tickner.
Or is he? No. Might bowl the next over because he's still practicing his run-up.
Practicing his run-up.
These 2 spinners, Lloyd and Thompson, have conceded just 8 runs from 5 overs. And the batsmen know that they have to be ultra careful with having lost those 3 wickets, of 3 big wickets.
Anuj Dal's one of them, because he's just sat down in one of the seats in the stand in front of the pavilion.
Thompson to continue. Bowling from this end, he's coming round the wicket and tosses this one up and beats Ingram outside the off stump as he pushes forward. Is there a bit of turn there?
I wonder if it will be Alex Thompson that we speak to this evening.
Here he is, wide of the crease. Ingram treats it with respect, knowing that he mustn't try any false shots. If he were 329 in the lead, perhaps he would try and hit him over the top, but certainly not now. Thompson bowls, and Ingram has a look at it and decides he's not going to have a flash at a wide delivery because he might just nick it to the keeper. It is a favourite shot of his and he plays it well. Alex Thompson comes in, tosses this one up, and it's pushed out into the cover region, and there's no run. I think we're going to see a bit of pace because Tickner down here in front of us is exerting his arms. Thompson, and again bowls shorter this time, pushed into the covers, and again there's not going to be a run. 1 ball to be bowled for a maiden.
I think it makes sense, doesn't he? He's bowled well so far in this innings, Tickner. A couple of wickets.
Oh yes, he's been very lively. That's a good length, and that's a maiden over. Score remains at 48 for 3. The lead is 129. Well, Hassan 17. Ingram is on 20. And looking at the batsman for Glamorgan to come, well, we often say, well, Callaway and Cook are the recognised batsmen, but when you look at Van de Gooten, who made 62, Gorwin 39, there is a little bit more strength in the Glamorgan batting lineup than has been.
Returning to bowl at the River End, Blair Tickner.
So as we thought, after exertions, Tickner's going to come back, having taken 2 of the 3 wickets to have fallen.
Yeah, makes sense to me to get Blair Tickner back into the attack. Got Asa Tribe for 7 and Sam North, Kieran Carlson for 2.
Surprised he didn't open up after tea.
Yeah, I don't know what that was, unless he was late onto the pitch, I'm not sure. Pat Brown, is that Pat Brown going up the steps? Potentially. No, Pat Brown's at backward point. So there are 3 slips and that deep gully, or 4th slip, who's now standing in the shadow of the floodlight pylon as Tickner is around the wicket and bowls to Ul Hassan, who just pushes into the offside. They go through for a quick single. There's a shy at the stumps, and that one's gone racing away. Harry Kame has to back it up and they get through for an overthrow. Not backed up close to the wicket, but well done from Harry Kame for getting around. He's down at long leg and was alert to the situation. 2 more to the total. The Glamorgan 50 comes up without any fanfare. 50 for 3. The lead is 131. As Tickner is on his way in once again around the wicket bowls to Hassan, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump. Northamptonshire struggling in their second innings now, 78 for 5. They need another 211 to win at Grace Road. It rather looks as though Leicestershire are going to win again.
Third game, third win.
Incredible.
Well, good luck to them, because they've, we've got a couple of home players. They've made a very good signing, full time in Ian Holland.
Absolutely.
Opens the batting, opens the bowling, does everything there. Well, it doesn't open the batting.
Next delivery's left alone by bats high up, yeah.
As Nick says he has done. And they've recruited well, and that's so essential, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, Logan van Beek there as well, the Dutch international. Kent 473 for 9, leading Middlesex by 364. That's not bad after they were bowled out for 129 first time round. The game at Old Trafford. I need to do something about the pitches. Here comes Tickner, bowls. It's a very full delivery. It's left alone again by Hassan. Lancashire made 450. And Gloucestershire are 448 for 6, trailing by just 2 now.
Oh, they've lost 6 now. There's only 2 for a long time.
Yeah, 6 down.
Hammond get 100, or was it Price? Sorry, Price.
Yeah. Ollie Price 189 not out. 26 fours, 348 balls he's been out in the middle for. One of the prices. As Tickner bowls a short delivery, Hassan just leans back out of the way of that one. In the first division, Warwickshire beating Yorkshire by 5 wickets. Hampshire 354 for 6, trailing Durham by 157. That game's still in the first innings of the match. And Somerset not yet halfway to their target. They're 148 for 5. They need another 173 to beat Essex at Taunton. Essex must be the favourites there. As Tickner is in, short delivery again, well claimed by Brooke Guest, flying through the air and taking it both hands away to his right hand side. It was an ill-directed bouncer, really.
Hearing those scores, isn't it good that you get results? Rain not interrupting for this half of the season. Make the most of it, because you've got a lot of cricket in. You never know in this country.
You certainly don't.
Although, having said that, how many lovely autumns we've had, Septembers, and people are saying in October we could be playing cricket now. Spin at this end, pace at the other end, because Alex Thompson is going to continue, and he will be bowling at the left-handed Colin Ingram, who has made a good start. He was the leading scorer in Division 2 last year, Colin Ingram, one of Glamorgan's overseas players, even though he's been living here for a couple of years. So here's the first ball, and he plays it correctly to cover. 50 for 3, the lead is 131. They need to double that and more. Thompson bowls, Ingram watches and pushes carefully. The run rate is 2.14, which you would imagine it was at 15 for 3. They've had to rebuild. They've rebuilt slowly. As Thompson bowls. Oh, and there's an appeal for a catch of the wicket or LBW. If we can have a look at...
I think it was for LB.
He was well outside the line of off stump, but I don't think the replay is working. Oh, there's some problem, I know. Which is a shame, but there we are. Thompson bowls, and Ingram tries to hammer it, but it hits the gloves of the wicketkeeper and bobbles away, and there's no run. Ingram is on 20, and Hassan is on 19. 4-dot balls. Steady bowling by the off-spinner. And he comes again, and this time it's cut straight to Dal at backward point. Morgan trying to rebuild here. 35 for this wicket so far. Last ball of the over. As this is tossed up and driven away on the offside, and he'll get a single because there's a man sweeping. He will retain strike. 51 for 3, and Ingram moves on to 21.
Yeah, as you say, steady from Alex Thompson. 4 overs for 6.
Of course, they're missing, aren't they? Lewis Rees, who would have been useful with his left arm over different line, hitting a different part of the pitch, creating a bit of rough for Thompson and Lloyd, or both.
Yes, he's Derbyshire's leading wicket taker this season.
Who's that? Thompson?
No, Rees.
Rees,
Yeah. He's got 19 wickets at 22.
Can't argue with that.
You'd take it, wouldn't you? And after his innings today, he's now got 222 runs at 55 and a half. Batting. Here's Blair Tickner bowling to Colin Ingram, who tucks this one away down towards long leg. They've run the first one quickly, but they'll only get one as Dally's around quickly to do the fielding. They move up to 52 for 3, Glamorgan. Hassan back on strike. He's got 19, Ingram 21. They appear to have repaired the footmarks at the River Taff end. During the interval, there's a large lighter streak where the front foot would land. Tickner is in again, turned into the leg side by Hassan, but this time straight to Anujdal.
As expected, we saw Glamorgan using the heavy roller in the interval. Didn't help him a lot as those 3 wickets went flying in the first couple of overs, and it seems to be playing a little bit easier now than it did at the start when the new ball was obviously new.
Yeah, 25th over of the innings, this one. Tickner is in, and that one's left alone by Hassan to go through to Brooke Guest once again.
Is he here for the whole summer?
Tickner, I think he's here until the end of the T20, I think. Jules here for the whole summer.
He will normally, the Australian states, call him back in August and go to camps and goodness knows what.
I'm fairly sure he's here for the whole summer, Caleb Jewell. As Tickner bowls a short delivery, Hassan ducks underneath it and it goes through to the keeper.
A few mutterings when I went over lunch, well, not lunchtime, but an hour ago to sit on the far side about Glamorgan overseas signing Mr. Fernando, which I suppose is justified. He did pick up 2 wickets, but it was expensive, bowled a lot of no balls. And here's the overseas for Derbyshire.
Yeah, the Kiwi Blair Tickner in and bowls to Hassan, who defends it into the offside. Alex Thompson does the fielding. Yeah, Tickner was here last season, of course, before he had to return home with his wife Sarah when she became ill. He told us earlier in the season, I think we were at Leicester, that she's
fully recovered.
Doing well.
Good.
Yeah, doing well.
Yeah, it was an awful time, wasn't it?
Still having to have checks and
as you do,
that kind of thing. Absolutely. So he's here by himself this time. As there's an alteration to the field, they've lost a slip.
Yeah, he is again this
way. Martin Anderson is at deep third slip now, with an extra man at cover, as this one is bowled wide of the off stump to Hassan and goes through to Brooke. Gets 1 run off that over. Just 6 runs in the last 5 overs scored by Glamorgan. Hassan has 19, Ingram has 22. They are 52 for 3, leading by 133. 26 overs left today as the sun disappears again. A bit more cloud now. And
I've seen the forecast again
breeze.
For next week, getting warmer at the end of the week.
Derbyshire don't play next weekend, so a couple of days in the office.
got your Sunday afternoon music program still going?
No, that was very much a one-off, Edward. I am doing a summer Saturday soon, which includes music, but not of my own choice, unfortunately. Or
when there's no cricket on.
yes.
All right, Andy.
Yeah.
Thompson will continue, and he's bowling to Colin Ingram. The first ball is driven gently, and knowing how Ingram likes to drive and hit over the top, mid-on is quite deep. Thompson in, sweep is out, and it's missed. He tried to drag that from outside off stump.
Turned quite a long way, that.
Yeah, and there is a man backward of square there. I wonder if this pitch will. There's a fair bit of rough down that end, we can see from the stream here. No. It's very high, that was. And if you were watching, Dave, you could more or less tell it from here.
Yeah.
Tried to paddle him and it bounced a bit. But it appears, isn't he, that Ingram's getting a little bit impatient here because he's an attractive attacking player at best.
Well, batters have got themselves out a lot in this match so far, haven't they?
Good battle, this. He does get away with it this time for the third time of asking. He gets outside the off stump and sweeps down to fine leg and gets a single. This will do the over it of, not that they're worrying, they're +1. Derbyshire, some good, because you've got Thompson racing through. We might finish before 6:30 at this rate.
He picked up 12 wickets here last season, didn't he, last April?
Yep.
So he'll have good memories of Sophia Gardens.
Here he is again, bowls. Hassan is forward and he's beaten outside the off stump. Ball, of course, going away from the off spinner. Hassan, 19 of 76 balls. He has to be very patient and leave the aggression, one assumes, to Ingram. As in comes Thompson. Bowls, lovely flight. Smothered. The spin is smothered by the batsman. End of the over. And the score is 53 for 3. Al Hassan remains on 19. Ingram is on 23. And the run rate has really dried up at 2.04. Minimum overs left today, 25. So
Tickner will continue from the River Taff end.
Oh, I think it's you were here
Is it
before
me?
tea, yes.
Oh, well, I'll go then. Thank you very
I'm
much.
going to have a Welsh cake.
So.
Hopefully a radio update coming in a couple of minutes' time.
I will do this one. You can launch into your tirade, if that's what you want to call it. Glamorgan start. Taking the ball from the River Taff end. And he is bowling to Colin Ingram on 23. Hop, step and a few jumps. Up he comes. He's round the wicket and bowls. Ingram drives. Didn't really time it, but it's a long chase up to the extra cover boundary. And they will get 2 runs. Had he timed it, it would have gone for 4 because he does play a shot so well. There's too many left-handers. Cover drive.
Boundaries have been few and far between, haven't they, really?
Worked 2 in succession.
Yeah, Al Hassan got a couple away, but...
Yeah, after that. That was off Chapel, whom we haven't seen since a couple of overs before.
Ingram's hit 3, Al Hassan 2, Tribe 1. 6 boundaries in 26 overs.
Yeah. Tickner comes in, bows again, and that's far too short. Brilliant take there. He was swallow dive and took it one-handed. You would have been proud Nick, on your wicket-keeping days.
I wouldn't have got anywhere near that at any of my wicket-keeping days, but that was superb, athletic, aerobatic and skillful, managing to catch the ball.
How did your club get on yesterday?
First 11 got hammered, second 11 won very convincingly.
And you're a second 11?
I am, yes, largely second, occasionally second 11.
Tickner bowls, England pulls his bat away and lets it go through to the wicket-keeper.
Yes, though availability has been strong in early season, so I don't expect to be playing very much if that remains the case. I think we had 27, 28 players available for two sides, which is not bad for a little village club.
No, indeed. Yes,
albeit quite a few of them don't live in the village these days. Update for BBC Radio Wales to come as Tickner is in to bowl and Ingram turns it on the leg side and they've gone through for a single. 55 for 3. Mark Williams 7-1 down. The Welshman's got a long way to go in the snooker as we prepare to update BBC Radio Wales listeners. Little rearrangement of the Derbyshire field. Long rearrangement. Glamorgan 56 for 3, leading by 137. Ul Hassan 19 not out. Ingram 26 not out. Trying to regain some equilibrium after Glamorgan lost 3 wickets in as many overs early in their innings. That after they'd led by 81 on first innings. Not as many as looked likely. Derbyshire made 350 all out despite Andy Gorvin's fiver, and Glamorgan recovering slightly now there. 56 for 3, 137 runs ahead. As Tickner wrapped Ul Hassan on the pad with that delivery.
Yeah, Mark Williams has it all to do against the Chinese gentleman whose name escapes me.
Zhao Xingtong, approximately.
If you say so.
He's 7-1 down.
Yeah.
Is the veteran Potter from Coombe. As Ul Hassan knocks one down into the gully and Tickner falls over in dramatic style. Looks as though he's berating the turf. He's taking a moment. Now he hops to his feet. Rather gingerly. And, well, the modern tendency of fast bowlers to fall over and then they wonder why they get injured. 57 for 3 at the end of the over. Such as Mark Wood, a man who seems, obviously putting absolute, straining every sinew, but goes flying so often that it can't be good for body or soul.
Jim McElroy does it too, doesn't he?
Well, yeah, not quite at such a great pace, though.
No. Is he limping, Tickner, or was that the way they... I think he's already beyond the field.
He's taken a bit of a bang there, hasn't he?
Thompson starting the over, bowling to Ul Hassan, will get a single as Dal has to move to his left. So this partnership now is put on 43. Very important runs for Glamorgan because we were in desperate trouble at 15 for 3. Thompson in, bowled, tapped away on the offside. Dal fields this time. England, of course, top scored in Glamorgan's first innings with 81, and he started the season as he ended it. He's got a century already. Last season it was a perfect one for the South African.
Remarkable record, wasn't it? Scoring at least a 50 in each
every
championship game he played.
Thompson round the wicket, bowls, and Ingram cuts to the man sweeping at the extra cover boundary, and they go through again for a single. Batting has come just a little easier, and rather surprised that Dal hasn't bowled, because he bowled pretty well. He got the wicket of Sam North East, but then he was taken off for some reason.
Yeah, 6 overs, 1 for 12. He's due another spell soon, you feel.
Thompson bowls. Here's the lap shot coming up. By that I mean the sweep shot, which has gone down towards the fine leg boundary. They've run 2, and they'll stick at 2, because that's the shortest end of the ground. So Ul Hassan gets a couple of more runs. He moves on to 23, and the young man who made 44 in the first innings 61 for 3. Thompson in, bowls. Hussain goes back, and a lot of shouting and yelling and everything else. He went for the cut, missed it. First slip, Madsen got very excited, thought that he'd nicked it, but wicketkeeper said no. Got to be so careful cutting the off spinner. Here's the next ball, forward. That's better looking shot from Hussain. This time there's no run. That's the end of the over. 61 for 3, 23 now to Hussain, 27 to Ingram. Partnership is 46, and Glamorgan lead by 142.
Yeah, Colin Ingram wandering down the pitch to have a chat to his younger partner. Asked Richard Dawson about Ingram's qualities after one of his big innings earlier in the season at Bristol, and he said he's absolute calm that he tries to bring to other players and not just himself. So hopefully a few words of wisdom administered to the young man who's 15 years his junior, Zain ul Hassan.
Yes, and everybody sort of, up until last year, sort of thought, Colin, yes, he's a great, great one-day player, but he's flourished now since Marnus Labuschagne hasn't been around well.
As in comes Tickner, legs pumping, and first ball allowed to go through by Ingram. It's strange, isn't it, that having not played red ball cricket for about 4.5-5 years, with the exception of one game in an emergency, he then comes back, and while his T20 hitting is maybe less consistent than it used to be, his championship form is by and large more consistent.
Absolutely.
There's another short ball from Tickner, sees Ingram ducking. And Ingram a big fan of the 50-over game as well, a vital part in last year's One Day Cup win.
Yes, and I think he likes doing what he does now. He can pace his innings as opposed to in a madcap dash of 20 overs. And it was a curious decision last year to leave him out. If you probably remember, Nick, it was ridiculous, I thought, at the stage.
That is driven by Ingram, but straight to mid-off and no run. He missed 2 championship matches mid-season between the 2 blocks of the T20. And
remember the coach telling me?
Well, yes, he said he's available. Well,
he's available.
Yeah.
Well, have you dropped him? I think you said. He said no. So, well, I couldn't make a tell him.
Yes, if he just said, look, he's of a certain age, he needs a rest for a couple of weeks before the T20 starts again, then fine, you'd have bought it. But it wasn't put that plainly. 61 for 3. Tickner bowls. Ingram pushes it into a gap in the offside, and they go through for a single. Not for the first time. The batters have had to run round player Tickner, who does. Well, there's a lot of him to get in the way. It's all arms and legs.
Yeah, going back to Colin Ingram, and you tell me a batsman who's flourishing and getting 50s and 60s and 100. Oh, we're going to leave you out for 2 games to give you a rest?
Well, I suppose when you get that stage in your career.
I wouldn't have thought, he was in terrific form. I'll have a rest for 2 games.
As Tickner's into bowl, ul Hassan leaves.
Good delivery and good judgment.
Applause from Caleb Jewell for his fellow Antipodean. Just a little bit of sunshine, a little bit of blue sky around now and again. Sapphire Gardens bathed in sunlight, but possibly not for too long, as the temperature's dropped quite a few degrees today. 62 for 3, Glamorgan 143 in the lead, as Tickner's into bowl, and ul Hassan flicks it away on the leg side and takes a single.
Yeah, batting, Nick, is coming just a little bit easier. Probably said the wrong thing there, but you haven't had a lot of play to missing, as we did against the new ball. And if they can build up and perhaps just lose the 1 wicket tonight, preferably not Ingram, then they have the opportunity of getting a big lead. But this is a very, very good championship match, and
you have to give every credit to Derbyshire for the first two sessions today, having been on the back foot. They batted well, got best part of 200 runs off their last 3 wickets, and then took 3 in quick succession.
But this is good championship cricket, you know, of the highest level, not perhaps as great standard as is the first division, but it's attritional and it's proper cricket, as I often say. There's Thompson, and he bowls and brings the batsman forward, Al-Hassan. But anyway, I'm not going to start now, and don't get me off what proper cricket is. As my friend behind me smiles gently. Thompson is in and bowls short outside the off stump, and he was trying to hit that into next week. Really, he wound up and it trickled along the ground. I think you mentioned the timing. You know, it's not great on this pitch. We've seen it throughout. You've got to graft for your runs. Here's Thompson again in bowls, and he's beaten him up, but that was wide. Yeah, I keep on saying, you know, that he does fish around against all sorts of bowling on the off stump. And a top-class batting coach, I'm sure, would do the world of good to spend hours in the week with him if he's got some time off. Here's Thompson in bowls, tosses this one up, laid up to mid-off. I'm thinking about somebody like the great Alan Jones, who is a wonderful coach still. And I hope you won't mind me saying, at the age of 86, everybody who is out of nick goes to see Alan, and he was a left-hander himself, so he knows a bit about it.
David Lloyd now going into second slip for the off-spinner.
Yeah,
don't see that very often.
Given a little bit of turn here. Good cricket. Here's this one, and this is swept. Good looking shot, and he's going to get 4 runs for that. Well played, young man. As the answer to having 2 slips is to sweep from outside the off stump and get 4. He moves on to 28. It was pitched outside the off stump, and he dragged. He wasn't going to get LBW because his foot was outside the line, and he moves on to 28. Ingram just around him.
Level now.
Level, yeah, I thought they were a run behind. He's level at 28. 148 is the lead. Glamorgan clawing back this lead that they'd built up and then lost by losing 3 wickets. Leg slip has moved out now.
It's funny how one blow can force the fielding captain to change his mind.
If he bowls an arm ball down the leg side now and it's nicked down there, he won't be happy. Thompson bowls, or Hassan lets that go outside the off stump. That's the end of another over, and the overs are going by quite quickly.
30 bowled, 21 to go. It's the standard half-6 finish, I think.
Simply because we love the
County Championship.
Harris Jal is coming back in place of Tickner. He's taken 2 for 19 of his 10. Happy with that.
Yeah, so Dahl is bowling from the River Taff end, where he got rid of some northeast. What was it? No, he's swapped ends again, having
Tickner
bowled 1 over, I think it was, at that end to start with, then swapped very early on. That provoked the collapse, the swapping ends of Dahl and Tickner, and now Dahl has gone back again to the River Taff end.
And I think they'll find scoring not quite so easy against Dahl, because every time I watch him, just that good pace and a smidgen short of a length, and it's very difficult to score. I don't know what his career RPO is. It'll be interesting to find out.
His what, sorry? Career average?
Runs per over, or, you know, if they give that sort of thing these days.
See if that's...
give everything else, I think.
if it's where we want it to be. There's Dahl in a touch of evening sunshine, despite 3/4 cloud cover at the moment, and he'll be bowling right arm round to the left-handed Colin Ingram on 28 not out. And Dull bowls. Ingram plays it gently through the offside. There's a sweeper.
No ball.
Well spotted. So it's another 3 on the Glamorgan total.
3.16.
Thanks, Dave. Fletcher tells 3.16. Now, that's pretty good, I think, anyhow.
It's pretty tidy for a seam bowler, isn't it?
He's a bit round-armish, but bangs it in on the length. He's much involved now, isn't he, with the PCA? He's vice chairman. Very personable young man. I've spoken to him once or twice.
Dahl is in to bowl, and that's played gently down on the offside by Ul Hassan. No run. Must be a clever chap. Wears glasses.
Yes.
70 for 3.
Which I have discarded. Sorry about that.
Yes, he's only got 89 wickets before this in 62 first-class matches, which I'm slightly surprised at. A couple more, 3 more in this match, as Ul Hassan gets a short ball for once and tries to smash it into the grandstand, but manages to keep it down. It's all along the ground out to Thompson, sweeping on the square leg boundary. Does Derbyshire really need a sweeper on either side of the wicket?
I think so, because 152 for 3 in real money. You just want, if they hit one shot and there's no outfielder, it's 4. And the score is just creeping along.
Dahl bowls to Ingram, who dabs it down towards gully. Anderson fields.
Talking about Dahl, Dave, I suppose he plays every one-day game. Bowls is 8 or 10 straight off, would he? Or 4?
Yeah. Not T20s.
No, not T20s, apparently, Dave Fletcher tells us.
There we are. That all gets underway next month.
Yeah.
Paying the bills of county cricket. This month for Derbyshire. Okay. End of the month.
Glamorgan playing the champions.
Dahl bowls and
Are they first up?
Ingram defends. Middlesex are first up. Double header with women's team at Northwood, the joys of the Merchant Taylors ground, which is quite picturesque, but from a Welsh point of view, quite difficult to find.
Do the away commentators go to 2020 games?
TBC, Edward.
Is it?
I believe that BBC Wales will be represented.
There's been such a lot of talk about it.
As Ingram is hit on the pads. Dahl fancies it. Umpire doesn't.
I fancied it too.
Looked to strike him on the back pad, but Ingram survives, much to Welsh relief. The replay shows that was a good shout. That was a good shout.
I've seen them given, as they often say. Might, in the opinion of the umpire, be just missing leg stump, but I wouldn't have.
Doing too much. They are bowling right arm around, as Ingram is on the defensive. So Derbyshire start their campaign on Friday the 30th with the trip to Grace Road to take on Leicestershire and Glamorgan, as I say, against Northwood, the Merchant Taylor School ground, against Middlesex, where of course we saw Glamorgan break some records with Cook and Ingram smashing their way away. 71 for 3 Glamorgan at the end of the over. Both Ul Hassan and Ingram have 29. The lead is 152, and slowly Glamorgan is starting to work their way from under the cosh.
What did you say? Thompson having another over here, comes round the wicket and bowls to Ul Hassan, who gets a straight delivery. He plays it with the straight bat, middle of the bat, and up go the arms, as we get from every other 16 counties. It's to G the bat bowler on. 0 for 15 off 7. Good tight, aggressive bowling here, as he goes very wide of the crease and lap down. By that I mean it's swept down, and they'll get 2 runs to fine leg.
Yeah, it doesn't get an awful lot of pace always on that shot, Ul Hassan, but if there's not a short leg or a leg slip in, I suppose it's moderately safe unless the ball balloons up off the gloves to slip.
Here he is again. Bowls. Well, Hussain goes back to a short delivery and cuts to Dahl at backward point. He's moved on to 31, overtaking Ingram from 96 balls, whereas Ingram's 29 has come up just 68.
They're just not getting value for money for their shots. Batters are both sides in this match.
No, I agree. Here's the next ball. That's far too wide. Taken. Strange haircut, isn't he? Hairstyle. What do you call that, Nick? You're up with the modern.
Well, it's pretty much a mullet, isn't it?
A mullet, that's right.
Yeah.
Here's the next delivery. Played out into the covers. Dave and I wouldn't know much about mullets.
Well, I don't know. We
haven't got enough hair to try that. Not that I would. What about you, Nick? Oh yeah, you could try it.
Not really.
I wouldn't like to see it though. Here's the next ball and the last ball of the over.
Well, it's disappearing from the front of the head, so it might sort of be moving towards the back. It wouldn't be a very elegant thing, and I didn't have a mullet in the 80s when it was the fashion of your John Bon Jovi's et al. American poodle rock.
Yeah.
73 for 3 as Ul Hassan 31. Ingram has 29. The lead is 1-5-4, and there are 19 overs remaining to be contested today. Northants are 7 down at Grace Road now, 7 for 103, still needing 186. That one looks like another Fox's success, as Dahl is in to bowl and Ingram takes a single out to cover with a nice back foot punch. But as I say, Derbyshire have got fielders squarish of the wicket, sweeping on either side as temperature drops even further, and the light levels drop a little bit as well.
I don't think that's an issue. Looking away to our left, our good friend Richard Ray would be thrilled. Third win on the come in within 3 days.
As in comes Dahl and bowls, and Ul Hassan pulls that one around, slightly aerial. The umpire might have caught it, but of course he cannot do so, and it's fielded out on the square leg boundary, single taken.
Yeah, do I answer your question, Nick, about a deep mid wicket and a deep extra cover sweeping? In this over, it's gone out to deep extra cover where you probably would have had 4 had these fielders not been it, 4 either side. So that would have been 8, and instead they've had 2. So I think that's the reason why Madsen has got them patrolling the outfield.
Dahl is in to bowl. Ingram works it away on the leg side for a single. Madsen is at a fairly deep slip, even though the keeper's standing up. Anderson was in the gully. Yes, he's going back to the gully. He was just backing up for a while there. Middlesex against Kent in Division 2. Middlesex are 14 for 1, requiring a further 351 after that mammoth Kent fight back with a double century for Deebs, Daniel Bell Drummond. 76 for 3, lead 157 for Glamorgan here. Dahl bowls, and he's hit Ul Hassan possibly on the glove or the thigh. Ul Hassan had to watch the ball. It was dribbling more sideways than backwards, but he had to be alert to it nonetheless.
Something that's crept into the game, I find very childish. When a batsman gets hit, or the ball drops in front of him, and he goes to pick it up, you often hear, "Don't touch it." I don't know what your views are. Why not? You're not going to be out.
Well, you're out obstructed the field if you pick it up without permission, as that's a through outside off stump.
Yeah, but nobody ever.
Well, they shouldn't in the professional game, unless they think that the ball is rolling towards the stumps and the batter.
When you're obstructing the field, then yes.
It's now not handled the ball; it's obstructed the field. Handled the ball's gone.
Is it? Glamorgan player was once given that out at Lord's. Phillips.
Who was that?
Alan Rees back in the 60s. Right. Yeah.
Not instinctively trying to knock it away from the stumps, was he?
I think he was, yes.
Yeah. Dal from the River Taff end bowls. All of a sudden stretches a long way forward and just about gets the pitch of the ball, plays it out defensively. He's got to watch his back leg, Zainul Hassan, because he's quite often in danger of toppling over, although the keeper was standing back for the end of that over. 76 for 3, and
rotation time
after 2.5 days of sunshine. You wish to do a bit of rotation, Edward?
Is it my turn? Okay.
Yes, you have a rotate.
I'm not rotating in this coldish weather.
Dave Fletcher will come back in. Edward can take the closing stages from me, if you would, after 6 o'clock, while I fiddle around with my reports. Probably better if we swap microphones in just a moment. But Alex Thompson is giving us the hurry up and bowls the first ball of the over to Ingram, who defends it back down the pitch.
Beautifully done.
Seamless. Thompson in round the wicket, and on the back foot is Ingram defending, and there's no run. You wonder about cricket, for all the skills and the high level talent, whether it is as much a mental game as anything. As Thompson bowls, steered away by Ingram, but straight to Dahl, and there's no run. There's no apparent reason. Well, they were bowling well, but there's no apparent reason why 3 wickets should go in 3 overs after 3 wickets took 3 hours earlier in the day. Here is Thompson bowls and turning away from the bat as Ingram plays no shot.
Yeah, Thompson quite liked that delivery, I think. Got a big smile on his face.
Well, as a tall young man, he's got plenty of loop, hasn't he? That's nudged away by Ingram perfectly safely, and takes 2 runs down to third man. But Derbyshire trying to keep up the amateur dramatics, even though he played the shot that he meant to and got runs for it. 78 for 3. Ingram goes back ahead of Ul Hassan.
Part of the mental game.
Indeed. There's Thompson in from this Cathedral Road end, and it's just gently steered through the covers for a single. Ingram to 34, 79 for 3. The lead is 160, which sounds a lot healthier than it did when Glamorgan were 15 for 3, and the lead was less than 100, and they were seemingly rocking badly there. But Ingram so far has managed to add the stability to the equation. Oh, everyone's on the move round there. There's half the Derbyshire squad, and
yes, I saw them
their way to our
walking
right.
away around. Mickey Arthur among them.
All the ones that everyone who isn't involved in the 11 at the moment.
Jack Morley has now replaced Pat Brown temporarily. He's brought some sweaters on as well, one for Blair Tickner, who's starting to cool down a bit, having bowled just a few overs after tea. And Anuj Dal to continue with Brooke Guest standing up to the stumps. It's in, and that one's on leg stump and turned away comfortably by Ingram for just a single. Kame gets there and does the fielding, overshoots Brooke Guest, not for the first time, not always Harry Kame either, but some of the throwing has been a little bit extravagant.
Yeah, Kame being on the field all day, even though he hasn't batted.
Yes, ran for Lewis Rees in his knock this morning of, I was going to say 50, what did he get in the end?
73 not out.
You're right, that was pushed into the offside. They go through for a quick single. David Ludge stops the ball but doesn't field it cleanly. Now bends down to pick it up.
Yeah, he was 22 not out overnight, was Reese, so he got a half century today, which is not bad going when you're operating off one leg.
Must be his good leg,
Must be.
I would imagine. But there's sun in the distance, so I haven't given up hope of there being some more before the end of play.
Would be nice.
Wouldn't it? And Anna's dialed deep in conversation with Blair Tickner at the moment, the Kiwi leader of the bowling attack. The ball is in the hands of Martin Anderson, who's fielding at mid-on. He's just sort of, no it isn't. Who is that? Oh, it's Zach Chappell, I beg your pardon. Martin Anderson's at gully, a more conventional gully. Just the one slip as well, Wayne Madsen, as that one is defended back to Dahl by Ingram. He's on 35, Al Hassan has 33. 81 for 3, a leader for 162.
We were mentioning briefly Star Wars Day, May the 4th. I can imagine Zach Chappell in a sci-fi film.
As the baddie.
He'd be the leader of the invading force from the planet Alpha Centauri.
I think he'd like that. In comes Dahl again and bowls to Ingram, who pushes this out into the offside once more.
This is no reflection, I hasten to add, on his actual personality, he's got the look to don a big menacing cloak and some big leather boots, hasn't he, and say, take the prisoners away.
I just think you're stereotyping people with no hair on their heads and a beard, if I'm honest.
Oh, you're much too cuddly to do that.
2 balls left of the Dahl over. He's in and bowls to Ingram, who pushes out into the offside again. And once more it's fielded by David Lloyd, the former skipper, the former Glamorgan man.
Former skipper of both sides.
Yeah. It's him you can hear clapping at the moment in the background. Lots of hands in pockets at the moment. Morley, Anderson. They're out now because Dahl is on his way in and bowls. That one's on leg stump and clipped into the leg side down towards long leg. Harry Kane comes in off the boundary. The sun comes out again, sends in the perfect throw to Brooke Guest. The over comes to an end, as does Alex Thompson's spell by the look of it. Martin Anderson coming back. Alex Thompson bowled 8 overs for 17 in the post-tea spell that he's bowled.
Some disparity between the verdicts of the spectators. Some are long trousers and sweaters, others t-shirts and shorts. It's that sort of day. No one's quite sure what it's going to do from minute to minute, but it is substantially cooler than it was yesterday.
Well, some of us made the decision to wear shorts this morning. And it might not be the correct decision come 9 o'clock tonight if we don't go back to the hotel before we go out, which is a possibility.
The hotel's only just down the road, isn't it? Can't you
I could.
nip back and
Terrible waste of time though, isn't it?
don a pair of long breeches? Here's Alex Thompson from the
Oh, there isn't going to be a change of bowling, my apologies.
Cathedral Road end, and that one got up a little bit. It was well played by Ingram, down to backward points with 16 overs now left of play today. Close finish between Wales and Hertfordshire. Hertfordshire need 7 to win with 2 wickets left, as Ingram takes a run up to long on, Blair Tickner being well set back. So Wales made 233 all out thanks to Bran Wadland's 84 not out. Hertfordshire in reply 227 for 8. 3 wickets for Alex Russell there, the leg spinner, born in Newport, formerly of Northants. 2 apiece for Rodri Lewis, and for the Glamorgan seamer Ben Morris. As Thompson liked the look of that one as well, even though it was resolutely defended by Ul Hassan back to the bowler.
Official news.
Official news.
Official news. I'll bring it you after this delivery.
As that's floated and driven by Ul Hassan. Picks up a single out to a deep point, 84 for 3.
Glamorgan's over rate is -4.
Eek.
And that takes into account the lengthy walk from the pavilion to the middle and all the messing around with the runner and all that business this morning. They're 31 balls behind where they should be.
As that is, well, I was going to say cut away, but it's come off a thick inside edge from Colin Ingram and ended up in a single towards square leg. It shows you that timing is very, very difficult at times in this match. If only we could earn it for ourselves. As Thompson bowls, and Ul Hassan seemed to be laying into that one, and it's just run quite quietly to cover.
I think he's mistimed it.
85 for 3. Kerching. The lead is 166, and this is a tense battle at the moment.
Partnership 70. Good effort by these two. Equal shares in the partnership pretty much. Ingram 38, Ul Hassan 34.
And Wales have beaten Hertfordshire by 6 runs.
Good effort.
Very close affair.
Dal in conversation with Blair Tickner once again. Number of players listening in. Pat Brown, Zach Chappell among them. It looks like we might have lost the slip here.
And the last 2 wickets fell in successive balls, both LBW, to the young left-arm spinner from Wrexham, Romano Franco.
Excellent.
Who we want to see playing professional cricket one day, just for the pleasure of saying his name.
I'd like him to bowl to Ricardo Vasconcelos. So no slip now, just a gully really. Martin Anderson, Wayne Madsen has gone to backward square leg, and Dal is on his way in. The ball is defended by Ingram back to the bowler, and there's no run. Derbyshire will be very keen to pick up a couple of wickets before the close here. They've only got 14 more overs after this one.
Yeah, even if Glamorgan are, say, 200 ahead, they'll have to work really hard to get any sort of declaration out of this.
Are all results still possible? All 4. This one is pushed out into the offside by Ingram, and there's no run. I said that in the first bulletin one day. I can't remember which game it was. I was immediately inundated with messages from the office. 4.
Yeah.
So I had to explain at 11:30 how you could get
a tie.
Absolutely. 4 different results.
Yeah, you could point them to Gloucestershire against Glamorgan last year, where Glamorgan were 1 short of a world record chase.
Yes.
All out to the last possible ball of the 4th day.
It's on the front of the Glamorgan yearbook. Next delivery from Dal is turned into the leg side by Ingram, fielded by Brown. Pat Brown on the field as both substitute fielders run at the moment. Jack Morley is down at on the point boundary.
And if you listen carefully to the YouTube commentary, which Ed Seaborn very kindly handed to me the last over, you'll hear a slight pause before I confirm that Bracey's taken the catch, because as we're watching from side on the balcony at Cheltenham without a screen.
Yeah, tricky. Dal bowls, Ingram drives, and he's going to get 4 runs as here. Morley's chasing round the boundary, but the ball wins the race and crosses the rope. And a welcome and indeed rare boundary for Glamorgan, who move on to 89 for 3. Ingram up to 42. Speaking of Gloucestershire, Ollie Price 223 not out.
It's about the same as Bill Drummond's got for Kent.
510 for 7. He's there with the Zaman actor. after his brother Tom was dismissed for 32. Dal bowls, that comes off the edge and goes down to third man for 4 runs, vacant third man. Ingram gets a little bit fortunate there, but you have to ride that kind of thing. He moves on to 46 in 93 for 3. It's Alex Hughes who's standing with Mickey Arthur down below.
Okay.
Former player. Ben Smith is with them as well, batting coach.
What role is Alex Hughes on the operation these days?
He uses the dog stick a lot. I think he's a coach.
Yeah.
Indeterminate. This next delivery from Dal is pushed up towards mid-on by Ingram, and he sneaks in a quick single and pinches the strike. He moves to 47. Al Hassan has 34. Glamorgan 94 for 3. Lead by 175 now with 14 overs to go today.
Since we can see that he's not listening, was it Alex Hughes who dropped the easiest catch
Yes,
that
at
I've
Swansea.
ever seen dropped in a
Yeah, at
professional
Swansea.
match at Swansea at short leg?
It was. He then made a century the day after, which was fortunate for me because I got to interview him after he scored his century and could ask about the catch.
Yes.
But it was in the days when there was just a static camera at each end, and he was beyond the static camera, so the ball looped up, and everybody would have expected the wicket to have been taken. But down at St Helens, happy days.
It's a little unfair on him to bring that up on the mention of his name, but as you say, he had
Perfectly legitimate.
fine moments as well. There's that embarrassing one. David Lloyd is going to be bowling his 4th over in, I think, 3 different spells.
Yes. Yeah, he bowled the first one to get the quicks changed. And then a 2-over spell.
0 for 3 as he takes over from Thompson. A different trajectory. Somewhat lower one. Same modus operandi, but that's a full toss, so it won't spin anyway, and it's punched through the covers by Ingram to bring up his half-century. Yes, it is. It is the half-century off 91 balls for Colin Ingram, and a nice friendly way from David Lloyd to greet him with one that was relatively simple to put away. That is 6th for 91 balls for the Ingram 50. That's fired in, and Ingram works it up towards long on. Goes through for the single.
I have Alex Hughes' official title now. He's analyst and support coach. I don't know what that means. I know what analyst means, but
Al Hassan on strike on 34. Stretching forward and defending. They were pretty much level for a while, Al Hassan and Ingram, but Ingram has now pushed considerably ahead of his younger partner, who pulls that one towards square leg. The fielder at backward square leg didn't pick it up straight away, and thus there was no chance of Zach Chappell cutting it off. 100 up, Al Hassan to 38.
he looked quite startled when he realised it was coming his way.
Where is it? Where is it? Well, I suppose can be difficult to pick up against that background of the grandstand. Even with the sun coming out, Lloyd bowls. Oh, another full toss. Oh, it was a full toss, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And it was hit down and up to cover, bounced up to cover. I thought for a
He
moment he poked it straight into Brown's
mistimed the
hands.
shot on the full toss at this time. Good effort.
That's faster and flatter and turned around the corner by Al Hassan for a single. 104 for 3. The lead 185. 10 off the Lloyd over.
Colin Ingram's half-century came off 91
A little expensive
balls and
compared to what he had
6
bowled.
balls.
He conceded 3 runs off his first 3 overs. The applause ripples around Sapphire Gardens for the facts and figures.
Oh yes, another Colin Ingram 50. I expect it really. Actually, he's got a different rhythm. Last season he was getting 1 half century or more in every game. This season he's passed 50 in both innings of 2 matches. So he got 103 and 77 against Gloucestershire, 81 not out, 81 and 52 not out here, but 2 games where he hasn't made a half century. So the games where he has, he's done it twice. If you see what I mean.
Absolutely, completely with you.
If you didn't follow that at home, it's Sunday evening. I'm not going to ask questions later.
Find a full explanation on the red button. In Welsh.
Yes.
Zach Chappell returns to the bowling attack for Derbyshire. Bowled 2 overs for 10 in this innings. That's it. Exceptionally underused.
O leia un batiad o hanner cant rediadau, something like that.
That's right.
Edward will tell you.
A gull swoops past us.
Thankfully not accompanied by another gull as it was on day 1.
It might not be the same gull. It's very difficult to tell.
You haven't got them tagged.
This one had a smile. Here comes Zach Chappell. Around the wicket to Ul Hassan, who short arm jabs this one round to deep backward square leg for a single.
Well, a strange shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, just a real difficult to do left-handed. It's difficult to do right-handed. He moves to 40, 105 for 3. Moving Glamorgan into calmer waters. And they lost those 3 early wickets and were effectively 96 for 3. No. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. They're now effectively 186 for 3. That's what got me confused. I thought, blimey, they've only scored 9 runs. And that one was turned into the leg side by Colin Ingram, fielded by Caleb Jewell, who's still got the fielding pads on, fielding at mid-wicket.
Must be expecting to do a bit of... or is he still at short leg for Lloyd bowling? Can't remember.
I don't think I'd go at short leg for Lloyd bowling, although he has, as Edward said, been working hard on his off-spin. In comes Chappell again and bowls. That one is driven up to mid-off by Ingram. Blair Tickner is the man fielding there, immediately gets to work on the ball. Pat Brown is on the point boundary. Who's that square leg fielder? He's just having a chat with Harry Moore in front of the grandstand as Zach Chappell is in again and bowls to Ingram, who pushes this one out into the offside, and David Lloyd does the fielding. And I think Blair Tickner had stayed kneeling down, 'cause if he hadn't, he's back down there polishing the ball furiously on his right thigh.
Well, it is Sunday.
Chappell turns at the top of his mark, plotting the invasion of the next planet. He's into Ingram, turning that one into the onside this time by way of a change. Caleb Jewell fields. Crowd has thinned a little. It is Sunday. Of course, it's a bank holiday tomorrow.
It is, isn't it? And
So all the roads will be clear when we go home. At 6 o'clock.
yes.
Slightly later. As Chappell is in. That one is edged in between the slip and the gully and down into the ground, incidentally, but down towards the vacant third man area for 4 runs. Harry Moore retrieves the ball. And Glamorgan moved to 109 for 3, with Ingram moving on to 56. That was the final ball of the over. Their lead is 190, and we have 12 overs left this
We've
evening.
already told them the result.
Hertfordshire, a victory for Wales. Wales batted first, made 233.
What, note of surprise in his voice when he said a victory for Wales there for some reason.
I think Hertfordshire were probably on top for most of the chase.
Seems slightly unpatriotic.
By 6 runs.
Defending 233 and 50 overs is
That's a good
pretty
effort
decent.
now.
Experienced Brad Wadland with 84 not out. as Lloyd is in to bowl and Ul Hassan leaves outside off stump. 3 wickets for Alex Russell, the leggy, and you feel that if Glamorgan didn't already have Mason Crane signed up on their staff, Alex Russell might be in with a shout of getting a Glamorgan place, as that's driven but half fielded by Lloyd, prevents Ul Hassan from getting a run. Having 2 specialist leg spinners on the staff might prove a little eccentric.
Yes, it's a bit excessive, isn't it?
But Crane signed up for the 100, so maybe there might be an opportunity for Russell. I don't know, I'm just speculating without any evidence. Cut by Ul Hassan, but straight to backward point where Anushtal parries the ball and then crawls after it without getting up. No risk of a single being taken, so he could indulge in a little bit of panto. Oh yes, he could. Lloyd purveying his off-spin, never thought I'd be saying that. As that's driven into the covers by Ul Hassan, it's beaten the shorter cover and is picked up by Harry Kane, the sweeper. And well, talk about down in the dirt. Derbyshire players seem to be slow to peel themselves off the turf at the moment. They've been in the field a lot this week, I guess. Lloyd bowls that wide, and Ingram is able to cut but can't find the boundary because Harry Kane is patrolling remorselessly in support of his former captain. Lloyd lobbing in, bowls. Ul Hassan defends on the leg side. Thompson picks up 111 for 3. Nelson on the board. The lead is 182 for Glamorgan, and we have 11 overs to go. And well, I think Glamorgan just look to accumulate tonight and have a look at the situation overnight.
Yeah, it was a little round arm, that last delivery. It was a very strange looking action. Northamptonshire on the brink of defeat. Well, Leicestershire, they're now 9 down. They need another 154. That would be a good one to win from there.
Oh, we bat all the way down these days.
Yes, I'm not sure that Northamptonshire do.
Everyone says that.
Here comes Chappell beginning a new over, bowling to Ingram, who pushes this one gently up to mid-on, where Alex Thompson does the fielding. Gloucestershire moving on what's the word? No, relentlessly, not remorsefully.
Remorselessly.
Remorselessly. Ollie Price, 231, career best, of course. Zamana Akhtar has got 23 off 22 with 1 4 and 2 6s. They lead Lancashire by 88. Next delivery from Chappell is turned into the leg side by Colin Ingram out towards Anuj Dal, who's patrolling on the boundary in front of the grandstand. Middlesex are 1 down already in pursuit of 365 against Kent at Lords. Somerset are going to lose again. I say again, I don't know if they've lost yet this season. I don't really look at the First Division table much. As Ul Hassan defends this one up to Blair Tickner there, 209 for 6. They need another 112 at Taunton against Essex.
Somerset lost twice and drawn twice before this round. They were
going to lose again then.
Went into the round in 9th place out of the 10. Only Worcestershire who'd lost 3 below them.
They're not playing in this round, this week of games. As this next delivery from Chappell is driven handsomely by Ul Hassan to the cover boundary for 4 runs. Chappell walks back and kicks the dust in the footmarks. Ul Hassan moves to 45. And this partnership is now worth 101, so the century stand coming up for the 4th wicket. between Ul Hassan and Ingram. As this next delivery from Chappell is just guided into the offside by Ul Hassan for a single this time. He goes to 46. 117 for 3 with one ball of the 41st over of the innings remaining and 10 more after this. As a crow has found something very tasty in the outfield. He's really attacking it.
Oh yes.
It's not another crow. Here comes Chappell to complete the over then. Bowls to Ingram, who pushes it out into the offside. It's fielded by David Lloyd. 117 for 3 at the end of the over then. Run rate just climbing now. 2.85. It was in the low 2 point somethings a little earlier. The lead is 198. Seems a long time ago when Kieran Carlson was caught by Wayne Madsen after bowling of Blair Tickner. And Glamorgan were in deep trouble at 15 for 3. It's Alex Thompson. The David Lloyd experiment. It was barely an experiment. 2 overs for 12.
I described the situation in a personal tweet at T as squeaky bottom time for Glamorgan. I think the muscles have been somewhat unclenched by now.
What a beautiful image.
Not one you want on a Sunday tea time. I apologise for that. Alex Thompson to try to disturb Glamorgan's equilibrium, to put it a more genteel way. As he tosses that one up and beats the outside edge. Good ball as Ul Hassan pushed forward.
Turned a lot, didn't it?
TNS have won the Welsh Cup.
Well, that's a surprise.
Well, they had to come from behind to beat Conisky 2-1. As Ul Hassan turns that one away gently on the onside, and there's no run.
They'll be celebrating in the streets of Shropshire.
As that's turned into the offside, there's a single available there because Pat Brown has run over the top of it, and Harry Kane picks up on the boundary. 47 to Ul Hassan.
They're having a lean time sports-wise, Radio Shropshire, so I understand why they covered TNS for a bit of joy. Oswestry based.
Indeed. Oh, there's a big collision between Ul Hassan and Thompson as Ingram played one on the leg side. Thompson went to grab it, but there are smiles rather than punches all round. As Tickler gives...
pretends to punch him.
Ul Hassan a little tickle or something.
Could have been awkward, couldn't it? But,
oh dear.
Ul Hassan wasn't expecting Thompson to run straight into him there, I think it's fair to say. If you look down the other end, Brooke Guest has to put his glove in front of his face so nobody could see him laughing.
It's a dot ball. 118 for 3. Ingram goes for it, whacks it straight back over the bowler's head for 6. Where'd that one come from? Well, there's been precious little aggression for most of the afternoon, and all out of the blue. It wasn't particularly a flighted delivery.
Only the 4th of the match.
Ingram's got hold of it and hit it straight for a half a dozen. He moves on to 64, 124 for 3.
And the lead over 200.
As in comes Thompson again. And has he got him?
Bowled him.
Yes, he has. He's bowled him. It's gone through. The ball after Ingram hit Thompson for 6. Thompson gets immediate revenge. It's the big one for Derbyshire. Glamorgan 124 for 4. And that one just straightened a little bit and hit middle stump. Well bowled, Alex Thompson.
I think it was in the last match when Alex Thompson was hit for 6 and got a wicket with the next delivery. It wasn't in this game, was it? I'm fairly sure it wasn't in this game.
Don't recall it in this game.
No, it must have been against Middlesex. That's the second time it's happened this season. Thompson with the wicket, his first of the innings. And Ingram goes for 64, and that just keeps the hope flickering. The lead is 205, which already seems significant. It was the final ball of the 42nd over of the innings. They'd be disappointed with Colin Ingram, because there was nothing much troubling the batters out there. The odd one.
Ben Kellaway in at 6. We may get a BBC Radio Wales update fairly shortly.
For Glamorgan is Ben Kellaway.
So Kellaway, Cook, Van der Hoogten,
Get a night watchman in, for goodness
Gorvin, Leonard and Fernando. 9 overs to go. It's a bit too far for a night watchman, isn't it? Van der Hoogten or Gorvin could play that role, I would imagine. Slated to come in at 8 and 9, so it wouldn't mean that much of a difference in the batting order. 124 for 4, 205 the lead. Derbyshire keeping alive hopes of dictating their own destiny in this game after a very fine day for them, but the partnership of 109 just about tilting things back towards Glamorgan. An important little 9 overs spell coming up here, as Derbyshire will look to make further inroads. One more tonight and they might fancy their chances of bowling Glamorgan out by lunch and setting the terms of their own chase. 124 for 4. As Ul Hassan on strike.
Depends how bold they are, doesn't it?
Chappell in to bowl. Ul Hassan plays it on the offside and there's no run. Lloyd with the fielding.
I think they've forgotten.
Lead 205 for Glamorgan. 6 wickets in hand, having lost 3 in quick succession early on, then a stand of 109 between Ingram and Ul Hassan, who is the junior partner and is still there. 47 not out. Radio update to come as the one goes down blind side, the leg side, blind side. He's doing rugby last week. Glamorgan 124 for 4 in their second innings, a lead of 205. We've just seen a century stand between Colin Ingram, who's just out for 64, bowled by Alex Thompson, the ball after hitting a 6, and Zain Ul Hassan, the nuggety opener, who's still there, 47 not out. Glamorgan lost 3 very quick wickets early in their second innings after gaining a first innings lead of 81. They're 124 for 4 now, a lead of 205 with 8 overs to play tonight. Haven't missed anything on the commentary. As Ul Hassan played the last ball to mid-on. Here comes Chappell then. Right arm around, bowling to Ul Hassan, who fancies a single now and will get an easy one. Steering it out towards point. Anderson does the fielding. We're back to right-left combination now, so things are going to take a little longer for Derbyshire, but they do have an over rate of +2 in contrast to Glamorgan's -4. So Glamorgan at some stage tomorrow are going to have to do some rapid bowling, or getting through their overs rapidly.
Yeah, slow bowling, but
slow
rapidly.
bowling at a rapid over rate. You know what I mean. Chappell goes back to over the wicket to bowl to Kellaway, who is forward, defending up to mid-on. No run. Kellaway made 22 in the first innings, bowled 10 tidy overs, 0 for 17. So looking to make an impact on this match in the same way as he did the last against Middlesex. We got a half century and 4 wickets, but couldn't prevent a Glamorgan defeat. Chappell in bowls And that's an inside edge from Callaway to get off the mark. He knew nothing about that as the ball trickles down to Kame at fine leg. Callaway 126 for 4. End of the over. Dave Fletcher and Edward Bevan here on BBC Sport Online.
Thank you, Nick Webb. Yes, he didn't know anything about that at all, and it was very close to cannonning into his leg stump, but he got away with it. Ben Callaway off the mark, 126 for 4. Northamptonshire clinging on, but pointlessly really. They've just reached the halfway point of their chase, and they're 9 down against Leicestershire in a game that will clearly finish today. That's Harry Conway and Ben Sanderson, the last pair out in the middle. Gloucestershire's march continues. Didn't look capable of scoring 557 for 8 when they played Derbyshire. They have lost Saman Akhtar for 25, but Ollie Price 242 not out.
Good Lord.
At Old Trafford. So what have we got? 8 overs to go. And the first of those will be bowled by Alex Thompson, who was successful in his last over. That run rate continues to climb. It's almost 3 and over now. Thompson is in and bowls to Callaway, who plays it out into the offside. Thompson fields off his own bowling and then jogs back to his mark as though, they call him Burton then, Derbyshire were in trouble. They're not. They're +2. And he's in again. Bowls to Callaway, who turns this one into the leg side, where Pat Brown does the fielding. He's on in place of Lewis Rees. I can see Jack Morley out there as well, which means somebody else has gone. I can't work out who it is at the moment. I'll try. This one is defended by Callaway.
I see Tickner is winding and winding.
Yeah.
Have a little burst now, last 3 or 4 overs.
Yeah. He fancies it.
Whether he's reminding Madsen that he can bowl. He's taken 2 wickets.
Well, they never stop talking to each other, so I don't think it'll need too much reminding. Thompson bowls, Callaway defends out into the offside. Actually, it is Madsen who's off by the look of it at the moment.
The faded cap.
Yes, I'm just looking at, and it's David Lloyd at slip. So it's Wayne Madsen who's off the field. That's an age thing, I think.
That's where he used to field for Glamorgan for years, at slip.
He waits now, because Thompson's in and bowls to Callaway, who gets a shorter delivery, and he goes up on his toes and plays it out into the offside. And off the boundary comes Jack Morley, former Lancashire man. And the score moves on to 127 for 4. Callaway on to 2. Final ball of Alex Thompson's 12th over of the innings. He's in to Ul Hassan. That one's down the leg side, and there's an appeal. Now, did that come off the inside edge of the bat? Looking at the hands on head, or heads, it may well have done. But it wasn't taken cleanly by Brooke Guest behind the stumps. End of the over, 127 for 4, 48 to Ul Hassan, 2 to Callaway. The Glamorgan lead is 208. It's fascinatingly poised, Edward.
Yes, Dave, and from despair, Glamorgan, to a position rather, of relative comfort, you can say, 208 for 4 in real money, and that's an excellent recovery, really, from 15 for 3. And I'm very, very surprised that Colin Ingram, having short arm jabbed a 6 into the stand here in front of us. I'll just break off as Chappell starts another over from the far end. Bowls to Callaway, who's forward and plays it defensively up to mid-on. From the last ball of the over, he tried to sweep and was bowled. Played such a very good innings. I thought, well, he's going to be there and take Glamorgan up into relative safety, but it's all back in the melting pot now, and this could turn into a very good day tomorrow, one way or the other. In comes the next ball, which is pushed away into the offside. That's going to run away for a boundary, I fancy. Yes, it does. That was beautifully timed by Callaway. Got on the back foot. He's tall young man, and he played it with ease. Takes the score to 131 for 4. And well played, young Zainul Hussain. He's been patient, 128 balls for his 48. And had he or Colin Ingram gone early, then Glamorgan would have been really up against it. Here's Chappell. He's into the right-handed Callaway and bowls to him, and he comes forward watchfully and pushes it up to mid-on. No run there. 131 for 4. 212 the lead. And we have 6.5 overs left this evening.
Tickner stretching out his hamstrings now. He's coming back.
So he will have 3 overs. 3 over burst. But it's Chappell coming in and bowls. And this is played nicely off his legs this time. Out to mid-wicket. He jogs a single to Callaway. He moves on to 7, and the score to 132 for 4, and the lead 213. And you fancy there could be a result one way or the other to this game, Dan?
All 3 still possible.
As the saying goes.
All 4.
Oh, that's a beauty. And he's caught at the wicket. Yeah, beautiful delivery from Chappell, who bounced, caught the edge, and Glamorgan have lost their 2 main scorers as Hussain goes for a patient and well-made 48. And now it's virtually 213 for 5. It's swaying to and fro. That was an excellent delivery, and it caught the top end of the bat and went through to the keeper as the batsman looks suspiciously at the pitch.
Just moved a little wide, didn't it?
Still a little bit in it, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit of bounce there as well. Zach Chappell with the breakthrough. With, 6 overs and 1 ball remaining in the day. Poor old Zainul Hussain trudges off, holding the bat by the blade, having missed out on a half century by 2 deliveries.
Yeah, but
2 deliveries, 2 runs.
48 and 44, so he's had a pretty good game. Picked up a wicket as well. As Chris Cook is due in next, last of the recognised batsmen. But
See a night watchman. Haven't seen one yet this season.
How many overs to go? Well, you wouldn't.
6.
I know he's the night watchman that likes the role is Tim Bandigoot, but 6 is quite a lot, isn't it? 6.
Yeah. And whoever it is taking their time.
Yes.
It's all right. The umpires will take this into account. Here we go. I'll leave the identification to you, Edward.
Well, I can tell you it is.
He's little.
Who is it? It is Galvin.
So it's Galvin.
It is.
A night watchman.
Well, is he coming in as night? Yeah, I suppose he is, because he generally comes in 9. Yes, he's come in 2 places up the order.
Opportunity here for Derbyshire then, as the sun comes out. I was just starting to get slightly concerned about the light, but there is plenty of blue sky away to our left, and now the sun is shining brightly here at Sophia Gardens.
It just takes 1 ball to lift and seam, and then it's very difficult to play.
Going to pick up 5 wickets, completed a 5-wicket haul earlier.
Yes, he did. And
bowled really well.
Chappell was the least you'd have thought likely to take a wicket. He'd gone for, well, has gone now, for 28 in his nearly 6 overs. But even though Tickner was getting ready, I think they'll probably keep Chappell off. Well, he's still winding. You'll keep Chappell on or bring Tickner on this end. Because if you've just taken a wicket and the captain says thank you, you'll say, pardon? That's the famous.
We've got 2 right-handers now, yeah?
Yes, we have.
So that makes Thompson a little less effective.
Chappell into Galvin, bowls the last ball, which is outside the off stump, through to the keeper. End of the over, 132 for 5. And Glamorgan now in the last 10 minutes or so have lost 2 very important wickets. Ingram for 64, Ul Hussain for 48. And it's 132 for 5. The lead is 213. Glamorgan won't be comfortable under 300, you would have thought. The lead, that is.
Yes. Yeah. but they will see that the pitch is continuing to be fairly placid most of the time, but the odd ball just does something. We've seen Thompson get the odd one to spin quite a lot. That one from Zach Chappell pitched, bounced and just left Ul Hassan, causing his departure. They've already reached stumps at Southampton and Taunton. No idea how they managed to do that this early. Alex Thompson then from the Cathedral Road end bowls to Callaway, who pushes this one up to mid-on when it's fielded by Anderson and there's no run. But what really needs to happen here is that Gorvin is on strike. Otherwise he's wasted as a night watchman. Callaway defends this one as well, solidly behind that. Somerset 216 for 6. Need another 105 to win tomorrow morning.
That's a good game, that, because young Rue, who's I think he's a potential England player, can get in runs.
Thompson bowls, defended by Callaway once more into the offside. Hampshire 429 for 7 in their first innings. Still trailing Durham by 82. Thanks for coming.
That's a struggle to watch, isn't it?
I imagine so. And listen to 32 for 5. Got the man who slagged off Derbyshire's ground last season and
Pardon?
And Martin. This one, Kevin James.
Slagged it off?
Well, yeah, a little bit. The women's T20 finals day was there. I happened to be listening to it because I knew it was at Derby while I was driving somewhere else. And
come on, Kev.
Heard him calling it a bits and pieces ground. And
well, I tell you, and I think I told you before, it's one of my favourite grounds, Derby. The facilities are superb. The staff are friendly. It's more than you go down to the that place in Southampton, which is never liked.
We went there late on in the season, and I said to him, I need a word with you about what he said on the radio during the finals day. Well, he should have seen the look on his face. It was priceless. Priceless.
Who was telling me the other day they didn't like that ground?
Oh, it's the first time I've been. I'm not a huge fan.
No, it was Griffin, his morning epistle on social media. You've been there, haven't you, obviously?
Only once last year. That was the first time I'd been.
It's nothing like the old ground.
Yeah. No, Griff tells good stories about the old ground.
It was a great cricket ground.
Just a little delay here as we get reinforcements around the batter. We've got a slip, a leg slip and a short leg for Callaway now. Thompson gets his run-up wrong. Or the umpire was standing too close to the stumps for his liking. He's in now, bowls to Callaway, who defends this one into the onside. There is no run. Northamptonshire have been beaten by Leicestershire. Another victory for the Foxes.
Foxes.
156
A rampant Fox.
In comes Thompson again. This one is pushed out into the offside by Callaway, who negotiates a maiden over from Alex Thompson. And Glamorgan remain on 132 for 5.
This is a bit of a surprise to me.
By 213.
It's David Lloyd. Is he going to come on?
No, Tickner.
It is Tickner.
Yeah.
He took his cap off. Oh, somebody took his cap off and threw it.
He does that all the time.
He's got it back now.
Yeah, he's got a helmet. So he's presumably his cap's down the back of his trousers.
Returning to bowl at the River End, Blair Tickner.
So a 3-over burst from Blair Tickner, the Kiwi.
A few short deliveries, I fancy.
Yeah.
Around your years.
2 for 19 off 10
well,
so far. I thought so. I did see he bowled well last season when he was with Derbyshire, and they dropped that many catches that his figures weren't great. They haven't dropped. That's tempting fate, isn't it? They haven't dropped many this season.
Gorvin 50 in his one and only game before this one, and 39 in this innings. So no mean performer. Bats for his club side in the top 5. So, as they say, he can hold a bat.
Yeah.
Have we heard the bang bang 7 tonight, lads, yet?
I'm sure that's what they're shouting.
He's going to bang it in because he's a short leg, who's about 15 yards back, and a forward short leg. and 3 slips, including the wicket keeper. 6 men round the bat as Tickner comes in and bowls. And Govin comes forward to stifle any chance of movement.
Yeah, the overseas under the lid at short leg again. Caleb Jewell.
Yeah, junior member, get in there.
I think it's because of the amount of bowling that they might ask David Lloyd to do at any moment. It really would slow things down if he had to remove his pads every time.
Good slipper, Lloydie, and he's at first slip now. Imagine at second. Here's Tickner. He's in and bowls. Oh, and beats him outside the off stump of the forward push. No game for Derbyshire, as Dave was saying. Next week, Glamorgan travel down to St Lawrence Ground at Canterbury. A long journey for Nick there. Bell Drummond, a couple of double hundreds around today. Price has got a doubler. Look, and Bell Drummond has got a doubler. It's a batsman's world. Tickner, in he comes and bowls. Oh, that came back and kept low. And Govin is on as if he's giving a prayer. He went
Shot
right
up
down. Yeah, that doesn't augur well for the rest of the game, does it?
Not go well for the Derbyshire innings when it comes. Let's have a look at this. Oh, did actually it just cut back in as well, didn't it?
Yeah.
Good delivery.
Have a look at it.
Didn't keep that low. Didn't keep that low.
No,
it was the
exaggerated a bit.
It was the movement in towards the stumps that did for Govin.
The stuttering run up, and here he comes in, full flow, bowls, goes sailing down the leg side, and he's getting some speed up now, isn't he? Generating some speed and lift.
I'd like him to play at a ground with a speed gun.
Yes.
I don't know how accurate they are, but it would just be nice, wouldn't it, to have some kind of idea. Griff was saying that he reckoned he was up towards 90 miles an hour in the last game.
Did he? Yes. I wouldn't be surprised. He's quite brisk. Here he is from the rear end and bowls to the right-handed Govin, who was beaten out. Well, I say beaten. I think he might have just pulled his bat into his pad. One ball left of this over, and then we will have a couple of minutes over what we were last night, because there are still 4 overs left. And a leisurely drive home tonight because there's hardly any traffic.
It's not bad on a Sunday, is it?
Saturday and Sunday nights are great.
Yeah.
Friday is not.
I think I was on the Elizabeth line this time last night.
Last ball of the over, and it's Tickner bowling, and that's again down the leg side, a bit ill-directed there. End of the over, and the score remains at 132 for 5. Glamorgan are basically 213 for 5. They need at least another 70 or 80, which they're capable of, but it'll take some time.
Trouble is, if they get 70 or 80, it might take them till close to lunch tomorrow, won't it?
And that will mean there will be about 76 overs. Could be a game.
Oh yeah, could be.
It all depends if...
I think my piece for the morning may read is delicately poised.
Never heard that before.
Yeah.
It's a new one.
Not usually with Derbyshire, certainly in recent times. Ollie Price will begin tomorrow morning on 253 not out. They finished at Old Trafford, Gloucestershire, 589 for 8 as Thompson comes in to begin a new over, bowling to Kellaway, who defends that one out to the offside.
People from Lancashire, when they were in the first division, saying, yeah, so and so and so. Yeah, but it's second division, you see.
No.
That annoys me greatly. And I had a look at the bowlers. Saki Mahmood hasn't taken a wicket in that innings. You've got the left arm, what's his name, Hartley.
Yeah, he's played for England.
Yeah, 1 for 125.
Well bowled. Thompson in, bowls to Kellaway, pushes this one out into the offside.
We were at some game, and whoever was commentating with me, we went through the bowlers, especially the quicker bowlers in Division 2, and they were quite a formidable lot. It's such rubbish talked about. Oh yes, he's only second division.
Thompson's in again. Callaway defends up towards Pat Brown. That's a straight-ish mid-on. Yeah, Tom Bailey 2 for 67, but Saki Mahmood 0 for 97 from 26 overs. Tom Hartley 2 for 149 from 44 overs. John Turner, who's there overseas, isn't he? 1 for 96 off 25.
Bold.
So not finding easy. Jimmy Anderson expected to play in their game in a fortnight's time against Derbyshire at Old Trafford. Imagine, I'm not bothered whether he plays or whether he doesn't. I just hope there's enough food for the mass scramble there'll be of reporters turning up at the game. Here's Thompson. That's my main concern. Holding to Callaway around the wicket.
We used to have sandwiches and chips there.
Yeah, I don't mind that. Chips were good.
Not like the Lord's luncheon. When I say Lord's, please don't think it's good, because it's probably the worst on the circuit.
I would tend to agree with you. There's this next one from Thompson. He's off an inside edge. I'm not sure if it hit the wicketkeeper and then bounced up because
didn't play that very well, did
No, he didn't. It was a long way wide of the off stump. Actually, he could have just left it alone, I think.
I think his prime objective now, both of them, is to just defend.
Yeah.
But if you get a half volley, he hit it.
It was a moment of excitement for the man at leg slip as Thompson bowls. That's defender. That's better by Callaway. Final ball of the over. We've got 3 to go. Can Derbyshire get one more? That's what they would want. They'd want all 3, but one more will do for now. And when they get one more, we'll ask for another one.
Excuse me, Dave Fletcher would like another one, please.
If you wouldn't mind. Come on, boys. Show yourselves. So the penultimate over from the River Taff end will be bowled by Blair Tickner.
If you've got a slight criticism of Tickner, it's that he does bowl a lot of short deliveries.
Too much short stuff.
Yeah, well, we agree on that.
Yeah.
And it's just, he's quick and he moves the ball, especially off the seam, but he will dig it in, and as if he's trying to intimidate or, and they very rarely get wickets to sail over the, well, we've seen it sail over the keeper's head. And here he is in glorious May sunshine, coming in, gathering speed as he bowls to Corbin. Corbin is beaten outside the off stump. He's a little bit too quick for Corbin.
Yeah.
And he's still in his follow through, and it's nearly reached the other end.
Sometimes he carries on running straight, and sometimes he does a complete circle and runs back to his mat. Yeah. He's a very strange. He's a great character.
Yes, I think he plays the game well.
Yeah. Always smiling.
Don't think he was smiling this morning. He and Fernando had a little go. But you never know. It might have been in jest.
Might have been.
Certainly bowling the quickest spell here. In he comes, straining every sinew and beats Govin the outside edge. And I'm just looking at, nothing said, If that had been an Australian, he'd have a mouthful. But
he's talking to anybody who'll listen, I think, basically, Blair. Had a word with one of the slips at the end of his follow-through, which I'm sure is intended for the batter to hear.
Yes. Won't be long. I'll get an edge in a minute, lads. Be ready there. Get your hands ready.
I will fly through to them.
Well, there's another 4 balls from just taking this over, and another one afterwards. And he comes and bowls. Govin gets a very quick delivery. He's more or less taking evasive action here. He's not concerned in the slightest about getting a run. He's having a torrid time.
Yes, it's not something I would enjoy particularly.
No.
But not say particularly at all. I could never bat anyway. And sadly I wasn't quick enough to have a go at the batters either.
Here a little trot of a run, and he's coming in now, and bowls to Govin. Govin is hit on, well, he was hit either on the leg or the thigh pad, and he's having Govin. One feels for him, a little man, and he's faced 4 balls, hasn't got a bat in any one of them.
don't know what that just caught him on the hip.
You sense he might just get an edge here. 8 balls he's got left to bowl this evening. Here he is again. Penultimate ball of the over. Coming in to Gorvin and bowls to him, and Gorvin has nicked that, but it's gone on the half volley. And the fielder, Madsen there, who's had a little bump because David Lloyd walks over to him to console him as he hit him on the wrist or something, which is rather nasty.
Yes, I don't think that carried, but...
It didn't carry, no.
No.
Yeah, he's hurt himself. His wrist, it was horrible on the wrist.
And it's cold as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
He did break a finger last season, as did David Lloyd, actually, fielding in the slips.
There he is then. I think this might be a very quick delivery. It is, and takes it back out of the way. End of the over, trying his best, is Blair Tickner. End of the over, as I say, 132 for 5, and the lead is 213.
2 to go. 6:30 on a glorious evening here in the Welsh capital.
The other day of attritional cricket, it's really been a splendid day's cricket.
Well, the lead's up to, 213. They haven't scored a run since Zainul Hassan was out.
No.
But the 2 wickets that have fallen since 6 o'clock, Ingram and Ul Hassan, have changed the dynamic of this completely, haven't they? They didn't look like they put on 109, I think it was, for the 4th wicket.
Oh, they didn't look as if they get out.
No. Then all of a sudden they both get out, and it just changes. And if they can get one more in this last 12 deliveries, what a day this will have been for Derbyshire.
Absolutely. Anyway, the penultimate over.
Thompson bowls to Kellaway, who is forward. He's not going to take any chances here. Ben Kellaway, why would he? He's got a slip, a leg slip, and a short leg. A couple of catches fairly close either side of the pitch as well as he comes forward, and that one has
spun that.
Yeah, turned down the leg side, not taken by Brooke Guest, fielded well by David Lloyd actually at leg slip. Still on his knees.
This could turn out to be the perfect pitch, one that turns on the last day. And
that would be an irony, wouldn't it?
It certainly would.
After what we've said, is Thompson, and that's defended by Kellaway. Picked up by Pat Brown. He's ready again. 9 deliveries to go today. Thompson bowls, back goes Kellaway, defends.
He could have slapped that through cover. I don't think he wants to get the other end, I wouldn't.
No. Well, he shouldn't really, should he? I mean, that's the whole point of having Gorvin out there.
Exactly.
If he takes a single off the last ball of the over, he's only got himself to blame, really. Thompson bowls, defended by
and if
Kellaway.
The last over starts at a wicket, that'll be it for the day, so Glamorgan will know they can't be more than 6 down tonight.
No, he has to take a wicket now for them to be 7 down going into the final day. Thompson bowls to Kellaway, who defends.
That was drivable, wasn't it?
Yeah. He was determined to be out there first thing tomorrow, and he almost certainly will be.
Well, he'll go down there and he'll say, Andy, just a word, I'm not running.
No.
And that's his 2.
And even then.
Yes. As we approach the last over, a very interesting day's cricket, and Glamorgan leading by 213. They lost half their wickets, but do have useful batsmen, and especially these 2 can survive this torrid last over, as I suspect it might be. They still have Chris Cook, Tim van der Gooten, and Leonard, who made 47 in the last game, to come. So it could be a good day. I shan't be with you tomorrow, but I should watch some of it.
Yeah, that's very kind of you.
I think Kenneth here tomorrow.
Yeah, I believe so.
3 slips. Keeper standing back. A leg slip. A short leg as in comes Tickner. Bowls and pushes it away onto the offside. Isn't it funny now, that ball was slammed in hard, or bowled in hard to the pitch, but it did nothing.
No.
So that tells us there's a bit of variable there. Drop lemonade tonight?
I'd have thought so.
Last night?
Yeah, just the old glass. Got to stay hydrated.
In comes Tickner. Balls. Yeah, that's a bit wasted. It was very short on the grunt. You knew it was going to be a bouncer. And Govin on his knees. He's not praying that he'll stay there, but he was forced on his knees. 4 balls left, unless there's a wicket to fall. Lots of yelling.
Some applause at the far end.
You can do it, Blair. Heard that. Here he comes again, racing in. Bowls to Govin. Govin is hit on the glove, I fancy, as he shoveled that away. It was in the air.
Certainly very high up on the bat if it wasn't the gloves. He didn't take his hand off the bat, which is
No, he didn't ring.
impressive.
He didn't give it a ring or anything like that, or show that he was hurt. Kellaway knows now that he's only going to face 2 deliveries at the most. If he does want to run.
I don't think he wants one, Edward.
I wouldn't have thought so. In comes Tickner. Bowls. And this is met with the middle of the bat. And I think it was Kellaway. He said no.
Yeah.
2 balls left. And they would have done well to suppress it's been a torrid spell, 3 over spell. If they can, or if Govin can face these 2 balls and defend them, and I think his partner will be very grateful if he can. Down go the slips, short leg and the keeper. As Tickner comes in, bowls, too short again, and that's not going to get anybody out, and he could sailing over Govin's head.
It's a sort of macho side of quick bowlers, though, isn't it? They want to show everybody that they can run in and bash the ball down at that kind of.
What do you reckon this ball? Outside the off stump.
Well, yeah, I think so. Well, I'd like to see him bowl a Yorker.
Does he? Can he?
Not often.
Yeah. There we go. Last ball. Unless it's a wide or a no ball. He's in and bowls to Govin. Govin's forward meets it with the full face of the bat. That is the end of another excellent day's cricket. The 3rd day is over. And after it all, it's a good day for Derbyshire, who recovered from 162 for 7. Thanks to Lewis Rees, made 73, 350 all out, 5 for 85 for Andy Govin, and Glamorgan had a dreadful start. At one stage, 15 for 3 with a lead of 81, but they recovered thanks to a partnership of 109 between Colin Ingram, who made 64, and with him Zain ul Hussain, and that was a 48. So Ben Colloway and Kellaway and Govin will start. Your thoughts quickly, Dave, on what perhaps you could expect tomorrow?
Well, first of all, well done to Derbyshire today for fighting their way back into the game. They looked a long way behind, didn't they, when they started this morning? Still 216 in arrears, so they fought back nicely with the bat first and then with the ball. If they can, it'll be taken out of Glamorgan's hands if the Derbyshire bowlers can get the last 5 wickets, but you just hope that it's a sporting-ish declaration, not one where the batsman will just shut up shop. I don't think Derbyshire would with David Lloyd and with Caleb Jewell necessarily, but then they have the players who can shut up shop after that. So I just think it's going to be a far more exciting final day
than we
ever thought it would be, Edward. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But there's been some good stuff today. Ingram and ul Hassan with the bat. Blair Tickner's bowled really nicely.
Yeah.
It's been great. It's been great.
Good to watch. Thanks for listening, and the boys will be back with you in the morning. But from Nick Webb, Dave Fletcher, and me, Edward Bevan, a very good night. No star.